Hello, I am live. Yes, I am live. Life is, you know. Okay, alright, I've got a version of the stream running on my phone. It's obviously delayed. That's because I cannot see the video whilst sharing the screen, but whatever. Hello. Alright, so if I'm a bit slow responding to messages, like I said, it's because when I share the screen, I can't actually see, you know, anything, but yeah. Hopefully, let me just test out the thing. There it is. Okay. You get to witness the glory of the Britannic movie. All right. Oh, we've got people coming in by the headphone, not the headphone. What am I saying? God, I'm already stumbling over my words and I haven't even started yet. Hello, hello, all. Hello, Tsar Mikislav. Tsar Mikislav. I think that's how it's pronounced. Hello, Alex. Hello, Benjamin Copeland. Hello, Otter. Everyone's here. Britannic movie. It's peak. It's not peak. It's 1 star. Wasn't even meant to be watching this for the Titanic ranking. I just stumbled across it, and it is, it is so bad. It is. I cannot even describe how. Actually, I can describe how bad it is. It is just. It's awful. I mean, it's kind of funny though that popular reviews. My review is second one, so at least that made it worth it. So anyone else who comes on to log this movie, they'll see my very very lengthy review. uh, Oh, you're a collector. That makes sense. All right. I was gonna wait for people to turn up, but it seems like people are already here, and seeing as I've got a lot of movies to cover, I may as well just get the list set up. So yeah, that's enough Britannic memes. Where is it? All right, just getting the ranking up. Like I said, I'm just going through the letterbox list basically. All right. Okay, so let's just go through what this live stream actually is, in case you need a refresher. So the past few years, I've been doing rankings of every film I watched in a certain year. I make a list on Letterboxd and I just sort of go through each film, talk about them for a bit, and just put them in a little ranking I've been constructing throughout the year. I didn't want to do it this year though because I am tired. I did a 3 hour video at Icon, which I uploaded on New Year's Eve, as you all know, part 10 of the ranking. I was very tired after that. I needed a YouTube break. These rankings take a long time to come out because I have to read through the whole thing. I have to edit it. It's a nightmare. But I still like talking about the films. There's a lot of variety there, and some of the films I never have an opportunity to talk about otherwise. So it's a good place to do it. So I figured live stream, best of both worlds. I can talk about the films without actually having to edit it. Uh, Trap has a lower rating than the Britannic movie. Jeez, I weep for humanity, and it has a high and Britannic has a higher rating than the peak that is Hit Pig. It That's stupid. Britannic is so bad. It is embarrassingly bad. I just I can't wait to talk about it in the Titanic ranking next year. But anyway, so that's what this live stream is. I'm just going to be putting up on the screen my letterbox ranking, going through each film, just talking about them in an unscripted way. This stream's going to be very rambly, but hey ho. If you want to say anything about the films or anything, just put it in the chat and I'll try and read it. But I feel like this is mostly going to be me just talking. All right, so I think that's enough preamble. You all know the basic gist. Let's get straight into it because we've got a lot to cover. So I'm just going to share the screen again. All right. So, first things first. Start with the very bottom of the ranking. Absolutely no one here's favorite movie. Amelia fucking Perez at the bottom spot, number 212. Yep, I watched this movie back in January, and it's remained at the bottom of the ranking for basically 11 months. It's I can't if you haven't seen it, count yourself lucky because it is hard to describe how bad this movie actually is. It is it's one of the few movies I can think of which is universally despised by literally everyone, like on all sides of the political spectrum. Both trans people and transphobes hate this movie. That is shocking. And I mean, it's a bad musical. We all know the penis to vagina song. You don't, to be honest, I don't think you even need me to go over why this movie's so bad. I mean, look at its 2.0 rating. It is the lowest rated film to ever be nominated for Best Picture on Letterboxd. And I think that should say a lot. It is. I don't even want to talk about it. Let's just move on. All right. Number 211, the Gabby's Dollhouse movie. Fucking hell. I watched this on a live stream with Emoji Movie Channel and some of our other friends, and this was not worth the meme watch. This was just plain bad. It's mind-numbingly bad. It's a kids movie with literally no appeal to anyone over the age of 4, and it's boring more than anything. And I know I shouldn't care. I'm 19 years old, but this movie does blow chunks. The only good thing about it was Kristen Wiig, who was kind of hot, I will admit. If you didn't watch the animated King and I am not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Oh my goodness. Otter's message about cake getting bakey got held by live stream chatters. They thought it was inappropriate or something. That's funny. All right, number 210. Love on a Leash. As you all know, this was one of 7 movies which I watched for my 1,000 subscriber special. And this was the worst one by far. I really thought it'd be funny bad, but it was just bad. It was boring as balls. Nothing happened. Its weird premise wasn't weird enough for me to get ironic enjoyment out of it. I think it says something that these bottom 3 films, I got way more enjoyment out of just admiring my Blu-ray collection. I don't know why I picked the Bad Guys 2 of all of them, but I literally would pick out Blu-rays from my shelf above and admire the casing because that was more interesting than watching these movies. Love on a Leash sucked, but at least it made for a funny segment in the 1,000 subscriber special. So that's something, I guess. And it's unironically better LGBTQ plus representation than Amelia Perez. Right, 209, everyone's favorite meme movie. War of the Worlds 2025, starring Ice Cube. I mean, it's bad. We all know it's bad. It is one of the worst movies I've ever seen, but it is also really, really funny. Like, compared to the bottom 3, which I thought were all just really, really boring, War of the Worlds was a blast to watch. I laughed so much. I watched this movie on my phone with a dodgy internet, and that was absolutely the ideal way to watch it. It was so much fun. So many iconic meme moments here. I need to watch this movie with friends at some point because it'll be amazing. I can't defend it unironically in any way, but it was also one of the most entertaining movies that I saw from the entire year, and I absolutely loved it. It's you! It's you! I can only imagine Gabby's Dollhouse, the movie, is just as vapid and meaningless as those 80s toy adverts. Yeah, sounds about right. Amelia Perez should have never been nominated for anything. Imagine how many more nominations Dune Part 2 would have gotten if that happened. Oh, we'll get to Dune 2. All right, number 208, 8 Crazy Nights. Oh, good old Adam Sandler. I watched this, if you're wondering, I did watch this in preparation for Shea Frillis's Adam Sandler ranking. I was just really curious to see how bad this particular movie was. And yeah, it is pretty bad. Admittedly, I was really hoping it would be a bit more ironically funny, but I just found it really unpleasant more than anything. Like, Davey is just the most unlikable dickhead ever. And I just found the film so cynical and ugh. The very ending was alright, but nah, I didn't like it. I don't even like Whitey. I think he's annoying. The only good thing, I say good thing. The only thing I got major enjoyment out of with this movie was obviously bum biddy 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 bum bum, bum biddy 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 bum bum. That was peak. But everything else, nah, didn't like it. By the way, is the audio good? I just want to double check before I continue on. It's like, if the audio is bad for these bottom films, who really cares? Wow, a movie known for being unpleasant and cynical is unpleasant and cynical. Yeah, it really is. Try watching clips of War of the Worlds and TMNT Mutant Mayhem side by side. Ice Cube gives a much better performance as Giant Moonfly. Absolutely. He was really good as Superfly. Was it Superfly? I can't remember. It's been a few years since I saw TMNT, so I can't really remember. Right, but yeah, I'm just double checking the audio. The audio was good. Okay, let's move on. Oops. All right, now we got absolutely no one's favorite Best Picture winner, Crash. Oh boy, Crash. Everything people have said about this movie is 100% true. It is embarrassingly tone deaf with its race themes, and it should not have. I don't even care much for Brokeback Mountain, but it should not have beat Brokeback Mountain for Best Picture. It's just. It's a bad movie. The music is awful. The lighting is awful. The performances are okay, I guess, but it's all hampered by one of the worst screenplays I've ever seen. There is not a single. There is actually, there is one scene in this whole movie which doesn't bring up race. Which you may think, oh, that sounds weird, but no. When this race story feels the need to shoehorn in dialogue about race in every single scene, it drives you up the wall. It is not subtle at all. It's just shaking the screen, going, "Do you get it? Do you get the message?" And I wouldn't mind so much if the message wasn't completely butchered. Like, this movie seems to imply that racism only comes about because, like, I don't know, people are having a bad day. It doesn't comment on like institutionalized racism or the like post 9/11 zeitgeist in America. It is so bad. It's not a surprise that it was made by a white guy, let's just say. But with all that being said, I will fully admit that this movie is a bit of a guilty pleasure. It's so tone deaf, so bad that it's kind of hilarious. I genuinely, when I watched this movie, I was having so much fun just making fun of how idiotic it was. It's highly recommend it as a guilty pleasure meme watch. Uh, what do you mean there are people who think Crash is their favorite Best Picture winner? Well, that's stupid. Okay, this is the first controversial film, Elephant. I I did not like this film. It's an art house film about school shooting made by Gus Van Sant. And don't get me wrong, I think Gus Van Sant is a fantastic director. You will see him come up many times, including near the top of this list. But this film just did not work for me. It's one of those films I'd call a circular film because there's no point. It's just people walking down the corridor for like 90 minutes and half the plot lines don't go anywhere. And then at the end, there's a sudden burst of violence, and it's so poorly done. Like, there's one student who shows up in like the last 10 minutes, walks there and gets shot, and that's his whole character. It doesn't comment on school shootings in a meaningful way. It's just really pretentious, really boring. Just watch Bowling for Columbine instead. All right, another Adam Sandler film, Jack and Jill. Dunkachino is peak. I have no criticisms towards Dunkachino, okay? Al Pacino was unironically really funny in this movie. And the whole ending, what's my name? Dunkachino, it's a whole new game. Dunkachino, you want cream of goodness? I'm your friend. I'm your friend. Say hello to my chocolate man. I got the line wrong, sorry. But yeah, Dunkachino is peak. Rest of the movie, kind of boring, pretty annoying. Like Jill is really annoying with that kind of Boston feminine voice. It's really annoying. And Jack isn't much better because he's a bit of he's a real arsehole throughout this whole movie. So I don't like either of these characters. The only character I like is Dunkachino, and that's the reason why I prefer this to Eight Crazy Nights and why it's a higher 3 out of 10. With that being said, though, I don't really see why this is a half-star movie for so many people. Like, it's really not that bad. It's just kind of whatever. All right, number 204, Spiral from the Book of Saw. The awkward thing about some of these franchises, like Saw, is I watched it at the end of 2024 and the start of 2025. So I'm not covering all the movies in this list. I'm just covering the last six. But either way, Spiral from the Book of Saw is the worst Saw movie by a long shot. And the main reason why is because it's a Saw movie that's embarrassed to be a Saw movie. It doesn't have anything that people like from Saw. It's just a really boring police procedural starring Chris Rock for some reason. It's not good. The traps are rubbish. The twist is naff. Chris Rock he's fine, I guess, but it's just boring. It is such a boring movie. Like, just think of the most dull police procedural you've ever seen. That's what Spiral is, pretty much. What next? Oh, 203, Estranged. This is an interesting one. So I have a feeling that most of you have never heard of this movie. It's a random ass British horror film. So you may be wondering why I watched it. Well, it's because the producer for it was one of my film production lecturers at uni last year. He's not at the uni anymore, so I can say what I want about him and say that he was a rubbish lecturer. Honestly, he was so yeah, he wasn't a very good lecturer. But he decided to show us the film he produced, and it was Estranged. And as you can guess from where its position in the ranking, it was ass. It was uncomfortable to watch, but not in a good way. It just felt like blatant torture porn, and was just I this was a awful film to watch it with everyone, and it's boring, it's cliche. Like I said, it's uncomfortable, but not in a good way. Just yeah, it's not a good movie, and it was kind of embarrassing that someone who was meant to be teaching us how to make movies produced this of all films. Guessing his lecture was make every movie exactly like a Strange 2015. No, that wasn't actually his lecture. The problem with him was the fact that he just didn't seem to communicate with people properly. He was just very poorly organized, and you could very much tell that he was in between jobs and didn't really want to be here. That's why he only stayed for about a year and then it left. So yeah. Anyway, number 202, the first of three Elvis movies I watched. I didn't watch all of them. I'm not DCS Media because I'm not crazy, but this was not good. I watched Blue Hawaii exclusively so I could make a joke about it in the Lilo and Stitch segment of the Best Animated Feature nominees ranking. That is the only reason for why I watched it, and I don't think it was worth it because this movie was not good at all. It looked quite nice, I will admit. There was the odd, ironically enjoyable bit, like the part where Elvis sung about like sliding sand. And to be fair, the movie does feature "Can't Help Falling in Love," which is one of the best Elvis songs out there. But that doesn't change the fact that this movie's really boring, quite racist with how it's like very voyeuristic on Native Hawaiian culture. And there is a scene where so throughout the movie, Elvis is like a tour guide for these like freshman girls on spring break or something, and one of the girls develops a crush on Elvis, and Elvis rejects her advances, which is surprising for him because Priscilla was all right. But either way, he rejects her, and so she tries to drown herself in the sea. Elvis then saves her, and because she tried to drown herself, he then spanks her. Let's move on. Number 201, Maximum Overdrive. I wanted this to be a funny meme movie because, I mean, come on, look at it. It looks like a really ironically enjoyable film about trucks coming to life and killing people and everything. And yeah, it looked funny, but it was mostly just really boring. It was a worse version of Night of the Living Dead, but with trucks, but really cheesy, but not in a fun way. It was just kind of annoying. I thought the first 30 minutes were really entertaining, but outside of that, it just became really, really boring. Was not a fan of this one. And Stephen King nearly blinded the guy, so that's not great. All right, so that's the first 12. Every 10 movies, I'm going to recap what they were just to make sure we're up to speed, but because it's 212, I'll recap the last 12. So 212 was Amelia Perez, 211 was Gabby's Dollhouse, 210 was Love on a Leash, 209 was War of the Worlds, 208 was 8 Crazy Nights. Oh, look, 8 and 8. 207 was Crash, 206 was Elephant, 205 was Jack and Jill, 204 was Spiral from the Book of Saw, 203 is Strange, 202 Blue Hawaii, and 201 Maximum Overdrive. All right, these are the absolute worst of the worst. The Up to War of the Worlds is the 1-star movie. 8 Crazy Nights of Jack and Jill is 1.5 stars, and Spiral to Maximum Overdrive plus the next few are all 2 stars. So let's continue with the 2-star movies. All right, number 200, Ballistic X versus Heather. This is an interesting movie because this is actually the lowest rated movie on Rotten Tomatoes. It's got a 0% rating and over 100 critics reviewed it. And I watched it out of pure curiosity to see how bad it was. And honestly, it really wasn't that bad. I don't think it's 1.8 worthy. I don't think it's, 0% worthy. Like, it's not a good movie, don't get me wrong. I think Antonio Banderas and Lucy Liu are giving thoroughly uninteresting performances. The story is whack, very clearly trying to hype trying to nick trying to ride off the success of The Matrix at points. It's the soundtrack is abysmal, and so the editing's crap. But honestly, I kind of got on with parts of it, part of the vibe of it. The stunts are really, really good, and even if our main two actors aren't the best they can be, I know I like these actors anyway, so I enjoyed seeing them. Oh, let's see what we got here. There's a few things. Chad Gates sounds like a nickname a person would give to Bill Gates when making a Virgin versus Chad meme. Yeah. I forgot to say, Blue Hawaii, Elvis's character is called Chad Gates, which is the funniest name ever. Like, it just sounds like a High School Musical character. Like, hey, Chad Gates. Yeah. I see 2 films I got you to watch at the bottom 10. Yes, Evil Ash, you got me to watch Love on the Leash and Elephants, you bastard. Not every book writer can be a filmmaker. Yep, Stephen King did direct Maximum Overdrive, and basically, there's a reason that's his only movie he directed. Like, people have asked him since why he's never directed another movie, and he's responded by saying, just watch Maximum Overdrive, and it absolutely shows. Have you seen the Unusual Suspects video on Ballistic? That is actually the reason for why I knew about it, and it's the reason for why I watched it. It's a fantastic video, and the behind the scenes stuff is definitely more interesting than the movie itself. But I don't know, I quite like the movie. But, all right, let's do this. So, Alpha and Omega time. 199 Alpha and Omega Dino Dicks. I do not know how to rank the Alpha and Omega sequels, because on the one hand, they are some of the worst movies I have ever seen. On the other hand, I absolutely love these movies. They are so stupid that I'm obsessed. I am absolutely obsessed. Like, I rated them 1 star, but I've ranked them amongst the 2-star films. But I feel like, in terms of pure subjective level and how much I enjoyed them, it'd probably be ranked higher. But it didn't feel right to rank them higher. I don't know. These movies turned my brain to mush. But either way, what I can say is Dino Digs was the worst of the batch, because mostly due to how it's presented. Like, the animation, I've never seen a mockbuster, so keep that in mind when I say this, but this is the worst looking animated movie I've ever seen. It looks abysmal. It looks worse than the movies which came after it. It's stupid. Like, literally, it's about dinosaurs coming back to life in the modern day. But I love it at the same time because it's really, really stupid and funny. Yeah, these movies break my brain, so I don't really know how to describe it. 198, Alpha and Omega Family Vacation. Fun fact, this was the very first film I watched in 2025. You go to my Letterboxd stats, this movie always rocks up. It's the second worst Alpha and Omega movie because it's like 1/4 flashbacks, which is really annoying. But the actual content of the film itself, I don't know, I had fun. There's a bit where Humphrey does a silly little dance to distract the hunters. That made me laugh. But then there's also a song about pissing, so that, yeah. And then 197, Alpha and Omega Journey to the Bear Kingdom. I liked the big furry dance number at the very end. That was funny. And there's a bit where Humphrey channels his inner Danny Kaye and becomes a court jester. I need to do the retrospective for the Alpha and Omega movies because I can't put into words how weird they are, but how much I also strangely enjoy them. Let's just get through these weird films so we can talk about proper movies again. Primates of the Caribbean. This is another film I watched for the 1,000 subscribers video. This was very bad, but also very funny. The islands that the monkeys are on is a dictatorship led by Fidel Castro. Marco the monkey and all of his pirate friends are all massive incels. Yeah, just watch my reaction. I think that described the movie better than I could. Speaking of that video, Get Squirrely, the only Vanguard movie I've ever seen, and probably the only one I care to watch. Honestly, it's not that bad. I like the heist story. I think that's fun enough. It just could have been executed better, but I don't know. It wasn't awful. Animation is awful. Animation is terrible though. The squirrel looks freaky, but hey, at least Oscar and Liam are like the most epic characters ever, so that's something. Yeah, again, just watch my reaction. All right, let's get out of Alpha and Omega hell. Alpha and Omega, the Big Furries, has the best title out of the whole franchise, and this is actually the reason it's ranked a little bit higher. This is actually my third favorite film from the franchise, only behind the original and Legend of the Sawtooth Cave. I don't know. I just thought the story was okay here. There's a bit where Humphrey became a Jedi. That was funny. They brought back the log riding. That was cool. Um, yeah. I don't know. I kind of enjoyed it in an ironic way. Pixels. Adam Sandler. Okay, back to Adam Sandler. I remembered seeing this movie when it came out, and I remembered really, really liking it. But it's obviously quite an infamous movie, 2.4 rating and everything. So I was curious to rewatch it, and yeah, it is pretty bad. I don't think it's the worst thing ever. I think the effects are pretty good. I think the story is quite creative. It's just let down by the usual Adam Sandlerisms. Like, oh, it has all the hallmarks of a lot of his other films, like rubbish romance plotline, annoying characters. It's not great. Josh Gad drove me up the wall, but hey, at least it had Kevin James as the president. That was pretty funny. Oh, okay, let's read some of these. Some of the basically what I do is I'll get in the flow and then I'll read some of these. Okay. Yeah, Unusual Suspect is underrated. I can't stop seeing how the posters keep Kate's model the same. Yes, they do. It's so funny. Uh, the two Vanguard films I've seen are abysmal. Court Jester mentioned. Yeah, Court Jester is peak cinema. I'm just saying. Where Are My Gamers At? I mean, you want to talk about gamers? Pixels has Where Are My Gamers At? But Alpha and Omega, the big furries, has a scene where Runt goes, "How did you know I was a gamer?" Which is the clip I used for the jingle for the Wreck-It Ralph segment in the Best Animated Feature nominees ranking. I used a clip from this movie, so that's pretty funny. Anyway, Kevin James President is really funny. Indeed, he is. All right, now we're going to get back to peak territory with Hit Pig, the greatest movie of all time. It's Hit Pig. Okay, I'll be honest. For as much as I like to meme this movie, I don't really know why it's a meme because it's not that ironically funny. Like, it's got epic as shit moments, like RuPaul as the Bobcat, but I mean, it's kind of a bit of a generic animated film, but it's better than some of the ones I just talked about. I really need to watch more unironically good animated movies though, but hey, Hit Pig, it's peak, so I'll keep the meme saying that Hit Pig's peak, and it's definitely better than the Britannic movie. I'll at least agree with that. It's better than the Britannic movie. If you're curious, the Britannic movie would rank at 209. It's worse than Eight Crazy Nights, but better than War of the Worlds. All right. We got 191. We got those up 2, 3, 4 occupation GI Blues. Second of the Elvis movies I saw. This was specifically the one that I watched in the 1,000 subscriber special. So you can see my raw reaction to this weird ass movie with the bloody puppet show scene of Elvis flirting with the German puppet. It's utterly bizarre, and you get Elvis the babysitter as well. It's better than Blue Hawaii though, because I think the songs on the whole are much better. The film also still looks really good, and hey, it doesn't have a spanking scenes. That's something. So the last 4 films I covered were Ballistic X vs. Sever at 200, and then 3 Alpha and Omega movies: Dino Dick's Funny Vacation and Johnny's the Bear Kingdom, Pirates of the Caribbean, Get Squirrely, the Big Furries, Pixels, Hit Pig, and GI Blues. This was kind of the epic as shit 10, I guess you could say, because all these movies, aside from like Ballistic, I can class as epic as shit. All right. Oh my god. Dan, you came in right as I was talking about GI Blues. That is absolutely perfect timing. Weren't most, if not all, of the Elvis movies made to cash in on him being Elvis? Yes, you've hit the money right on the head there. Yeah, they pretty much they were star vehicles essentially. But all right, so I covered them. Next up, we're in the mediocre movie territory. We've covered the bad movies. Now we're in mediocre movies. We got 190 millions. This was by far, well, not by far. This was just my least favorite Danny Boyle movie. It was okay, I guess. It's 2.5 stars. It was fine. My problem with it was so suffocatingly schmaltzy that it started to piss me off. This kid here, the main character, this kid, he's such a little twerp that I felt like I would like. He's the kind of kid I'd bully at school, which is funny to say because I was usually the one getting bullied at school. But even then, I can say that I would bully this kid because he's such a loser. He's just going around like, "Are you poor? I'm gonna give you this money I found. Oh, it came from God." It's like, shut up! No kid talks like that. So it just, I know I shouldn't be having this strong of a reaction. It's meant to be an innocent, light-hearted family film, but it just annoyed me with how like, oh, good vibes, oh, everything's good, oh, let's help the poor and everything's like, oh, shut up, shut up, shut up. It's a movie so nice it pissed me off. That's how I describe Millions. I know this is Daniel Boyle's favorite film, favorite film that he made, but I have to respectfully disagree. I assume Millions is a religious flick, kinda. Yeah, in a way. Like the kid likes his like worships certain saints and everything. Yeah, it's I don't know. Gotta watch King Creole. I will watch King Creole at some point. All right, 199, whatever it was. Finding Father Christmas. This is harmless Christmas fluff, basically. It was on Channel 4 this year as just like, yeah, it's just as a Channel 4 original movie. So obviously it's not going to be high quality. It's very low budget, just grabbing some random celebrities. James Buckley's in it for some reason. They got like Stephen Fry who's in it. Greg Davies plays the Milton Keynes Santa, which is pretty funny, I will admit. But the movie as a whole ain't great. But it was kind of what I needed to watch in that end of the year crunch week, when I was working on the ranking, and I just wanted to spend an hour doing something else. So it worked in that regard, but it's not a great movie. Like I said, it's holiday fluff. It's fine if you're it's fine in that period between Christmas and New Year's when you're not doing anything else. But other than that, not really going to get that's it. What is the poster for Finding Father Christmas look vaguely AI generated from a distance? I don't really see it. I think this looks perfectly normal. All right, 188. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Another Danny Boyle film. This is generally considered his worst film. I at least liked it more than Millions because it didn't piss me off of how nice it was, but it was still a little bit overly sentimental at points. Like, there's no real conflict in this film. This guy, what was his name? Jack Malik. He kind of went through the whole movie without any conflict, no issues, aside from just a half-assed relationship drama, which never really had any arguments. It's just kind of, it's a movie where a guy sings Beatles songs first, and a movie with a story second, if that makes sense. But I don't know, some of the performances were good. I had to knock off half a star though for the Ed Sheeran cameo. All right, 187. Oh boy, this one's interesting one to talk about. Butcher. Okay, so this is a classic example of a film where I am 100% in line with its morals. I fully agree with what it's trying to say, but I don't think it's a very good movie. Basically, this is a movie about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It's a kind of it's a movie about this guy getting people out of the war-torn cities and saving them from the Russian invasion. Fully agree with that. I'm fully on the side of Ukraine and everything. But I hate to say it, this movie just isn't very good. It's very poorly directed. There's a lot of lazy drone shots. There's one bit where they do a drone shot but upside down and it looks terrible. The direction just isn't very good. The acting's flat. The story's uninteresting. I hate to diss this movie because I agree with everything it's saying, but it's also just not a good movie, and I have to be honest about that. If you want to watch something about the Ukraine war, just watch the 20 Days in Mariupol, or more recently 2000 Meters to Andriivka. I watched that one the other day. Fantastic documentary, very hard to watch, but it's fantastic. Those do a much better job at showing the issues in Ukraine, and are just better made. And I think the contrast in rating says a lot, because this film has a all over the place rating, whereas those two documentaries both have a 4.3 rating, so clearly they are much more worth the watch. So I recommend watching them. Butcher, it's not worth it. I respect the film for making a movie in a war zone. Like, that is impressive. That probably led to some of the technical limitations, but it's just not a good movie. I hate to say it. There's a lot of messages. I need to read some of these. The scene with John Lennon at the end was sweet. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. John Lennon in Yesterday was played by Robert Carlyle. That's pretty funny. How does the Beatles not exist in Yesterday yet Ed Sheeran does? I don't know. I don't know. All I can tell you about the Ed Sheeran scene is there's a bit where he tells Jack to change the lyrics from "Hey Jude" to "Hey Dude," and I slammed the table in that moment because it pissed me off, and I'm like, fuck off, Ed Sheeran. The only Ed Sheeran cameo I liked was in Bridget Jones's Baby, which isn't on this list, but I watched it recently. That was a funny cameo, but yeah. I almost watched this film. I didn't know since I was sick. I'm guessing you mean Yesterday. I think I remember hearing from my mum that she really liked Yesterday, and I trust when it comes to film recommendations, so I might have to give that a watch. It's fine. It's a harmless movie. There's no issue with watching it. You're just not really gonna get much out of it. Only Danny Boyle film I've seen from beginning to end is Slumdog Millionaire. I think that was really good. It's not on this ranking, but I do really like Slumdog Millionaire as well. Butcher is proof that ideologically agreeing with a film and liking a film are two different things. So that's how I feel about Conclave. We'll get to Conclave, but yes, yeah, I ideologically agree with the film, but it's not a good movie. Found Yesterday kind of average. Don't like how much Ed Sheeran was in it. Absolutely. Is it just me, or does the Butcher backdrop guy look like Alan Tudyk? Let me, Alan Tudyk. He does a bit. Yeah, you're right. He does a bit. But he's a Ukrainian guy. The Hey Dude bit is purely satire. I just didn't find it funny. I just found it annoying because if it was anyone else but Ed Sheeran, I probably would have found it funny. Anyway, For Whom the Bell Tolls, 146. This is actually a Best Picture nominee. It's based off of Ernest Hemingway's novel. Got Gary Cooper and Ingrid Bergman. Classic romance. Looks very, very good. Look, it's a very nice looking movie. Good performances. It ended in a way which was very surprising. I like a lot about it. Its biggest problem, however, does it say? Yeah, 170 minutes. I am not opposed to long movies. I think many of them warrant the long length and have a lot of story. But For Whom the Bell Tolls is 3 hours of 3 hours of Gary Cooper and Ingrid Bergman flirting near rocks. Like, the movie looks really, really good when it wants to, but the problem is most of the movie is just grey rocks, and it is so boring to watch, and not much really happens. And it's a shame because all the pieces are here for this to be a really good movie, but it's just dragged out too much, and I just find it really boring. The main takeaway that I got from it though is I can't remember her name. There's a side character. What's her name? This lady. She was really funny. I remember her, but most of the movie I just kind of went one in and out the other because I got kind of bored and everything. I thought the ending was good, but yeah, just not really amazing. I think it would have been good if it was half the length. All right, another Elvis movie here. First one I watched this one back in January. Jailhouse Rock. The actual Jailhouse Rock music number, peak. 10 out of 10 sequence. Love it, love it, love it. Story itself, kind of mid. Like, it's got some ironically funny moments here and there, like Elvis gets thrown in jail because he punches a guy too hard that he kills him. That's pretty funny. And it's funny how he has, like, conflicts with his manager, which sort of reflects how he his own relationship with his manager at the time. But yeah, it's not anything all that special. It's the only reason it's better than the other Elvis movies is because Jailhouse Rock is great, like the actual song. But apart from that, eh. All right, back to Saw movies. Jigsaw. In hindsight, I'd probably rank this a little bit lower. I haven't touched this list since the end of 2025. I purposely made sure to keep it archived, but yeah, I'd probably rank this a little bit lower because it is really stupid. There's so much wrong with this movie, and it all boils down to the fact that the ending twist is the dumbest shit ever. But because it's so dumb, I kind of like this movie. It's kind of ironically enjoyable, but it's so many issues you can pick out with it. But I kind of like it at the same time. Some of the traps are terrible. Some of them are pretty good. Tobin Bell is good in the movie as usual. But yeah, actually, there's another thing. You know, I did Spiral earlier. I think another reason why that movie sucks is it's the only Saw movie to not have Tobin Bell. So yeah, but yeah, Jigsaw not very good, but I kind of liked it ironically. Speaking of liking a Saw movie ironically, Saw 3D. Oh my god, this is the movie with backwards hat John Kramer. That's how you know it's peak. It's a 3D horror movie made in 2010. I think that should make it clear how cheesy it is. The effects are noticeably worse this time around than the other films. A lot of CGI blood skirting towards the screen and it's the wrong color for some reason. Some of the traps are decent, some of them are not. This one here in the backdrop, this was a pretty good scene. There's some camp performances, like Todd from Final Destination is in this movie, and he has like the best line delivery ever when he goes, "You're crazy. You know that? I knew you were crazy when I laid eyes on you. Crazy." That's pretty funny. No comedy ever beats Backwards Hat John Kramer though. The ending's pretty good. It's nonsensical, but considering the fact this was meant to be the final chapter of the Saw movies, I do kind of like the ending in a wrap-up way. It's stupid but enjoyable. Biggest problem with this movie is it has the most bullshit death from the whole series, and those who've seen this movie know exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah. All right. Okay. Oh boy. So we got a bit of a movie I found quite overrated. Ida. As you can see, 4.0 rating. I give it 3 stars, only just above Saw 3D. The cinematography, phenomenal. I can safely say that. It's like if Wes Anderson did a really serious drama. That's the best way I can describe the cinematography. So yeah, it's gorgeous looking movie. I just found the film kind of boring more than anything. Performances were good, visuals were good. I just didn't really connect with it. It was decent, but yeah, I just didn't love it. Don't really have much to say. All right, back to funny movies. This was another one I watched for the 1,000 subscriber special, Bride Wars. This was not a bad movie. I don't know why the hell this was pitched to me as a bad movie. This was a perfectly fine chick flick. Does it count as a chick flick? I don't know, but it is a perfectly fine movie. Had some funny moments. Anne Hathaway, Kate Hudson were good together. Yeah, it's a decent time. I had an enjoyable time. Not really my kind of thing, I will admit, but I don't know. It's probably your girlfriend's kind of thing. All right, so last 10 movies recap. We got Millions, Finding Father Christmas, Yesterday, Butcher, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Jailhouse Rock, Jigsaw, Saw 3D, or Saw 7, or Saw the Final Chapter, or whatever you want to call it, Ida, and Bride Wars. Let's read the messages. All right, sitting through the rest of Elvis's cinematic dross, Jailhouse Rock is a masterpiece by comparison, I imagine. Only saw the first 2 films in the franchise. I'm guessing you mean Saw. Remember Marley enjoying them. Saw is really good. Saw is a really good franchise, and part of the enjoyment of it is watching all the movies and desperately trying to piece together this overly complicated story. It's amazing trying to put a timeline to this thing, and Jigsaw does not help with the timeline, let's just say. Jigsaw is like a self-insert OC, let's put it that way. The LED screen thing was dumb as heck. Oh yeah, the LED screen in Jigsaw. Oh yeah. Better 3D movie than Final Destination? Absolutely. Saw 3D is funny. The Final Destination is just plain bad. What about Jaws 3D? Haven't seen it. Why did Chester Bennington of Linkin Park have to play a neo-Nazi? This was he's passed away now, hasn't he? But he was really he gave a good performance, and the neo-Nazi does die, so that's funny. But yeah, that is actually the guy from Linkin Park. I don't know why he played it, but if it meant that he died anyway, so it's. What am I saying? I am tired. But the neo-Nazis all get killed, so that's the good thing. Shark Boy and Lava Girl 3D better. Haven't seen it. Haven't seen any of the Saw movies, but I think it's funny they got one. Yep, Linkin Park again. Rest in peace, Chester. I say from what I saw from the video, Bride Wars does not seem like a chick flick. I don't know what a chick flick is officially classed as. I don't know feminine cinema. All right, back to Danny Boyle. 180, The Beach. The movie did with Leo DiCaprio, based off Alex Garland's novel. This made the novel made a cheeky little cameo in Bridget Jones' The Edge of Reason because they went to Thailand, so that was fun. But the movie itself, it's an absolute mess, but it's kind of an entertaining mess. There's a bit where Leo DiCaprio imagines himself in like a Game Boy game. It's the weirdest thing ever, but it's really funny. It's like a Crash Bandicoot level, and you got DiCaprio just running around in like a 3D graphic. It's hard to describe, but it's really funny. But the story itself, I don't think its themes are really that well defined. It's not the best movie, but it's kind of got a unique charm to it that I found myself somewhat enjoying it. And the performances are all good. You can tell this movie isn't real because Leo DiCaprio fucks Tilda Swinton, who's like 20 years older than him. So yeah, but Beach is enjoyably it's an enjoyable mess. Next up, 179, The Magic Roundabout. Not to be confused with Harvey Weinstein's fecal matter Dougal. This is the original British dub of the movie, with British actors like Robbie Williams, Kylie Minogue, Ian McKellen, Joanna Lumley, Jim Broadbent, Bill Nighy, Tom Baker. Tom Baker is so good as Z-Bad, honestly. He is hamming up every line to perfection. He's amazing. That is largely the reason why I enjoyed this movie, because of Tom Baker as Z-Bad. Because the story itself is kind of a generic fetch quest, but I don't know. I enjoyed it. It's better than Dougal from the clips I've seen. Yeah. Main reason why I like it though is because of nostalgia. I watched this movie all the time as a kid, so have a bit of a nostalgic kindred to it. Next up, Madagascar 2: Escape to Africa. I know a lot of people say this is the best Madagascar movie, but this is actually my least favorite one. Like, don't get me wrong, certain moments were the funniest from the whole franchise. Every penguin scene, every Nana scene, peak. And Motomoto is the best character ever. But the overall package, I just wasn't that engaged with. I felt like it was kind of meandering. Some of the Alex's story was kind of boring. I don't know, maybe I just wasn't in the right mood for this movie because I was kind of stressed at the time I watched it. But yeah, I think it's a movie which has the best parts of the franchise, but the overall package just isn't really my favorite. But, still enjoyable. It's still Madagascar. It's still pretty funny. Next up, Trance. Probably no one's favorite Danny Boyle movie. I hear no one talk about this film. More people talk about The Beach and fucking what's it called? Yesterday. Trance just kind of came and went, and no one remembers it. It starts off really good. I think the performances, particularly from McAvoy, are really good, and the ideas are interesting. But it just keeps going and going and becomes more and more boring, and I was a bit underwhelmed by it, but it's well directed, and like I said, it has some really good moments here and there. Next up, the original Arnie version of The Running Man. It is nothing like the book. It shouldn't even be called The Running Man because it's nothing like The Running Man. It's just an Arnie movie in like the future of 2017, but I don't know, as a cheesy Arnie movie, it's somewhat entertaining. It's got some of his usual funny one-liners and quips. The costumes are wonderfully camp and over the top. There's one guy who has like Christmas lights all over him. It's great. But the movie as a whole isn't all that interesting. We'll get to Edgar Wright's version later, but in short, that version is way better. This one's just kind of a whatever Arnie movie. All right, every 5 movies, I'm going to check through the messages. So, how does Crash Bandicoot exactly tie into The Beach? It's not actually a Crash Bandicoot level. I'm just saying the gaming world, that the gaming scene they have is just like Crash Bandicoot for some reason. The beach that makes you old. It's not the beach that makes you old. Magic Roundabout original version is pretty good. It is more epic than Dougal. Shut up, Noah. Robbie Williams is surprisingly not too shabby in it. Yeah, he's all right. Tom Baker overshadows him, though. Or quoting Madagascar 2. Is she dead? No. Madagascar 3 written by Marriage Story director. Yep, Noah Baumbach. We'll get to Madagascar 3 later. Dynamo is peak. Was that the name of the guy from Running Man? I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah, Dynamo. Yeah. He has, like I say, he has Christmas lights all over him. So I kept trying to get both lines to say, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So, next up, 175, Black Snake Mode. I need to rewatch this movie. I really do need to rewatch this movie, if it will load. Thank you. Look, it's the movie with the Samuel L. Jackson meme stare. But yeah, I need to rewatch this movie because I don't think I was in the right mood for it. It looks like an exploitation film, but it's actually a bit deeper than that. It's a bit more empathetic in a way, but I was not in the right headspace for this movie. I did not get what it was going for at first. And yeah, I just wasn't in the right headspace. But in hindsight, I do like some of the themes. I do need to come back to it. I think I'll like it more on a rewatch. But, good performances, neat ideas. Blues music was fantastic. And, hey, it gave us the meme face. Oh, boy. Probably my hottest take from this whole video, from this whole ranking, is how I feel towards the Dune movies. I did not care for Dune. It insists upon itself. That's a very short way of putting it. But yeah, I did not care for Dune. I thought it was boring. I really did. It's a big epic sci-fi blockbuster which is so ultra serious. I could not get engaged with it. Everyone in this movie is 100% serious the entire time. There is no humor to the movie, which means I don't feel the humanity, which means I can't connect to any of the characters, which means I find the film really boring. It's too serious for me in a way that it shouldn't be. Like Paul is a bland protagonist, did not care for him. It didn't really have any notable qualities which separate him from other fantasy sci-fi protagonists. Like I take Luke Skywalker over this loser any day. Zendaya's barely in the movie, and I just found it boring. It just felt like nothing happened. Well, I know things did happen, but I just couldn't engage myself because there was no humanity to it. It's so stoic and I did not care for this movie at all. And the beige direction of the whole thing was also annoying me. It just felt like this movie had one color and it stuck to it the whole time, and it got boring visually. I just found this film boring. I can't rate it any lower because technically speaking, it is well made. Like the acting is good, the direction is good, the sound is good. I get what people like. I get why people like this movie, but I did not care for it at all. And spoiler alert, I didn't care for Dune 2 that much either, even if it was better than this movie. Now onto a much more enjoyable movie, Saw 5. Like, this is definitely weaker Saw, because I feel like the trap plot was kind of weak. It didn't really tie into the main cop plot. And yeah, some of the traps were just kind of naff. But the reason I like it is because the whole cat and mouse between Strom and Hoffman is really fun. This scene with the box, this scene is like the coolest moment from like the whole franchise. Because Strom, his head's in a box, it's filling up with water, he's gonna drown. How does he save himself? He takes his pen, jams it into his neck so he can create the hole and so he can breathe. That is so badass. I love it. And like I said, the whole cat and mouse is great. I think it ends in a really gnarly way, which is really good. It's just half the movie's just kind of whatever, but it does have Rita from Dexter, so that's something. And speaking of peak movies, it's Willy's Wonderland, starring Nicolas Cage. I have not seen the FNAF movies. I have no intention of watching the FNAF movies. They look shit. And I also know that they're not going to be anywhere near as epic as Willy's Wonderland, because I doubt they have a silent Nick Stage. I doubt they have a silent Nick Cage aura farming as he beats up a load of animatronics. This movie is so peak. It is so peak. It's so entertaining, so fun. It's stupid, don't get me wrong, and nonsensical, and you can tell how low budget it is. But my goodness, it's fun, and you can tell how much I enjoyed it because I did actually draw Willy. Don't take that out of context. I know I drew my Willy, but I did draw Willy, so clearly I did enjoy this movie. As I said, Nicolas Cage is great. Even when he's not saying anything, Nicolas Cage still seals the scene. And the bit where he dances as he plays pinball, it's so good, so good, better than Dune. Speaking of movies better than Dune, we got The Penguins of Madagascar. This is a movie where the memes are peak. Story and characters obviously kind of whatever, but the memes are so good. Dave the Octopus, played by John Malkovich, is pretty funny. I like how all the penguins are named after actors. I get joy out of listening to Benedict Cumberbatch fail to say penguin for the 50th time. And yeah, the penguins in this movie aren't as good as the penguins in the Madagascar movies, but this movie's still pretty fun. I enjoyed it. All right, we got another. Oh, actually, no, we covered 5 movies. I need to do my recap. All right, so last 10 movies were The Beach, The Magic Roundabout, Madagascar Escape to Africa, Trance, The Original Running Man, Black Snake Moan, Doom Part 1, Saw 5, Willy's Wonderland, and The Penguins of Madagascar. Let's read through these messages. So, I'd say Jason Momoa makes Dune a little bit sillier. Not enough for me. I still just find it boring. I appreciate it because of how it adapts the books, but I'm genuinely surprised how popular it is. I haven't read the books, but if the books are anywhere near as ultra serious as the movies, I'm probably not going to care much for it. Like, the thing is, I compare Dune to Lord of the Rings, which is another big, epic, blockbuster movie, which is very serious in tone throughout. But the thing is, Lord of the Rings has those moments of heart and humanity. Like, there's funny moments with Gimli, for instance. There's moments where Frodo and Sam just kind of talk to each other and just in like a very low key way where you feel their connection with one another. There's little like asides which are just fun to watch. Like it's not ultra serious all the time. It doesn't feel like everyone's a bloody robot, unlike Doom, which is just is so serious it feels unrealistic. Lord of the Rings it makes it feel like real people are going on this adventure. Dune makes it feel like blank slates are exploring beige environments. If you think that film is overly serious, wait till you watch Tales from Earthsea. I don't plan to watch Tales from Earthsea. With Dune, you actually mentioned something Luca. How do you pronounce his name? Luca Guand, the guy who made Queer and Challengers. He criticized Denis Villeneuve for doing, and that's lacking humor and being too serious to the point of his films not being human. That is, yeah, he's bang on. Luca is bang on. That is actually the reason for why I'm not excited for Villeneuve directing Bond, because Bond works best when it's got that humor to it. It's an inherently cheesy franchise. It's been that since the start. And Villeneuve is so ultra serious. He's going to lose the Bond identity because of that. I'm just hoping that having Stephen Knight writing will counteract that, because his writing is actually really, really funny. But yeah, that Denis Villeneuve, the reason I'm hesitant of him directing Bond is because he's too ultra serious. All right, back to Saw 5. Stram does a tracheotomy. That's what it is. I feel like the penning would have caused an infection, but yeah. Parents love Willy's Wonderland. They have good taste. Penguins of Madagascar love that film. I don't actually prefer it over the 3 How to Train Your Dragon movies. I don't think I can agree with that. It's birthday time. Proceeds to be too into pinball and drinking grape juice. Yeah, Willy's Wonderland has the epic birthday song. It's your birthday and we want you to have fun. It's your birthday. I do not remember the lyrics. Doom books are very technical and serious, so you may not enjoy it. Yeah, probably won't read them. Dave the Octopus is one of the funniest DreamWorks villains. I'll even say the Penguins of Madagascar is my favorite of the Madagascar movies, even though the original is technically the best. Fair enough. I do enjoy the film. I do like the Werner Herzog cameo at the start. That's pretty funny. Later Doom books get really insane. There's an entire Doom book about a sentient sandworm talking with a reincarnation of Duncan Idaho. Who the fuck's Duncan Idaho? Was he one of the characters? I don't remember a single character's name in Dune aside from Paul. I don't remember any plot beats aside from Desert Planet. I think that should say it all. I don't remember a thing that happened in the Dune movies. Oh, yeah. Do the How to Train Your Dragon movies have an Uncharted sequence? They do have the test flight sequence, though, and that's pretty good. All right, back to story. I like this. I like this format of talking about 5 movies and then chatting about that with you guys. I like this one. All right, 170, High Noon, another controversial film. This is a classic American Western, which a lot of people love. I didn't personally care for it. I found it a bit uneventful. Like, the whole movie is building towards this one moment at noon, and then nothing really happens, and it just feels like I kind of wasted my time. I found the film very meandering, didn't really care much for the characters. I thought his wife was kind of annoying. Yeah, I didn't care much for this film. I take a spaghetti western over this any day. But you know, it's well shot, well acted. It's got some really good moments here and there. There's one actor who was really good in it. I can't remember who it is, but one of the side characters I remember being really good. The Ballad of the High Noon song itself is pretty good. It's a decent film, just not as good as I expected it to be. Then we've got 28 Weeks Later. This is easily my least favorite film from the 28 franchise, which is annoying because the opening 10 minutes, the bit this backdrop is portraying, the opening 10 minutes, genuinely a 12 out of 10 sequence. It is one of the best scenes from any horror film. It starts off very low key but mysterious, and then it all just in like 2 seconds it becomes crazy with like all the infected coming in and attacking everyone. There's an emotional moment where Robert Carlyle, Donnie, has to leave his wife because he can't get to her. It's powerful, it's intense, the music goes hard. It is such a good scene. And then the rest of the movie happened, and it just kind of became a really generic action movie. It has the same kind of like all over the place directing style of 28 Days, but it doesn't work in the more action oriented context of this movie. There's some good actors in it, like Idris Elba and Jeremy Renner, and obviously Robert Carlyle, but it just kind of comes a bit over the top, and I can't really take it seriously. And the characters are so dumb; they do so many stupid shit, and it pisses me off. And the kids are annoying, and I feel like the reason I probably wouldn't rate this movie 3 stars. I'd probably go a little bit higher if it wasn't for the fact that the opening scene showed so much promise, but the rest just doesn't live up to it. But anyway, back to peak movies. We've got Rock Dog. Rock Dog is peak, and the large reason for why it's peak is because Angus Scattergood is the greatest character in fiction. I love this British cat. They got like every fiber of British snark to them, and I fucking love them. They are so funny. The actual plot itself is kind of whatever, and I think the opening, I feel like the first and third acts are just kind of but the middle, which is mostly focused on Angus, I love it. The music, unironically, is really good. Yeah, I had fun with this movie. I will admit, I had fun with this movie, and I love Angus Scattergood. All right. Night of the Zoopocalypse, another epic as shit movie. Fun fact, for those who don't know, this movie was inspired by a story by Clive Barker, of all people. Yes, that Clive Barker, the guy who made Hellraiser and Candyman. He also came up with a story about a zombie zoo, and it got turned into a movie distributed by Viva Kids. But this movie's peak. I really enjoyed it. I don't know what it's silly. It's a silly movie. Don't get me wrong, but I weirdly enjoyed myself here, and I think a large reason for why I liked it was because the Lima character, Xavier, is like the greatest character in fiction. He's a cinephile Lima. I love him. I want to see his Letterboxd. Yeah, like I said, the movie's not the greatest thing ever, but I enjoyed it, and I thought it was better than Dune. So take that for what you will. This one's quite an interesting one. Timbuktu. This is a for some reason it says country France. I guess this wasn't more of a French movie, but it's a movie set in Mali, in the titular Timbuktu, and it's kind of it's a very low key drama about just the lives of the people there as they're under this the oppressive militant rule. But it's a very unique film, very well shot, very low key and tender. I probably need to rewatch it. I didn't fully get all of the subtle emotion, and it does kind of meander a bit. But I don't know. It was an interesting watch, good vibe, and I think what it had to say about the like oppressiveness of the militants was a good film, and it's interesting to see like Mali presented because you don't really tend to see Africa presented well in films. All right. Let's see what we got here. What kind of name is Duncan? I don't. I do think High Noon is great from a critical standpoint, but it's not something I would want to revisit because it isn't really my thing. Yeah, it's fine. I prefer like I couldn't help but compare it to Rango because that movie built up Rattlesnake Jake throughout its runtime, and then when he actually showed up, he was so fucking intimidating. He lived up to all the hype. High Noon, meanwhile, they build up the main villain throughout the whole film, and then he shows up and he's just a dude. It just feels a bit underwhelming. OMG, 28 days later is so plot hole and stupid. I assume you mean 28 weeks later, because 28 days is awesome. Don't run out into the crowds running from zombies, you dumb twat child. You ran into the vent for safety and then you immediately went back into danger. Very accurate, very valid rant. Hell yeah, love Rock Dog, Peak Dog. Rock Dog is awesome. Didn't really like Night of the Zoopocalypse. Family animation topic good, and a lot of characters were annoying. Respectfully disagree. Night of the Zoopocalypse is peak. Never watched Rock Dog, but for some reason I listened to the song Glorious, and it is a banger. Yes, Glorious is awesome. There's a reason for why I use it in the September film ranking. Wanted to like Night of the Zoopocalypse, found a generic kids fair with only a few scenes that grab my interest. Again, respectfully disagree. Night of the Zoopocalypse is peak. All right, 165. Le Pointe Coeur. This is the real start of the French New Wave. Don't let film bros tell you Jean-Luc Godard started the French New Wave. No. It was Agnes Varda, this sweet woman. She's wonderful. Love her. But yeah, this is a low-key movie, like at a fishing village. It's kind of like two main plots. The main one is between like a fractured romance, but there's also a plot of like the actual like struggles of the fishing village. And it's just a really nice vibe of a movie. Not much really happens, and it is definitely a movie you more so vibe with and observe. But I quite liked it, and special props to this movie for all of the shots of the cats. You can tell Agnes Varda is definitely a cat person because anytime a cat appears, like happens to walk into the frame, the camera's like, forget everything's going on. Let's focus on the cat. There are so many cat shots in this movie. It is awesome. I love it. So yeah, I love the cats. The rest of the movie's good too, but main reason to watch it is for the cats. All right, Mrs. Doubtfire. Interesting movie. This is a movie which fundamentally should not work on any level. Like, its plot should be really creepy, but because it's starring Robin Williams, it gets away with it because the man's wholesome. The plot, the story, like the film, should be really dated. And yes, there are. I mean, this is 1993, and Robin Williams is dressing up as a woman. There's obviously a few dated trans jokes here and there, but for the most part, it's not too bad. And I think when the film works, it can be really funny, and that is mostly because Robin Williams his voices are incredible. He is very entertaining. I love his impression of a hot dog. That's awesome. Yeah, I enjoyed this film, but I had to knock off half a star because I was offended at the fact that they said Mrs. Doubtfire was English when she is very obviously Scottish. That offended me more than the transphobia, honestly. All right, another film none of you have ever heard of before, Katan. It's a Polish movie, and bit of history for this one. So obviously Poland was invaded by both the Nazis and the Soviets in World War II. They kind of came in from both sides. And even when the Nazis were pushed out at the end of World War II, the Soviets still kind of occupied it and oppressed them. Soviets were obviously horrible as well. People need to realize that. Tankies need to realize that. But what this film is specifically focused on is the fact that a bunch of thousands of Polish men were shot by the Soviets, but because they took over Poland after the war, they decided to blame the atrocity on the Nazis. And like, yes, the Nazis committed a lot of atrocities, but the Soviets did just as many, and they conveniently tried to cover it up in the country. And the film is basically focused on trying to come to terms with the fact that, you know, the real people who caused this atrocity are going to get away with it by just blaming the other oppressive dictator in the country. It's a very interesting film from a historical point of view, and I think it was interesting to watch, well shot and well performed and everything. I just didn't find it the most engaging all the time. It's a very bleak movie, which I tend to prefer films with a balance between lighthearted and dark-hearted. And I'm not saying this film needed more lighthearted moments. I think the bleakness worked well for this film because it is a bleak story. But yeah, it's not really my kind of thing. But it was worth a watch, like I said, for the historical context, because it's something which ought to be, you know, thought about, and you should show this movie to any tanky. And on a much more lighthearted note, let's talk about The Road to El Dorado, because this movie's fun. It's very gay between Miguel and Tulio, very gay with each other. In fact, the whole movie just has a big bisexual energy to it. It's great. Songs are awesome. Animation is fantastic. I love the first 30 minutes. And the rest of the movie is still good, but not as interesting. It kind of drags out at points, but I still enjoyed the overall package. I think it's a great early DreamWorks movie. Got nothing on the Prince of Egypt, obviously, but I can see why this is a bit of a cult favorite for many people. Did not deserve to flop and be as lauded as it was. Next up, The Craft. This is about witches. These four girls, they do witchcraft and they get revenge on all the boys who fucked with them. I feel like there's a certain audience who this movie attracts. I may not be that audience, but I respect it nonetheless. I just felt like the plot kind of devolved by its final act and went in directions I wasn't a big fan of. But the overall package was really fun. It was a nice vibe of a movie. I quite liked it. I can see why it's a bit of a cult favorite for many people. All right, so last 10 films. We got High Noon, 28 Weeks Later, Rock Dog, Night of the Zoopocalypse, Timbuktu, Le Point Coeur, Mrs. Doubtfire, Catan, The Road to El Dorado, and The Craft. All right, let's see what we got. Should have included Le Point Coeur for Cat Day instead of Breakfast at Tiffany's. Absolutely. If you knew about the film's existence and all the cat stuff in it, you would have definitely included it for Cat Days. Just realized you're at 3.5 rating and Peak Fiction is coming up. Which one's Peak Fiction? Road to El Dorado? Definitely a better 2D DreamWorks film than Sinbad or Joseph. Does Joseph King of Dreams count as a proper DreamWorks movie? Because isn't that like direct to video? I don't know. Yeah. So that's the next 10. Let's move on to. Oh wait, 3.5. I know what Peak Cinema is. Let's move on to number 160. When Eight Bells Toll. This is notable for two reasons. First of all, it's a very obvious James Bond. Don't want to say rip-off, but it kind of is a rip-off. But more importantly, it's a film featuring a very young Anthony Hopkins. This is one of his early film roles, where he basically plays a James Bond-esque spy who's in Torbay. He's in the Isle of Torbay. But it's like filmed in Scotland and everything. And when I went to Scotland over the summer, I actually went to a castle where parts of this film were filmed. So that was really fun because I watched the film before going there. So yeah, it was really fun to see it. But yeah, it's a decent little spy film. Quite enjoyable. Anthony Hopkins is good. I mean, when he's not, Bond films are obviously better than this. But yeah, I quite enjoyed it. Next up, we've got Scanners. This had everything going for it. Like, it's David Cronenberg directing a weird story with gory practical effects and everything. It could have been excellent. And I think that parts of it are excellent. I think the main villain, this guy, fantastic villain, love him. I think the idea is pretty novel. I think the gore, fantastic. It's just let down by the fact that the main character, the main actor, what's his name? Was it can't remember. I don't know, the main actor in the movie, not this guy, the other guy, he's kind of crap. He's not a very good actor. And I've never seen such a weak performance from such a cult favorite movie. He lets down a lot of the movie because he just isn't that good. The rest of the movie is really great, but it's just this one weak point lets it down and makes it hard for me to really engage with the film. And yeah, it was just a shame because parts of it are really good. Next up, we've got Neja 1. Oh, they changed the backdrop. Didn't even notice that. I watched this one purely so I could watch Neja 2, which we'll see later in the ranking. But Neja 1 was pretty good. I think it's got some really good themes of like acceptance and whatnot. The action, fantastic. And I think there's a lot of really good stuff to it. It's just let down by some of the more childish elements of the story. Like the humor really didn't work for me here, and I think it was a little bit too long, and maybe Neja and Ao Bing's relationship could have been developed a bit more in this movie. But I don't know. I think the overall package is still really good. It's just humor wasn't really the best, but I still enjoyed myself here. Next up, we've got Mouse Hunt. I was meant to be watching Gore Verbinski's filmography this year. There's a couple of his films I still haven't gotten around to, but either way, this was his very first film, and he came straight out of the gate with like, I always think Gore Verbinski is an underrated visionary of a director, and he came right out of the gate with a movie filled with a lot of great visual source to it. Like, this is a really fun little comedy. It's obviously not that deep or anything. It's just Nathan Lane and Lee Evans chasing a mouse around the house. But it is a very, very fun movie. A lot of great set pieces. Main two actors, fantastic. Yeah, I had a really good time with this movie. Christopher Walken shows up and eats rat shit. It's great. It's great. And then we've got Peak Cinema, The Croods: A New Age. People on the Emoji Movie Channel's Discord server have been memeing that I love The Croods when really I don't. I think it's mediocre. But the movie I do love is The Croods: A New Age. This is so much better than the original. It's not even funny. I just found it a lot more entertaining. I liked the characters. It looks a lot better. I mean, you can tell it's directed by Joel Crawford because, it's got the same kind of visual source as The Last Wish. Obviously not as good as that film, but still really good. And I don't know, I just had a really, really fun time with this movie. And it's very gay as well. I was surprised at how gay this movie was. All right, that's another 5 movies. Let's read what we got. So, I love El Dorado. What's your favorite song in the movie? And what are your thoughts on Shell? Favorite song? Oh, that's a tough one. Tough to Be a God is really good. That's the one which immediately came to mind. And as for Shell, I mean, she is a baddie. Let's be honest, she's a baddie. Joseph is part of DreamWorks' animation filmography. Didn't know that. Scanners, in my opinion, is overrated because the lead is super flat and the movie's dialogue felt so off and not in a good way like Videodrome. Yeah, it's kind of what I was thinking. Neja honestly should have been got nominated over Missing Link. Nope. Hello Cruise Lover. It's Cruise 2 Lover. Cruise: A New Age Lover, I should have you know. Crazy thing though is that you do love the... No, I don't love the Cruise one. I love the Cruise 2. Crudes 2, yeah, exactly. Otter is the Cruise lover, okay? They love the Crudes. I love the Croods: A New Age, though. By the way, Otter, have you seen the Croods: A New Age? I don't actually remember. Also, I find it really funny that the movie only just above Croods: A New Age is Dune Part 2. Oh boy. Okay. It's better than the first Dune movie because there were little moments of humanity which were present within this film that weren't present within the original. Paul and whoever Zendaya's character were, they had the odd moment where they like the mild flirting was quite entertaining and it made me connect with them a tiny bit. Josh Brolin was in more of this movie and I quite liked him. And I think the main reason for why I like this more than the first one was actually because of Austin Butler. I thought he was really, really good in the film. That whole scene where he had that fight in the black and white and everything, that was a really cool moment. I thought he did a great job throughout. But a lot of my problems still stand. It's not as beige as the first movie, but I still find it a bit boring visually with its colors. I still find it way too ultra serious and boring. I don't understand the 4.4 rating. I really don't get the hype around these movies. I'm gonna watch Dune Messiah this year, like just so I can be part of the conversation, and maybe watching it in cinemas will improve the viewing experience. But yeah, I'm really not a Dune guy. I'm really not a Dune guy. I don't care much for these movies, and if you ask me to recite the plot of this movie, I wouldn't be able to because I don't remember the plot. I just remember the odd scene, like where Paul rode on the sandworm and everything, and in the Austin Butler fight in black and white. But yeah, I don't care for Dune. This is my big hot take from the whole ranking. Like, yeah, High Noon and whatnot was a hot take, but I think Dune is the big one, which people get upset about. But was not a fan of this movie. I was not upset that it lost, that it didn't get like. I was not upset that it didn't get that many Oscar nominations because I really didn't care much for it. Even though it's obviously better than Emilia Perez. All right, Hiroshima Mon Amour. This is a movie where I just didn't really get it. More than anything, like it's an art house film I just didn't fully understand. I thought the first 30 minutes were phenomenal, loved it, and the rest of the movie I could recognize was a good movie, but I just don't think it was for me. There's a lot of complicated talking, and I just don't know whether I really engaged with what I was trying to say. And I just don't think I really understood. I don't think I really understood the parallel between this one lady's trauma and the bombing of Hiroshima. Like to me, those aren't equal in any way. Maybe that's just a me problem, but yeah, like I appreciate what it's trying to say, but I just wasn't really the biggest fan. But I can still recognize it's a good movie. Then we got Delicatessen. This is one we watched at university. I don't actually know why, but it was a good movie. It was a good movie. I think it's from the same director as Amelie, so that should make it clear that it's a very, very visually interesting film, and it's very darkly comedic in a lot of ways. You know, there's like cannibals and everything. It's a funny film. Uh, there's a weird misogynistic undertone to this film, which kind of lets it down, but for the most part, I enjoyed myself here. Would have enjoyed it more if I wasn't on the bloody, if I wasn't sitting in literally the worst seat in the world when watching it. But yeah. Anyway, Naked Gun from the Files of Police Squad. The new Naked Gun came out. Didn't get a chance to watch it, but I did watch the original film, and yeah, it was a good watch. It was really funny. Not much more outside of being just a comedy, but as a comedy, it is a very entertaining film. Leslie Nielsen is obviously iconic as Frank Drebin. He's great. And some of the jokes, like the driving, the driving lesson joke. I watched this movie like a week after I failed my driving test, so that joke made me laugh a lot. I really loved it. But yeah, film as a whole, good film, really funny. Yeah, that's pretty much what I have to say. And now we got Peak Cinema with Joe's Apartment. Singing cockroaches, it's Joe, it's Funky Towel, it's awesome. I reacted to it in the 1,000 subscriber special. You can see how awesome it is in that reaction video. Joe's Apartment is peak cinema. It is the peakest of peak cinema. Love it, love it, love it. And honestly, it's unironic that I love this movie. I don't understand the 2.8 rating. Like that's like only barely above Titanic, like not Titanic, Britannic. Joe's Apartment is so much better than the Britannic movie. It is unreal. I can't believe people think they're on the same tier on Letterboxd. Now, this movie's awesome, okay? This movie is amazing. It's so much fun, and I'm being 100% serious when I say that. Joe's Apartment, peak cinema. Go watch my reaction for it. In fact, just watch the movie for yourself. It's free on YouTube. You have no excuse. And to recap, 160, When Eight Bells Toll, then Scanners, then Neja 1, then Mouse Hunt, The Crew to New Age, Doom Part 2, Hiroshima Mon Amour, Delicatessen, The Naked Gun, and Joe's Apartment. I am going to take a swig of water as I can already feel my throat going. Oh boy. Ugh. All right, let's read what you guys have to say. Oh god, I missed quite a lot of messages. Batista is soy jacking in the Dune 2 backdrop, and it's way too funny to me. But oh god, he literally is. He literally is. Yeah, you're right. Oh, here, no missing links. My biggest problem with Dune 2 is how Paul's character arc was a little rushed. In the book, it takes years rather than months. I've heard that being a common criticism with the movie, but honestly, I was so unengaged that I didn't even notice how rushed it was. So due to the exclusion of Alia, Lady Jessica's psychic baby, and since they can't have her give birth, she means Paul rises crush. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Who's Lady Jessica again? Was it this lady? I can't remember any of the characters. I remember Paul because I thought it was funny that the main character was called Paul, but I don't remember any of the other character names. I'm back for a bit, currently in the middle of cooking a pasta bake. Pasta bake's pretty awesome, to be fair. Delicatessen guy also directed Alien Resurrection. Oh, yes, he did, didn't he? Yes, you're right. Why do I show up for all the fucking Elvis? Oh, because Priscilla. Yeah. I think the new Naked Gun is a very strong legacy sequel because it expands upon the jokes from the first one rather than copying them. Yes, I do. I've seen one clip from the new Naked Gun, where he's in the bar talking to a guy, and it's like, oh, you shot my father, and he like runs through the list, and it's like, he was unarmed and he was white, and it's like, so you're his son. It's like that. I completely butchered the joke when saying it, but those who've seen the movie know what I'm talking about. That joke made me laugh out loud. It was great. The gospel must be spread for Joe's apartment. Joe is the true Lizanne. I don't know what that means. Yeah, you gotta watch Joe's apartment. Joe's apartment is peak. Have to make a missing link video someday. Yeah, missing link is pretty good. I enjoy it. It's better than Neja one, I think. If I were to rank it, it would probably go like, if it's included on this list, it'd probably go like between Serpico and Madagascar 3, I guess. Speaking of which, let's get to these films. So, number 150, Madagascar, the first one. This movie is really fun. It's really, really fun. Compared to Madagascar 2, I was in just the right mood for this movie, and I just had a blast watching it. I was laughing throughout. It was great. It was great. Sometimes they can rely a bit too much on pop culture references, but honestly, I kind of love the pop culture references. And obviously, King Julian is the greatest character in fiction. I like the morbid. I like the morbid. I like the morbid. You like the movie. Is peak. So yeah, I enjoy the first Madagascar quite a lot. Oh, oh god. All right. I know I ranked this above Dune 2. Okay. It's probably sacrilegious to rank Sheep and Wolves above Dune 2 and other well-respected movies like High Noon and other stuff, and Hiroshima Mon Amour and all that. Even ranking it above Madagascar is probably wrong. But I'm gonna be brutally honest. I kind of loved this movie. If you've seen my reaction, you know the kind of reaction I got out of this movie. I was having a blast from start to finish, arguably even more than Joe's apartment, which is saying something. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about this movie that I just enjoy. Maybe it is solely Bianca's fault. Where is she? Maybe it is solely Bianca's fault, but I enjoyed this movie. You can't take that away from me. Sheep and Wolves is peak. Let's move on. Speaking of peak, we've got A Life Less Ordinary. This is an early Danny Boyle film with Ewan McGregor and Cameron Diaz. Basically, the plot of this film is Ewan McGregor loses his job, and to get back at his boss, he kidnaps his daughter, Cameron Diaz, but he's rubbish at kidnapping. She doesn't really want to go with her father. So she's willing to be kidnapped just so she can get away from things. And so he's hopeless at kidnapping. She's trying to tell him the best way to kidnap her. It's really funny. And then they have a bit of a romance and everything. It's really good. But the weirdest bit of the movie is that there's these two angels who are trying to get them to fall in love. One of them is played by They're played by Holly Hunter and Delroy Lindo. It's it's a weird movie. It's an absolute mess of a film in so many ways. There's so many weird plot lines and everything, but it's got such an insane vibe to it that I really, really enjoyed it. It's a batshit insane movie, but really, really fun. I think Ewan McGregor and Cameron Diaz have a great rapport with each other. There's a scene where they sing Beyond the Sea, like doing like a karaoke for it. Neither of them are particularly singing it very well, but you can just feel the love and you can just feel the passion, and it makes the scene really, really enjoyable, really sweet and charming. And yeah, honestly, this is like, I understand all the flaws people have with this movie, like with this movie. It is a mess, but it's an endearing mess. And it's a Danny Boyle film I just found myself really enjoying. I tried to recommend it to people, but obviously no one listens. But hey, I really like I really like A Life Less Ordinary. Madagascar 3, Europe's Most Wanted. I know a lot of people say this is the worst Madagascar movie. This was my favorite, honestly. I found it consistently hilarious. I think the opening car chase in Monte Carlo is peak. I enjoyed the circus stuff. I think there's a lot of fun set pieces there. The actual like main circus performance as well is unironically one of the best visual sequences for any DreamWorks movie pre Last Wish. Actually, pre Bad Guys. That's more accurate to say. Like before like their modern movies have the new style. The circus scene in this movie is one of their best presented like scenes. Unironically, it's so good, and I just I like the finality aspects of the movie, like how it wraps up the trilogy. I quite like that. I don't know, I just really like this movie, and I'm surprised by how much I did really enjoy it. And this is honestly my favorite Madagascar movie. And you can call that controversial all you want, but I really liked it. Madagascar 3 is better than Doom 2. Sue me. All right, Serpico. This is a classic Al Pacino movie directed by Sidney Lumet. Objectively speaking, I can't think of much wrong with this movie. Like, it's very well directed, very well acted, as you can expect. The story of Frank Serpico being the one good cop in a system full of corruption. Great story. Still held up really, really well. Feels very distinctly 70s, but still fits in the modern context. It's a great movie. But something about it just didn't really click with me in the way other movies did. Maybe I just wasn't in the right mindset for it because it is a very complicated film. There's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts. But I don't know. I just wasn't always the most engaged by it. But it's worth watching. I just maybe it's just not really my kind of thing. All right, let's see what we got. We stand Joe in his apartment. Yes, we do. Anyone worried about the housing crisis? If Joe can find an apartment, so can you. Well, his apartment is full of singing cockroaches, so make of that what you will. Rewatched the first two Madagascar films. The first one I'm nostalgic to, but it's very mid. The second one I enjoyed a bit more. I like them all. Lysa and Al Gabe is what they call Paul Williams because the Messiah figure in Dune. Yeah, that shows how little I care about Dune. I forgot Paul's like Messiah name. Madagascar was the only film my dentist would play, so I got sick of it. You know what? Fair enough. I understand you're getting sick of it if that's the only movie your dentist would play. Just admit you're a fan of bad to mediocre antho-animal animated movies. What do you mean? What do you mean? I need to admit it? I thought I made it pretty clear. I thought I made it pretty obvious that if it's a somewhat entertaining furry movie, I'm gonna like it. The harmonica guy from Sinners as an angel in a Danny Boyle film. Wait. Oh my god, yeah, you're right, Delroy Lindo. Oh, I forgot he was in Sinners. Oh shit, yeah, you're right. Thanks for pointing that out. Yes, it's the harmonica guy from Sinners, the best character from. Okay, actually, is he the best character from Sinners? I don't know. But yeah, him and Holly Hunter are like angels, bringing these two together. I didn't realize that. My goodness, I'm stupid. That's fun. That's fun. Yeah, but yes, he is in an early Danny Boyle film with Ewan McGregor. All right, next Ben. What's an animated furry movie that you hate? That's a good question. Ooh. Because obviously I love Alpha and Omega. Love Sheep and Wolves. Oh, does Sword in the Stone count? The Disney movie, Sword in the Stone. Does that count? Granted, I haven't seen it in years, but I remembered really not liking it as a kid because I thought it was boring as shit. Does that count? Because there's like squirrels, like because like one of the squirrels flirts with Arthur when he's a squirrel. So does that count? If Sword in the Stone counts, that'll be my answer. You wouldn't say it counts. Well, I can't think of anything else, so I'm going to move on. Pulse. Similar to Serpico, this is another movie, and Hiroshima Mon Amour. Actually, more so Hiroshima Mon Amour. This is a good movie where I just didn't really get it. It's a very complicated film, a lot going on. Like, I didn't really understand the actual plot, but the technical craft of it is fantastic. There's parts of this movie which are genuinely really unnerving, thanks to the direction, how it portrays like the ghostly figures within the technological screens and stuff. It's really, really cool. I just wish I actually understood the movie because I enjoy it a bit more. But it is a really good movie. I can recognize that. Oh boy. I'm not going to talk about this movie very much for obvious reasons, but Munich, well-made movie, surprising, a lot more even-handed than I expected from it going in. Like it calls out it calls out issues within Israel as well, but obviously it is a very controversial film for a lot of reasons. Don't really want to talk about it, but it's very well made, very tense in a lot of ways, well acted, all that. Yeah, let's move on. Die Hard with a Vengeance. I can't remember what thing one. It's the Die Hard movie with Samuel L. Jackson. It's a really fun movie. It's obviously got nothing on the first movie. The first movie's fantastic, but this one's fun. I think Willis and Jackson have a great rapport with each other. There's plenty of great moments. There's a whole scene around, like, I think the first half especially is fantastic. There's a whole bit where they're frantically driving around New York in a taxi to get to a phone box in time. It's really tense, really good. But I think it kind of loses its way in the second half, just because kind of falls into that Die Hard formula. Jeremy Irons is good as the villain, though. I enjoyed the film. I think it's a really enjoyable action film. Not as good as the first Die Hard movie, but I don't even think it's as good as Die Hard 2, but it is really good. It's really good. We got a movie which my friends keep forgetting that I even watched. Mr. Burton. This is a biopic about the famous actor Richard Burton. He's a famous Welsh actor. Admittedly, none of his films are actually on this list. The first Richard Burton film I saw was what was it called? When Eagles Dare. Is that what it's called? I can't remember. But I watched it at the start of this year, so it'll be included on the 2026 ranking rather than this one. But either way, even though I watched this movie without knowing much about Richard Burton, it was a solid film. Like, I didn't care much for the biopic elements, but as a film about acting and everything, and the relationship between Burton and Toby Jones's character, who's Philip Burton, who he's named after, because he's originally called Richard Jenkins and then changed his name to Richard Burton after his teacher. I think they've got a great dynamic. Like I said, the process of Burton learning how to act was really enjoyable. And I don't know, I liked the Welsh vibe of the movie. The countryside was nice. It's a nice little low key British drama. It was an enjoyable film. I enjoyed it. I really liked it. And speaking of enjoyable films, you got Batman, the 1966 film. This film's a blast. This film is a blast. It's so silly, so stupid, but it's so damn charming as well. It is such a fun film through and through. The shark scene is peak. The bomb scene is peak. In fact, this whole movie is better than The Dark Knight Rises. It's peak. It is peak. Admittedly, some of the stuff with Catwoman can get quite boring. I will fully admit that. But the overall package, really damn enjoyable. Really, really fun film. All right, last 10 films were Madagascar 1, Sheep and Wolves, A Life Less Ordinary, Madagascar 3, Europe's Most Wanted, Serpico, Pulse, Munich, Die Hard with a Vengeance, Mr. Burton, and Batman 66. Let's see what we got. Chicken Little as an animated furry movie I hate. I haven't seen Chicken Little in a while. I won't be able to tell whether it's, just a plain bad movie or an ironically funny movie. We'll have to see. I can see myself calling the movie ironically funny though, but who knows. The plane crash in Pulse must have cost $5. It was unbelievably bad. Oh yeah, that plane crash scene was not good. I do need to watch Cure at some point. I had no idea you watched Munich. To be fair, I watched Munich all the way back in January, so like a year ago. So that's probably why you forgot. Can't hate Chicken Little because of my nostalgia, and there are other movies that are just like, well, but still bad. Yeah. Better than The Dark. I wouldn't say Batman 66 is better than The Dark Knight, but I will say it's better than The Dark Knight Rises. Mr. Burton, that film exists. It's good though. It's an enjoyable little film. It's cute. if you like the 60s Batman film, it's definitely recommend Batman Return of the Caped Crusaders. I need to watch that one. Dark Knight Rises is a 10 out of 10 masterpiece, and I'm not here otherwise. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. I know you do like the Dark Knight Rises, but I just never really got into it. Scene with the bomb will stick in my mind for the rest of time. Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb. All right, next batch. So we were talking about American westerns earlier with High Noon. This is one I actually enjoyed, Stagecoach, and I think a large reason for why I enjoyed it was because John Ford is the GOAT. I'm sure many of you have seen The Fabelmans, the bit at the end where David Lynch makes his cameo as John Ford, and like talks about like if the horizon is at the bottom of the frame, it's interesting. If it's at the top of the frame, it's interesting. If it's in the center of the frame, it's boring as shit. And yeah, that I did not realize how true to Ford's vision that was until I watched this movie. This movie looks so good, and it really helps with the atmosphere of the actual Stagecoach journey. We just can appreciate the environment as a whole. It's really, really cool. I don't like John Wayne at the best of times, but he is pretty good in this movie. This shot here, where he like first appears and like flings the gun around and he says like, "Hold it right there." That's pretty cool. The story is like quite low key, all things considered. It's just a group of characters traveling on the Stagecoach, but it's a solid one. There's some fantastic action. Like I said, the direction as a whole is fantastic. It's obviously, unfortunately, quite dated because the bad guys are the Native Americans, but it's not the worst like racist Western movie. As you could kind of replace the Native Americans with anyone else, like like bandits or something, and the story would work the same. It's not an inherently racist movie. It just happens to have racist elements to it. But the rest of the movie is really good, so I still enjoyed it. Next up, we got black and white French art house film once again, Orpheus. This is obviously based off of the famous Greek tragedy of the same name, but sort of retooled into post-war France. And it's another one where I didn't fully get it, but I can appreciate the technical craft of it a lot. Like the actual scene, like with the mirror dimension and everything, and where they kind of absorb through the mirror. That stuff is so cool, very ahead of its time for 1950. And I just think parts of the movie were really, really compelling, really interesting. Even if I didn't get the whole package, it is just a really cool movie. And there's bits where like the glass breaks and time goes back and reforms it. And that one clip was better than the entirety of Tenet, so that should say it all. Next up, the original 1940s Cat People. You may remember that last year I watched the 80s version of Cat People with Natasha Kinski in it. This movie blows that movie out of the water because this has so much more atmosphere. It is fantastic. Like they do the pool. They do the scene in the swimming pool in both movies, but this version is so much better. It's insane. Like this has such a great atmosphere. Can meander at points and whatnot, and I think maybe I'm too asexual to really understand some of the sexual themes of the film. But it is really, really good, really atmospheric, great classic horror film, and it's famous for featuring the very first jump scare in cinema history. By modern standards, it barely made me flinch, but it's really cool to see. Next up, we got Blithe Spirits. The best way I could describe this movie is a movie made in the Hays Code, which features it's a movie made in the Hays Code where the main relationship is borderline polyamorous. This guy, his main guy, his dead wife and his current wife, they are so implied to be having a threesome at the end of the movie, but obviously they can't reveal that because of Hays Code restrictions. But my goodness, it's so fun because of that. The actual ghost, what's her name? Elvira. She is such a diva. It's amazing. Like 1940s diva ghost. Awesome. Like, yeah, the story isn't the deepest thing ever, but it is just a really fun vibe of a movie with diva ghost and implied threesomes. And it's hard to really describe this film, but it's something very unique for the time, let's just say. Keeping on the 1940s threesomes, we got The Bishop's Wife. The best way to describe this movie is basically It's a Wonderful Life, but George getting cucked by Clarence. That's the best way to describe it, because basically David Niven is like a bishop trying to build a church. He's not paying enough attention to his wife, so the Cary Grant angel comes down and basically flirts with his wife to make him jealous and realize the true important things in life. It's a wild idea for a film, but it's really, really funny. And I think Cary Grant especially is really, really good in the movie as the angel. There's a bit where he has like starts ice skating with Loretta Young, and it's so good. And yeah, I just really enjoy this movie. It's obviously not as good as It's a Wonderful Life, but I don't know. I had fun with this film. All right, let's see what we got. John Wayne played Genghis Khan in a movie called The Conqueror, but the more insane part is they filmed it in a nuclear testing area, so the lingering radiation caused a lot of other problems. I am well aware of the history of The Conqueror. That's I just don't know why you get the whitest actor ever to play Mongol dictator Genghis Khan. I've yet to see the 80s Cat People, but the original is really great, so I don't know if I will enjoy it. Yeah, the 80s one, it's fine. Natasha Kinski is really hot, but yeah. Basically, the original Cat People works because it's a story about sex made in the Hays Code, so they create a unique story to scoot around it. The 80s one wasn't made in the Hays Code, so it makes up for that by being way more horny, but it's so horny it forgets to be a horror. That's the best way I can describe it. Technically, the cockatoo and Citizen Kane came first before Cappy. Oh yes, I know about the Citizen Kane jump scare. That's such a weird moment. Talking of Cary Grant, have you seen Arsenic and Old Lace? Not yet. It's on the watch list. I do need to watch that. All right, 135, The Maggie. This was a film set in Scotland, which I watched when I was up in Scotland, so it was quite fitting. Basically, these old guys have a puffer, which is like a type of ship which works best, like can sort of go into shallow water and stuff. It's like a slow, crappy little ship. But yeah, these old guys, they have a puffer, and they sort of force an American tycoon onto it to like do the job, and they don't kidnap him, but he can't exactly leave at the same time, and it's just them on this ship getting into increasingly ridiculous scenarios with this American having no idea what's going on and not really understanding the whole Scottish culture thing. And it's a really like simple, low key, but really funny film. I enjoyed this one quite a lot. It's a funny little film. Like I said, it added a lot to watch this in Scotland. Then we've got I Know Where I'm Going. Speaking of Scotland, this is a story set on the Isle of Mull. I watched this film before going to the Isle of Mull, which is so yeah, I have a little bit of a connection to this movie because I was exactly where it was. I was where it was filmed and everything, and not just where it was filmed. There's a let me get it up. I know where I'm going. Phone box. In the film, there is a bit where they are at phone box. Where's the original clip? I want the in movie. Come on, where's the actual scene in the movie? This is going up. So they're at a phone box, which is next to a waterfall, and it's quite an iconic shot from the movie. And I actually went to that phone box. Let me get out the picture real quick. I know I'm doing things there, but let me. Where is it? Bear with. Where the fuck is it? Oh, sorry. I need to show you my experience being at the phone box from I Know Where I'm Going. I put it as as an Instagram profile. There we go. It's my Instagram profile, but it's good enough. There we go. There's me next to the phone box used in this movie. I went to the phone box. It's cool. Yeah. But anyway, talking about the movie itself, because I've just been waffling on. Oh god, I just realized you cannot see the picture. I'll post it in the community post, me at the phone box. But either way, I went to the phone box where I Know Where I'm Going was filmed. I went to the whole island, and so I naturally enjoy the movie a little bit more because of that. But the movie as on its own is an enjoyable film, classic Powell and Pressburger, great romance, some funny moments here and there. It's an enjoyable little film. Obviously not Powell and Pressburger's best. We'll get to that later, but yeah, really nice little film. Then we've got Dirty Harry. So remember when I talked about Butcher and I said that I ideologically agree with that movie, but I didn't think it was a very good movie? This is the opposite. I ideologically disagree with a lot of Dirty Harry, particularly with how it like portrays the like Harry himself as like this hero cop, even though he's very dangerous and a bit of a brute, and I don't really like him as a character. Like I think it's a bit too kind of glorifies his actions when it really shouldn't. But with that being said, it's such a cool movie that I can look past its the my political disagreements with it because it is really cool. Clint Eastwood is just cool as Harry Callahan. The story is cool. I think Scorpio is a great villain. I just think it's a really cool like classic 70s cop drama. And yeah, I just I couldn't help it. I really like this film. Then we got Gods and Monsters. Ian McKellen plays James Whale, who's the director of the Frankenstein movies, and it's kind of a fictionalized account of his last days, where it's like, what if his gardener, played by Brendan Fraser, is like he develops a relationship with him and something, and having to deal with that obviously in the 50s, being a gay man in the 50s, like all the stuff. I watched this, for because it was a gay story, and I was curious to see what it was like, and I think a lot of it was really compelling. Not all of it really works for me, but I think the main dynamic between McKellen and Fraser was solid, and I liked the callbacks to the Frankenstein movies. I think that was cool. Then we've got A Bridge Too Far. This is kind of like, so you know how they say Love Actually, they get basically every actor into it, and they all have their own storylines. A Bridge Too Far is like the 1970s war version of that. There are so many famous actors in this movie. Let's go through it. So we got James Caan, Michael Caine, Sean Connery, Robert Redford, Anthony Hopkins, Gene Hackman, Laurence Olivier. So many great actors here, and they're all sort of doing their own part. Like it's all about it's a classic war film. It's all about this one mission which ended up failing, but you focus on all these characters. They're all doing their own part of the mission, and it really highlights the fact that war is never like an individual person's achievement. It's thanks to the efforts of the group rather than individual. I think that was effective. It is a very long film at 3 hours, and I didn't connect with every character, but I think the overall vibe was great. If you like classic war films, you probably like this film, and it was fun seeing all these actors together. So to recap, we've got 140, Stagecoach, then Orpheus, Cat People, Blithe Spirits, The Bishop's Wife, The Maggie, I Know Where I'm Going, Dirty Harry, Gods and Monsters, and A Bridge Too Far. Right, let's see what we got. Oh, not too many messages this time. Speaking of David Niven, you have to watch the original Pink Panther. I have seen the original Pink Panther, but it was a good while ago. So, are there people even still in the chat? I don't know. All right, so there's 212 films. I'm not even 100 in yet. Jesus Christ. Okay, 130. Wicked for Good. Wicked for Good. I enjoyed this film. I enjoyed this film, honestly. It's got issues up the ass, particularly when it tries to link into The Wizard of Oz. I think that's where it fails. But I don't know. I think its emotions worked for me. I think the songs were mostly really good. I think No Good Deed, especially, phenomenal moment right there. And For Good, the ending, fantastic. Yeah, I know. I enjoyed this film. It was a nice vibe. Nothing spectacular. I'm not a Wicked stan. The first film is better, but yeah, I enjoy these movies well enough. This one was fun. I liked it. Then we've got Away. I briefly mentioned it in the ranking when talking about Flow, but this was the first movie directed by first feature film directed by Ginsu Balodis, and he made this film entirely on his own, which is just ridiculous. Like look at this. Gins. Whoops. How he made a feature film like this completely on its own just baffles the mind. It is insane, but I respect it to hell. And unlike other art house films, I really got on with this one. I felt like some of its emotions were really strong. I understood a lot of its themes, and I don't know, I just was like, you kind of taken along for the ride alongside the man as he travels across the island, and I just really vibed with it. I just got on with the journey. I just found it really interesting. So yeah, I really liked Away. I thought it was a really compelling film. Next up, we've got La Cage aux Folles. Many people probably know this film because there was a American remake starring Robin Williams and Nathan Lane called The Birdcage, which is a lot more popular. I haven't yet seen that film, but I have seen the original French version, and yeah, it's a fun film. It's yeah, it's quite progressive for the 1970s, and it's got some really funny moments. I think the main couple have a good dynamic with each other. There's a bit where they obliterate bread. That's quite funny. There's a bit where they're um yeah, I just think it was a fun little movie. Nothing all that special, but for the 1970s, it was quite a progressive little film. And we got Around the World in 80 Days. This is not the most popular movie in the world. I got 3.1. This is most people think this movie is really, really mid. I really liked it, honestly. I genuinely really liked this film. It's got issues for sure. Some parts of the film can feel a bit like there's not much going on. Like it's a bit of a travelogue more than an actual film. Let's be honest. It's kind of just traveling around the world, and there's not much at stake here. Anytime it does seem like there's going to be like a dramatic turn in the story, it just kind of gets resolved after 5 minutes. And yeah, there are obviously some dated elements here and there. It's a movie made in the 50s, exploring other cultures. That's kind of inevitable. But the overall vibe of it is just really nice. Like, it's a 3 hour film, which I surprisingly wasn't bored by because the location was always changing. I was always invested and just had a British vibe to it and wit to it that I just really, really enjoyed. I've always enjoyed the Around the World in 80 Days like story, and this film I think captured the right vibes for it really well. And I had fun with this film. Genuinely, I really enjoyed it. Then we've got The Intern. This is Nancy Myers. So if you know anything about Nancy Myers, you know this is going to be a sweet, wholesome little movie. And yeah, that's pretty much what it is. We've got Robert De Niro playing just the sweetest old man I have ever seen. He's lovely. He's the kind of person we should all aspire to be. And the way he inspires Anne Hathaway is wonderful. I love them two together. Film is obviously very simple, but its heart is in the right place. It's a very sweet movie, really, really enjoyable, and just it's just one that puts a smile on your face, honestly. All right, what we got? So, gonna be honest, I thought Wicked for Good was mid as hell. Fair enough. I enjoyed it because I watched it with a bunch of gay people, but I didn't love it. Yeah, I'm sure we're talking about Wicked for Good. So, that does sound like peak experience, to be fair. And to be fair, Fierro is my beloved. Like Jonathan Bailey, I love him. The whole scene when Nessa causes suffering to Bok in multiple ways and yet still blames Alphabet so contrived and stupid. Yeah, fuck Nessa. All my homies hate Nessa. As someone who adores Flo, I still need to watch Away. Gids is an insane director. I respect him for that. Away, you need to watch Away. Yeah, watch Away. It's fantastic. I actually found it on YouTube, so I don't know if it's still there, but I'd recommend watching that. Birdcage is pretty funny. Romulans and Nathan Lane work well together. I imagine the Birdcage is probably better than the Casual Film, but we'll see. I don't have much high hopes for Around the World in 80 Days when I get around to my best picture winner marathon. The 3 hour runtime really doesn't help at all. I don't know. I enjoyed it because like every 20 minutes you're in a different country. That helped to keep the film engaging for me. But I don't know. I like long movies when they're done well, and I thought Around the World in 8 Days was done well. Yes, I really like the movie The Intern. Yeah, The Intern is great. Gonna tell you right now, the Birdcage is a lot better than La Cage Film since it adds a half hour and the girlfriend side is greatly expanded upon, and it's played to perfection by Gene Hackman. If it's Gene Hackman, obviously it's going to be good. Rest in peace. We'll get to more of his movies later. Unrelated, about how the hell does Brad Bear have a 3.8 out of 5? I don't know how the hell does the Britannic movie have a higher rating than Trap. Next up, frequently asked questions about time travel. This is a low-key British comedy film about time travel. Basically, these three guys they find a time slip in the pub loo. It's a really funny idea, and this movie was just randomly on iPlayer, and I thought I'd watch it when in the car on the way to Scotland. And I know I really like this film. It's just a fun little movie. It's like Shaun of the Dead meets Doctor Who, and it's great. It's a great little watch. I even talked about it in my uni essay when talking in my uni presentation recently. I was talking about like high concept films or low budget, and I used this film as a case study because time travel and everything. And yeah, I enjoyed this film. It's nothing spectacular, but I don't know. I enjoyed it. Good cast, good jokes, fun idea. I liked it. Speaking of fun films, you've got Zombieland. It's obviously no Shaun of the Dead in terms of zombie comedies, but it is still an entertaining film. I think what works best about it is it's got a lot of heart. Like the characters, they're played by great actors, obviously, but they have a lot of genuine moments between them where you can see them connect with each other, and it gives the film like it makes the film really nice when you can just see like this kind of found family in a way just develop over time. It's really nice, and obviously the Bill Murray cameo was so good. Like the movie as a whole is funny, but the Bill Murray scene especially was just amazing. Love it. Next up, we've got The Revenant, the movie where Leo DiCaprio finally won his Oscar. And honestly, well deserved. He went through the ringer in this film, but he was so good. And the film as a whole, first of all, it looks phenomenal. It is such a well directed movie. I watched this movie in 4K. My goodness, this is one of the best like 4Ks I saw. Way better than Dune, that's for sure. Look, it's a stunning movie, and I think, like I said, Leo really well acted. Tom Hardy is also really good in the movie. Yeah, just great watch. It is quite a long film though, so it didn't always engage me, but the overall vibe and the oppressive atmosphere was fantastic, and I think it ended really, really well. And this is one of those movies. It's set in the cold, and you feel every bit of cold. I think that shows how effective it is. Next up, we got Collateral. Um, so I mentioned this to DCS Media, and he mentioned it in his live stream ranking the films. Blonde Tom Cruise looks like Guy Pearce in Memento. He really does. I can't shake that off. But anyway, Collateral is a movie where Tom Cruise forces Jamie Foxx, the cab driver, to sort of take him around town performing assassinations. It's by Michael Mann, who also directed Heat. Great little thriller film. It's a solid watch, really engaging, really tense at many points. And I like the idea. I like the concept of it. I think Fox and Cruise are both really excellent in the film. Yeah, this is just a solid action thriller film. Really liked it. Next up, we got Queer. This was not the movie I was expecting. Like, this is by Luca, fellow Dune hater, Guadagnino. I still don't know how to pronounce his name. And I went into it expecting it to be a cute little queer love story with Daniel Craig. What I got was an utterly bizarre art house film with so many scenes which I didn't fully understand. But I kind of really liked the movie at the same time. It's like I understood some of the themes I was saying of like how Daniel Craig's character doesn't like some of his flaws as a character were quite interesting to see. I think the relationship was compelling. I think the stuff in the jungle where shit went really weird was really cool, honestly. And it is a very well directed movie throughout. It just was not the movie I was expecting. Probably need to rewatch it, but I know I quite like this film. It's a very unique watch. All right, previous 10. 130, Wicked for Good, then Away, La Cage aux Folles, Around the World in 80 Days, The Intern, Frequently Asked Questions About Time Travel, Zombieland, The Revenant, Collateral, and Queer. Time to read some comments. We got quite a lot. Even though it's related to Wicked Part 1 and not 2, you're telling me people are prejudiced to Elphaba being green, but not Nessa for being disabled. I don't think Nessa was disabled in the original production, so I don't think that. So I think that's why it's not really brought up. But I don't know. Maybe Oz is like liberal progressive or something. Brother Bear's older more such. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, do you have an email or contact? No, I'm not. Zombieland was my first R-rated movie, and I still love it to this day. It also made me like Twinkies. Sequel's good too. I haven't seen the sequel yet. Leo DiCaprio doesn't. He does talk in The Revenant. He does actually have dialogue. It's just very minimal because most of the time he's in pain. I don't really trust watching any other zombie comedies because they'll never be good as Shaun of the Dead. Zombieland is good though. I do recommend Zombieland. It is genuinely a good movie. It's different from Shaun of the Dead and definitely not as funny, but it's got heart. It's enjoyable. I think it's just like maybe it's not the best zombie comedy, but it is a solid zombie movie in general. The Revenant looks so good when it The Revenant looks so good when it so does not have to be. Birdman was bad, but I think Inarritu did not deserve Best Director in back-to-back years for these films, and Grand Budapest Hotel and Fury Road exist. If he had to win Best Director for either film, I think Revenant was probably the one to go for. Tom Cruise tripped over that chair when he was running in the office. It was so human and hilarious. Even if some of the worst shit that DiCaprio's in, like Don't Look Up, Leo is always giving it. It's all very, very true. DiCaprio is a fantastic actor. Basically, Queer is the live-action version of The Red Turtle. think the second G in his name is silent. Yeah. Love Collateral, one of my favorite Tom Cruise movies. I'd highly recommend The Last Samurai if you want to see another great movie with him. Absolute masterpiece. Yes, I have heard of the Last Samurai, so I should check that one out at some point. But what was I saying? Yeah, Tom Cruise, excellent there. DiCaprio, also fantastic as an actor. These are solid films. Solid films. I recommend. We're in the films where I genuinely recommend checking them out if it interests you. I'll be honest, I am really hot at the moment, but I'm keeping the jumper on for one reason. You will find out soon enough, but I so want to take it off. Anyway, 120, The Sting. I watched this movie because Robert Redford passed away. And yeah, I'd already seen Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, so I need to find another Robert Redford movie to watch to commemorate his death. So I figured watching the other movie with Newman and Redford, The Sting, works perfectly well. But yeah, this is a really, really interesting little film. Very complicated though. I could not keep up with everything that was happening in this film, but it was a really good vibe. I think Newman and Redford both fantastic. Love watching them con everyone. The ending especially was really, really good. Yeah, it was a fun little movie. Won Best Picture actually. So yeah, great little film. Then we got Sightseers, one of the most aggressively British movies I have ever seen. And this is one of those films where Americans would not get it, and that's why I love it. It's about a Brummie couple going on on a caravan holiday up north, and it's so peak. And it's worth mentioning these two are also serial killers. Literally, they just kill people on their holiday. It's great. Like one of them, they see a guy littering, and what do? They run him over with the caravan. It's so funny. It's there's so many jokes here which no one outside this country will get. Like when they kill a posh guy, and it's like he's not a person, he's a Daily Mail reader. No one outside this country is gonna get that joke, but I would laughed out loud at that moment. So good. Love Sightseers as a British man. This is unapologetically British movie. This is the kind of movie I want to make just because I like being British. I want to make British movies like this. It's fun. It's great. Love it. Love Sightseers. So really fun. And we got Run Lola Run. This is another movie I watched in university. It's a German movie, and the gist of it is basically Lola, she needs to get like 100K for a boyfriend because he's in trouble and everything. And we see the same thing happen 3 different times. Like it's the same basic plot of her getting the money, but it's 3 different attempts at it. Like she does it one time, and then time resets, and she does it again, and the third time. It's like kind of like a movie version of Majora's Mask. Is the weirdest way I can describe it, but that's probably the best way to do it. It's a very energetic film, very definitely inspired Edgar Wright in a lot of ways, but it's very, very fun. And like I said, its structure is very, very unique. It's definitely, I don't know if it's really, is experimental the way to describe it? I don't know, but it's got a unique structure, and that's largely the reason why I liked it. But it's also got like minutes on end of Lola running with techno music blasting in the background. It's great. Next up, we've got a really niche film, The Wooden Horse. This is a little British film from the 50s. Basically, it's inspired by a true story of these British POWs where there's like a wooden vaulting horse, and they dig a hole underneath it. Like they get inside the horse, carry it to the middle of the camp, and sort of dig a hole underneath it. This is not the best digging hole movie on this list, I'll tell you that now. But the actual scenes in the camp are really, really compelling, really gripping as you see them slowly getting closer and closer out of the camp. That stuff's great. And then the second half happened. It's good. It's interesting to see a escaping POW story, which actually focuses on the escapees trying to sort themselves out after they escape. But it was nowhere near as interesting as the first half, so it kind of let it down. But it is still a really solid film. Next up, we got Tangerine, an early film from Sean Baker. This was a movie shot entirely on iPhone, and it looks surprisingly excellent. Yeah, it's got a very unique visual aesthetic to it. It's a great Christmas film. Yes, it counts as a Christmas film. Compared to Emilia Perez, this is like, I don't even need to compare it to Emilia Perez. This is a fantastic trans representation in general. It just makes Emilia Perez worse. I'm sure Sean Baker was sitting there as Emilia Perez got nominated for the awards and was getting secondhand embarrassment because he knew how to make a good trans story. But yeah, really, really enjoyable film. You can see a lot of the blueprints for Honora here with like the argument scene and everything. I think the ending especially is really quite interesting and emotionally powerful in a subtle way. Yeah, it's just a really, really solid early effort from Baker. Nice little indie film. All right. I remember the Around the World Days in I remember the Around the World in 80 Days cartoon the most, or the Steve Coogan Jackie Chan one. I need to watch those ones actually. Especially the Steve Coogan film. That looks quite fun. I should see this thing at some point. Yes, you should. Keep up the good work, JA. Thank you. Run Lola Run is so peak. I love how brash and heightened 90s it is. It is a very 90s movie. Very 90s. The Banshee screaming opening existentialism are so insane yet so fitting. Uh, Trojans are sweating right now. Oh, talking about Wooden Horse. Yes, it is a bit of a. It's not really the Trojan horse, because the Trojan horse was you get inside the horse and the horse is put somewhere else. The idea with this is that it's like a wooden vaulting horse. A guy gets inside it. The other guys carry the vaulting horse to a certain point, and the guy inside it then digs the hole underneath. So the horse stays still. They just dig out underneath it, and the horse is like the cover for it. So it's not really Trojan horse, but it's named after the Trojan horse, but it's not really accurately that. It's strange, but I recommend reading up the true story of the wooden horse. It's a fascinating POW story, and like I said, it's 100% true. So yeah, recommend reading it up. It's great little read. I know the Top Dig Hole movie in its peak. We will get to that. That joke in Tangerine where the Armenian guy subverted expectations by getting mad that the woman didn't have a D was really fun. Yes, I was like, what's going on? Oh, this guy. That's you know, brings a whole new meaning to allyship, where I only fuck trans people. Fair enough. He's got a preference, and I did quite like the Armenian guy. He was quite funny. Tangerine was pretty good. Weirdly abrupt ending. No, I think the abrupt ending worked. I think it works for the film. Next up, we've got Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein. That's how it's pronounced, Frankenstein. This was it's Del Toro, so obviously it was a great film. Practical effects fantastic. CGI, it's fine. But acting fantastic, especially from Oscar Isaac and Jacob Elordi. So good in their performances, especially Elordi having to act under all that makeup. Fantastic. This film definitely made me hate Victor in the best way, and that made the story really compelling and stand out from other Frankenstein adaptations. Admittedly, though, it is a bit on the nose. Like the bit at the end where like the guy tells Victor like, "You're the monster." I did cringe at that, because it's so, you did not need to say that. I know media literacy is dead and people are stupid, but come on, you don't have to ruin the whole movie for everyone. Like, it didn't ruin the movie, but normal people will understand that Victor's meant to be the bad guy. But yeah, whatever. The film as a whole is still really good. And keeping on the theme of classic horror villains, we've got Robert Eggers' Nosferatu. Gorgeous cinematography. Right out of the gate, I just gotta say, cinematography for this movie, phenomenal. Absolutely stunning. One of the best looking horror movies I've seen in recent years. It's nice to watch a movie which is so dark and gothic, but you can actually see everything that's going on. Oh, so good. This is another film I saw in the 4K transfer. Close second best looking movie behind The Revenant. Gorgeous movie. Thematically, though, I think I'm too ace to understand this movie. It's very horny, very sexual. I don't think I fully get it, but I did still really like the film. I think it's very effective as a horror piece. And yeah, Robert Eggers has the sauce. What can I say? Fantastic reimagining of the classic story, even if it at points it does feel like a bit here, been there, done that. And we got Saw X. I haven't talked about Saw in a while because the movies are either really, really good or not. But Saw X was a great. Well, it seems unfortunate this is going to be the final one, because I thought they were going to do Saw 11, but then they got cancelled and everything. I actually watched all the Saw movies because I knew Saw 11 was going to be coming out last year until it was cancelled. So that really pissed me off. But either way, Saw X is a fantastic film, and great traps, great everything. Got all the stuff that people like about Saw. John Kramer, Amanda Young, awesome duo. But the main reason why I like it is it humanizes John Kramer in a way the other movies haven't, and that's what made it really, really compelling. John Kramer isn't usually the main character of the film, but this time he is, and I found just the way he was portrayed really, 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 really excellent. And I think the character stuff here was fantastic. On top of the great traps and everything, it's just a solid movie. Next up, oh boy, Saw 6. This movie has it's aged quite well. Let's put it this way: the main trap victim of this movie is a healthcare CEO. Make of that what you will. But this is honestly my second favorite Saw movie. I really, really love this one. I think it's got some of the best traps from the series. I think all the stuff with Hoffman, like the like that whole voice recording scene where they like decipher his voice. Like, that's such a good moment. He just goes all Hoffmanator. It's great. Everything about this movie is fantastic. Roderick from Diary of a Wimpy Kid is in this movie, and this is definitely better than War of the Worlds 2025. So that's great. Yeah, I just really, 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 really like this film. I thought it's fantastic all around. Exactly what I want from a Saw movie. Just wasn't quite as mind blowing as the first movie, obviously, but still fantastic effort all around. Speaking of relevant movies, we got America, fuck yeah, Team America World Police. I watched this movie last February, and I feel like I could watch it again at this time, and its relevancy will remain intact because I mean, I don't really need to explain why. The movie came out in 2004, and it's held up really, really damn well in many ways. So, but yeah, I love Team America. I think it satirizes American foreign policy brilliantly, whilst also being a over the top action film at the same time. It's so funny, so ludicrous, but and a bit inappropriate at points. But I can't help it. I love this movie. All right, so final last 10 were The Sting at 120, then Sightseers, then Run Low the Run, then The Wooden Horse, Tangerine, Frankenstein, Nosferatu, Saw X, Saw 6, and Team America World Police. All right, we got. All right. Team America is so funny because Sean Penn got so mad because he genuinely thought it would sway the election. Really? He, Sean Penn's a fantastic actor, but as a person, he's a bit of a twat, let's be honest. The fact he's in the movie and being a puppet for the club felt very true to life. Yeah. Jacob Elordi was excellent. Yes, see Nosferatu being meaning to. Wasn't huge on the original Nosferatu. It's good, just a little bit dated, I think, the original Nosferatu, but remake is I think is better. I love Robert Eggers' Nosferatu, best vampire movie I've ever seen, some of the best cinematography I've ever seen. What do you mean best vampire movie you've ever seen? It's nothing against compared to Twilight. That's a joke. Do not take that seriously. Twilight sucks. Really need to see Frankenstein because I skipped it since I was reading it for school, but it was legit my favorite book in all schooling, so I wanted to wait till I was done with the book. Fair enough. I don't do a horror often, but when I did watch, Nosferatu. Didn't go where I thought it was going to go. Yeah, Frankenstein was so good I forgot how butt ugly the CGI was. Same here. I didn't notice how bad the CGI was until I watched clips after the fact. But when watching it in the moment, I was like, oh, this is great. Remember, since Barbenheimer was big, they tried to do the Paw Patrol movie, Saw X and Saw Patrol. Nah, reject Saw Patrol. Embrace Alpha and Omega. Because I'm sure many of you know this, but I was watching the Alpha and Omega movies at the same time as the Saw movies. I would watch one, and then I would watch an Alpha and Omega movie, and then immediately put on a Saw movie afterwards. It was a wild double bill, but it was amazing. It's Alpha and Omega for the win. Way better than Saw Patrol. Just for the sake of it, here's my top 4 films of 2024. Nosferatu, Wild Robot, My Hero Academia, and Sonic 3 and Flow. I have not seen My Hero Academia, obviously, but yeah, solid list. Nosferatu was my first Eggers movie. You really need to check out The Lighthouse. Lighthouse is fantastic. You got Willem Dafoe going, "You're fond of me lobster, ain't you?" It's peak. Roderick killing a guy is so hard to believe that happens. Yeah, he literally does. He goes like, "You killed my father, you motherfucker," and then puts like acid spikes into the healthcare CEO. It's great. Roderick was channeling his inner Luigi. Lighthouse is excellent. Team America, classic Matt and Trey. Yeah. This sums that up well. All right, Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Great. I think this movie would be ranked higher if I was a Sonic fan. At the moment, I'm just kind of a casual fan. But the fact that I still rated it 4 stars and ranked it decently high and watched it twice in the year should show you that the movie still works, even if you're not a Sonic fan. I may not get the same kind of euphoric joy as other people do. Like when Live and Learn plays, I just hear it as good song post, accompanying action. Whereas Sonic fans are like it's their fucking end game. But the movie still works well as is. It is a great movie first and a great Sonic movie second. I think it's really enjoyable. I actually cared about the characters. The Shadow and Maria stuff was legitimately excellent. The final fight, in space was phenomenal. Jim Carrey's double role was awesome. So great. My one annoyance with the movie is it's all the stuff in The stuff in London, I could tell it was Americans writing the film because it's very stereotypical with how it portrays British stuff. It's not really, it doesn't hamper the film in any way. I just wanted to mention it, but on the whole, great movie. Really, really enjoyed this one. Definitely the best video game movie out there, and this puts the Mario movie to shame. This shows you can do a good video game movie and still make it enjoyable for those who aren't fans. So take note Mario, take note FNAF, take a page out of Sonic's book. Next up, we've got 1 Hour Photo. It's a Robin Williams movie where Robin Williams is not very funny because this is a thriller film. This is a thriller film where Robin Williams plays a very disturbed individual, let's just say. But it's a very compelling thriller, I think. I think this movie shows how much range Williams has as an actor. He's not just the guy who does silly voices. He can legitimately give fantastic performance as someone completely against type. And I think he's the large reason for why this film works really well. But it is a solid thriller through and through, really engaging. I like the backdrop of like the whole like, you know, that classic film and everything where you need to have a disposable camera, needs to be printed and everything. I think that's a good backdrop. Great time capsule of the period. Because obviously nowadays with iPhones you don't really get that nowadays, but I think it makes for a unique setting. And I thought it was a really cool little thriller film. Next up, we got My Own Private Idaho. Gus Van Sant made up for elephants by making a great movie like this. It is, let's just say right off the bat, it's a gorgeously directed movie, really compelling. I don't really know the Shakespeare play that it's inspired by, but I thought it was really interesting. And I am not joking when I say this movie has Keanu Reeves' best performance. Like, you can keep Matrix, you can keep John Wick, you can keep all that stuff, you can keep Sonic 3. Keanu Reeves peaked with this movie. He is so good here. And there's like certain scenes between him and River Phoenix, Mike Waters, where it's so good. Like, his character is excellent. There's a campfire scene between the two of them. Such a good moment. I may not have fully understood every part of the movie, but the overall package was great. And there's so many little moments which just stood out to me and I really loved. So yeah, great little film. And we got Hello, Dolly. It's a classic Hollywood musical, probably the film which killed the classic Hollywood musical, admittedly, because it was a massive flop. But whatever. As a film in itself, it is a joy to watch. It's directed by Gene Kelly, and even though he's not in the movie, you can feel his presence throughout. It's so vibrant, so expressive, so colorful, so human. I can see why this is Wally's favorite movie because it's such a nice watch. It really represents the best of humanity. Songs are great. There's a whole scene where the waiters do like a funny dance number. It's amazing. Louis Armstrong does a duet with Dolly. It's awesome. Just a really lovely movie. Maybe it's a little bit too long, but I know I really loved it. And yeah, if this was the only movie I had in the apocalypse, I wouldn't mind. Next up, we got The Running Man. I know a lot of people found this film mid. I disagree. I thought this film was awesome. This was everything I wanted the Arnie movie to be, like plot-wise, because it's actually about like a guy running and people trying to hunt him down and all over the place. I thought it was really compelling. I thought Glenn Powell was fantastic, had a lot of energy to it. Edgar Wright's direction was slick, like usual. Definitely one of the better-looking blockbusters in modern times. And yeah, I just found it a really compelling watch. Like, okay, maybe by the final act, its themes get a little bit like half-assed in a way, but I don't know. I enjoyed the overall package. I thought it was a great little action film. Better than Baby Driver. I'll stand by that. Yeah, I enjoyed this film. Rich as lives. All right. Sonic 3 is a film that really knew how to make hype moments and endearing silliness. Yep. So as a Sonic fan, Live and Learn was epic. I can imagine because like I've never played Sonic Adventure 2. I just liked the scene because I thought the song was a good fit for the scene. I thought it was quite cool. But if you knew Live and Learn, I imagine that was like I said, is your probably an Avengers Endgame. Not a Sonic fan, but I really love Sonic 3. Jim Carrey has an insane performance, not as good as the Truman Show performance, but still really excellent. They are quite different performances, though. Truman Show is aiming to be a bit more dramatic in a way. Sonic 3 is just pure comedic, so it's obviously a bit hard to compare. Sonic 3 is unironically one of my favorite movies ever. Completely understandable. Shadow was absolutely perfect. Can't wait to see Amy and Metal Sonic's movie 4. Yes, they are going to be in it. The post-credit scenes for the Sonic movies are great. I heard it's just even though I'm not a Sonic fan, I get hyped for the next one. It's like, I just want Sonic 4 to come. I don't care if it's going to be like another year or so. I want Sonic 4 now. Haven't seen it, but Keanu Reeves peaked with Point Break. Haven't seen that one. Wait, Keanu voiced Batman? Really? I haven't seen Idaho. Yeah, no, do watch My Own Private Idaho. Keanu is fantastic in it. I'll give The Running Man this. It's better than Last Night in Soho. I think they're equal level. Because I really like Last Night in Soho. I think it's excellent. And I'm not just saying that because Matt Smith's in it, or Anya Taylor-Joy. Anyway, 105. Back to the Danny Boyle films. We've got Shallow Grave. Now, this is a film I feel like I need to rewatch because the more I think back on it, the more I realize it is a very excellent movie. I think it's a great little thriller film. You got Ewan McGregor, Christopher Eccleston's in it. Great film. It's basically Millions but good because literally Millions and Shallow Grave have the same plot. People find bag full of money and they wonder what to do with it. Millions came after this film, and Danny Boyle kind of described it as him remaking Shallow Grave but with kids. But Shallow Grave is so much better because it's a lot more compelling to watch like three adults like wonder what to do with the money morally, especially after they have to dispose of a dead body and everything. That's so much more compelling than watching some middle class kid go around poor shaming people. Okay, that's not what Millions is, but it's. Anyway, Shallow Grave, great film. It's Danny Boyle's very first film, but he came straight out of the gate with a really well directed, really energetic, really compelling film. Like, if you want to watch good directorial debuts, Shallow Grave is absolutely one to watch because it is fantastic. It's only one tier below Trainspotting in terms of visual flair, and that is surprising. So it's a really, really great film. Very, very well directed. Some of the shots where they like cut up the dead body, such good lighting, such good color. Great film all around. Next up, Breakfast on Pluto. It's another great trans movie starring Cillian Murphy as a trans woman. Now, usually I'm of the opinion that trans people should play trans people. Like, yeah, I think a lot of people agree. But I can make an exception for this case because Cillian Murphy was fantastic in this role. You can tell they did his research and approached it with the level of respect that was needed. And also, it was 2005, so I suppose yeah. But I think he did a fantastic job in the film, and the film as a whole is just like it's for like a story about like a trans person in the 70s. It has you expect it to be really bleak and dark, and it does have dark moments here and there, but the overall vibe is surprisingly quite wholesome and lighthearted, and I just really like that. It's a really nice little movie. I think it's just it's the kind of trans story we need more of. And there's a bit where Cillian Murphy and Brendan Gleeson dress up as the Wombles and dance around, and that's peak. And quite the opposite of Breakfast on Pluto. We've got Downfall, starring the Austrian Peter himself. So Downfall is about the last days of Hitler, and like basically like Berlin's been invaded, last days of World War II, everything's going to shit. He's going mad, and right before like around the time where he shoots himself. Good riddance to bad rubbish, I say. But this film is really, really compelling historical drama. It's just unfortunate that it's been forever tainted by the fact that all of those memes you see of like Hitler screaming and you put up like fake subtitles of what he's saying, they all come from this movie. Because Bruno Ganz, like his performance is so good as Hitler, but it's when he's screaming, I couldn't help but laugh because all I could think of was the stupid memes, and I feel bad because like that's not the movie's fault at all. It is a really, really damn good film, which is worth a watch. But oh yeah, the memes kind of ruined it. But it is a compelling watch, and I think it highlighted how much of a madman Hitler actually was. Like, because yeah, he kind of just gradually loses, like, becomes more and more insane as the film goes on, and you're like, how does anyone trust this guy? But it is interesting to see like the film sort of humanize him in a way, not in a way like sympathize with him, obviously, God no, but reminds you that he is a real person. I think that's what makes it effective in a lot of ways. Next up, we've got The Wolf's Call. This is a French action movie set in a submarine, and like the gist of it is like the first half is just kind of this guy, he's really good at spotting like submarine signals when listening through. That's kind of like the first time. It's kind of low key. But then there's a point where there is a fake, like there was like due to like errors, it made it out like there was going to be a Russian attack on France and that Paris was going to be destroyed. So one of the submarines saw that and was getting ready to clap back at the Russians with their own nuclear weapon. Turns out this was all a hoax, but they need to desperately stop the sub from firing the weapon. But unfortunately, due to policy and everything. They can't just communicate with it because the policy is that you can't listen to people communicating with you directly if you're at Armageddon because you can't trust anyone. So the only way to actually stop it is to blow up the sub. So it's there's a lot of like moral dilemma with the film where they have to kill innocent people due to an error which wasn't even their fault. They were following orders, but they have to kill them anyway to stop World War III from happening. It's such a tense film, great, dripping in atmosphere in the submarine setting. Really would really recommend it. It's a great French film and really compelling, and yeah, just very intense watch. It starts out a bit technical, but once you get into it, I think the film's excellent. And we got The Girl Who Kicked the Hornet's Nest. So this is the third film in the Millennium trilogy. So I'm sure many of you know about the girl with the dragon tattoo. David Fincher made a movie about that with Daniel Craig, but that's actually not the only adaptation of the story. There's because it's a Swedish thing. There was a mini series, just referred to as the Millennium trilogy, which covered all of the movies, like a few years beforehand. And there's 3 books. Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, Girl Who Played with Fire, and Girl Who Kicked the Hornet's Nest. I watched that trilogy. Haven't yet seen Fincher's film. I'll get around to that at some point. But anyway, Girl Who Kicked the Hornet's Nest was a good film. Fantastic. I think it was a satisfying end to the trilogy. My big problem with it, though, is it was very bureaucratical, for lack of a better word. Like, it's very technical with all this like bureaucracy talk, and I didn't find all of that particularly engaging. But the court scenes were excellent. What was her name? Naomi Rapace is fantastic as Lisbeth. Yeah, it's a really solid end to the trilogy. I really like the whole trilogy, but and this film was a fantastic end to it. Just not quite as good as the other 2, but still a great watch regardless. So the last 10 were Sonic the Hedgehog 3, 1 Hour Photo, My Own Private Idaho, Hello Dolly, The Running Man, Shallow Grave, Breakfast on Pluto, Downfall, The Wolf's Call, and The Girl Who Kicks the Hornet's Nest. Let's go back to this. Do you think Breakfast on Pluto is better than The Adventures of Priscilla? Oh, that is a toughie, because they're very different films. Like, Breakfast on Pluto is a lot more, like, even though it has lighthearted moments, it is generally a lot more serious than Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. It's a lot more lighthearted. I think Breakfast on Pluto has aged better, but if you want something ultra lighthearted, Priscilla's more your like what's it aim for. It's a tough one. They're very different films. It's hard to compare, because like I like things about both of them. If I had the choice between watching either of them, though, and watching like one of them right now, I'd probably choose The Adventures of Priscilla, because I think that's just a much more fun film. But Breakfast on Pluto is fantastic. I know it's later in the list, but Virgil from the House that Jack built plays Hitler in Downfall. Yes, Bruno Gans. Yes. Yeah, I think the memes will ruin my experience. I'm probably not going to watch Downfall anyway because I don't feel comfortable watching it. That is fair enough. That is very fair enough. I don't blame you. It is an uncomfortable film, but like intentionally uncomfortable and worth existing. But I'm not going to force anyone to watch it because it's a difficult film to watch. Yeah, the whole Downfall scene is so ingrained into internet meme culture. It was even in Canada's video. Yes, it was. Telling you, Jay, you need to see Fincher's Dragon Tattoo. It's so sleek and the opening goes so hard, even it adds nothing, and it has the only film score to make me become paralyzed with fear. I do need to watch it. The reason I haven't seen it was because I really loved, we'll get to it later, but I really loved the Swedish version of Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. So my reaction was like, why should I watch Fincher's one when the original one was already perfect? Or like near perfect, but I should watch Fincher's one at some point. I imagine it's probably got a lot more visual source to it. I remember that I left 2 comments on this list that you haven't responded to in months and a half. Was that the one about yes, I remember the one about Elio and Mario. Yeah, I didn't respond to it because I didn't really know how to respond to it. Keanu voiced Batman in the DC Super Pets movie. I forgot that movie even existed. Wasn't that a Dwayne Johnson star vehicle, that movie? I don't know. Anyway, all right, scroll to the bottom so you didn't see what the top ones were. All right, so we are finally. I'm going to take a quick swig of water real quick. Okay, so I've got an hour and a half to get through the last 100 films. I can do this. So, number 100, 28 years later. I did actually watch The Bone Temple the other day. That's obviously not going to be on this list, but it was good. Not as good as this film though, but better than 28 Weeks. Anyway, 28 years later, very different from what I expected going in. Like I was expecting something similar to 28 Days, but it's a very unique film. Very much stands on its own, which I think makes it better than a lot of legacy sequels because it feels very individual, very standalone, and just works really well. Great performances all around. Great emotional moments as well. I just think maybe parts of it were a bit slow and not the most engaging, but I think the overall package was really solid. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, great little film. Great little film. And but I hate to say it, but I do think the trailer was better than the movie. You know, the bit where they had like the poem, the Boots poem. Like that trailer is like one of the best movie trailers I've ever seen. Like it's so haunting. It's fantastic. And like I said, saying the trailer is better than the movie feels cruel because the movie is really good, but I do think the trailer is better. All right, then we got back to epic as shit territory with Spice World. This is the Spice Girls movie, and my goodness, the fact this has a 3.0 rating and a rating code like this is ridiculous because this movie is so damn peak. Okay, it is so fun. I wasn't even a big Spice Girls fan, but this movie, I had a blast with it. It is so over the top, so ridiculous, but so much fun in every way. It's got great cast in it. Richard E. Grant, Roger Moore's in the movie for some reason. It's awesome. There's so many silly moments, like the Spice Girls meet aliens for goodness sake. Like the aliens come down, say they're massive fans of the Spice Girls, and they give them an autograph. It's great. There's a bit at the end where where they're trying to get to the concert on time. They're in the Spice bus, and then they jump over Tower Bridge as the bridge is going up. But they say they don't have the budget to do the bus stunt, so it cuts to a toy of the bus jumping over a model version of the bridge. It is so good. I laughed out loud at that moment. This is such a great movie, and obviously it's got great Spice Girl songs throughout. It's I can't even begin to describe how peak Spice World is. The fact it's in the top 100 is amazing. I love that it's here. Speaking of musicals, we got Phantom of the Paradise. Now, Brian De Palma, fantastic director, as you can imagine, and this is a very De Palma film. Got all of its hallmarks, like split screens, and I think it's great. But it's also just a really interesting movie about like art and like how it can be manipulated by corporations. Paul Williams is so good as the villain. Like he wrote the songs for the movie and played the villain, and he's so slimy, so good. Direction as a whole was fantastic. The best way to describe this movie is it's the Rocky Horror Picture Show with Paul Williams songs and directed by Brian De Palma in a way. It predated Rocky Horror as well, but it's just as camp. It's such a good movie. Next up, we got In the Heat of the Night, a very progressive film for 1967. And I mean that because it's the first film to feature a black man slapping a white man, and that white man bloody well deserved it. But In the Heat of the Night, fantastic film. Sidney Poitier is so damn cool in this movie. Like, he commands the screen every time he comes on, and I think that's what makes the film work, because it doesn't feel like he's ever being talked down. Like, it doesn't feel like the film, it's like, even if the characters talk down to him, because obviously they're racist, the film never talks down to him. He is still the strongest man in the room, and is the one you should care about, and I think that's what makes it work as a race story. This movie, like, the structure of it, of like a white racist and a black man having to work together, it's very similar to Green Book, but it's a lot more nuanced, a lot better, and just really compelling. So yeah, the race stuff in this film is fantastic. Admittedly, the police procedural stuff isn't as interesting, but that was never really the main focus of the film. I still think it was a great film all around. Oh, we got Vincent Price. Here we go. The Abominable Dr. Vibes. So I watched 2 Vincent Price movies this year, and my goodness, I love this guy. He is so I feel like hammy is the right word to use because that makes it sound bad, but he's so just delicious. Like, he comes on screen and you just love watching him. And the 2 films I watched both feature Vincent Price's character killing people in a certain profession in increasingly unique ways, and it is so much fun to watch. In the case of The Abominable Dr. Vibes, he's killing doctors who were like he lost his wife due to medical issues, and he blames the doctors for the loss of his wife. So he kills all the doctors in really unique ways, specifically in ways which reflects the 7 plagues of Egypt. But it's so good. It's like Seven meets Saw meets 70s Hammer horror. That's the best way to describe it. And it is such a fun film. Like, there's one bit where a guy gets like skewered by like a screw, and to get him out of the door, they have to like unscrew the guy. And you can see like he's in the background. You can see his legs being lifted up in the air as he's been screwed around. It is so funny, so funny. This movie was a blast to watch. I loved it. Vincent Price is amazing. There's another Vincent Price movie later on. I can't wait to talk about that one. All right, reading some comments. Not exactly. The Rock had a cameo in it, but wasn't star vehicle like Black Adam was. Oh, okay. Spice World is legit peak, no joke, and great commentary on slandering celebrities without the context of journalism and the idiocracy of making a movie with music stars. Yes, actually, that's a good point. We watched in university. We watched a documentary about the Dixie Chicks where they said like one critical thing towards Bush and basically got cancelled for it. And all I could think of was that it was exactly like the plot lines in Spice World, where they just jokingly said like, "Oh, is the Pope Catholic?" And then the media took that as like Spice Girls deny the Pope being Catholic, and they basically tried to cancel those. Yeah, wasn't Gary Glitter almost in Spice World? God, I hope not. Spice World is one of those bizarre films, but it's fun. Isn't Meatloaf the bus driver? I can't remember. Is he in the movie? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. But I was focusing too much on Alan Cumming. Sidney Poitier is so hot and cool. Yep. They call me Mr. Tibbs. Blazing Saddles is literally in the heat of the night as a Western spoof. Now I think that is a good point. Differences in the heat of the night wasn't directed by the co-director of Dumb and Dumber. Yeah. So Vincent Price could have been in Doctor Who. Scratch my man. Vincent Price in Doctor Who would have been so peak. So peak. So does Vincent Price shower a guy with locusts? I think there was a locust scene. I'm gonna double check. It's been a little bit since I've seen the movie, so I need to double check. But I think there were vibes locusts. Yes, I think so. Yeah. But yeah, it's Dr. Fives is so peak. All right, Mickey17. Can I just say, Shea Frillis saying that Mark Ruffalo deserved a Razzie for this movie may just be his worst take I've ever heard. Like, that is an awful take. Mark Ruffalo was great in this movie. And like the movie as a whole, Mickey17 was a great film. Obviously, Robert Pattinson is fantastic, doubling up as the two Mickeys. Really fun like concept, and the way the world building was explored was really interesting. Just a very unique vibe, the kind of movie we needed at this time. And yeah, it's obviously not Bong Joon-ho's best movie, and some parts are a little bit like basic and around Shanghai, but I know I think it's a really fun movie. I liked what I had to say, and yeah, I really like Mickey17. I thought it was a great watch. It was nice watching this around the time I was doing my own sci-fi film. Next up, we've got Aguirre, The Wrath of God, classic Werner Herzog film starring the most insane actor ever put to screen, Klaus Kinski. I don't like this film quite as much as Fitzcarraldo, but this was a really compelling film, like a slow descent into madness as you watch. And Kinski's performance was phenomenal. Like, I hate the guy as a person, but as an actor, so good in this movie. So good. That quiet descent to madness was so compelling. I think the way the film was shot was also really good. Like, Herzog is known for being a documentary filmmaker, and he kind of films this like as you would a documentary. It's hard to describe, but it really does feel like you're there in like 17th century Peru. It's got such a unique presentation to it. It's utterly compelling. Great atmosphere. I also watched the Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy this year. Only the trilogy, only the ones directed by Goldminski. My least favorite was At World's End. I think the final act is phenomenal. One of the best directed, probably the best directed scene from the whole Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Davy Jones is fantastic. There's plenty of great emotional moments here and there. Obviously, Johnny Depp as Jack Sparrow is iconic. It's a great film, really entertaining. But it's just way too convoluted. Like, this movie has more betrayals in it than my last relationship. That is a joke, by the way. I've never been in a relationship, but yeah, there's so much going on. People are backstabbing each other constantly. I have no idea what's going on half the time, and it's a very long film, so there's a lot to keep track of. But if you have I still liked the overall vibe. There were still many moments I really loved, and just on a purely sensory level, this was just a really great film and a fantastic end to the trilogy. Don't know why they had to keep making them after Gore Verbinski left. This should have been the end. Next up, we got Stormy Night, the gay love story between the wolf and the goat. You may think I'm exaggerating, but if you watch the movie, you will know that I am not exaggerating in the slightest. This movie is gayer than Brokeback Mountain. But yeah, honestly, look, the movie's got flaws. I will fully admit that. It has got flaws with characterization and whatnot. But it's just such a nice vibe of a film. Like, it's just really sweet from the heart. The main relationship, which they say is a friendship, we know it's more, is what it just brings a smile to my face. I just really enjoyed watching this film more than anything, and yeah, it made me smile. It made me really smile. I loved it. I loved it. Then we got Wes Anderson's latest film, The Phoenician Scheme. A lot of people said this film was really mid. I can understand why, is it is like not as thematically interesting as some of Wes's other films. With that being said, though, I could watch Wes Anderson characters do their taxes and I would still enjoy it. And yeah, that's no different here. I really, really love this film. It's one of the funniest films to come out from last year. There's so many great moments. The basketball scene with Bryan Cranston and Tom Hanks was so peak. Benicio del Toro is brilliant. Michael Cera as the goofy little sidekick was phenomenal. Just obviously because it's Wes Anderson, it looks excellent throughout. It's just a really, really fun film. Really, really fun. It may not be top tier Wes, but it's still Wes Anderson, so I still really love it. So the last 10 films were 28 Years Later, Spice World, Phantom of the Paradise, In the Heat of the Night, The Abominable Dr. Phibes, Mickey 17, Aguirre, The Wrath of God, Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End, Stormy Night, and The Phoenician Scheme. So what do we got? I love the world building in Mickey 17. Same. She feels his worst take, even worse than him taking away whole stuff from Wolf Walks because some shots look weird to him. Yeah, honestly. I never imagine myself doing this live stream because I would have to cover like 400 films. Yeah. I'm getting tired. I'm only covering half of that. I'd say Shay's worst take would be Lightning should have won the race. That is a good point, actually. That is fundamentally misunderstanding the text by saying that. But his Ruffalo take is up there. Hello there, Kelly. I only saw Curse of the Black Pearl and been meaning to see the others, but I haven't gotten the time. Yep. For some reason I found out World's End to be extremely boring. It is quite a long film. As a queer furry, I really need to see Stormy Night. It seems too up my alley. Yep. Yeah, you need to see that one. Is this a new take on Sharon's Bell? I don't know what Sharon's Bell is. I'm mixed on Stormy Night. There's a lot of lights, but some scenes near the end were too casual to see the least. I don't know what that means. I love Paris 1 to 3. The music for the second and third movies in particular, two of my favorite scores of all time. Yes, Hans Zimmer is the GOAT. Not missing much by skipping 4 and 5. Not awful, but not all that great. Phoenician has the most epic basketball scene since Alien Resurrection. Don't know the scene from Alien Resurrection. All I know is the basketball scene in the Phoenician Scheme is pretty peak. All right. Number 90. Portrait of a Lady on Fire. This is like quintessential French art house cinema right here. And not just French art house cinema, queer art house cinema. Like, apparently this is Katie Mitchell's favorite film, from Mitchell's vs. the Machines. And it makes perfect sense. It's right up her alley. But yeah, it's a great film. I won't pretend that the style of it is entirely my thing. Like, I agree with like a lot of it, what it has to say. It's just the presentation. It's very low key. There's no music or anything. It's very quiet, and I don't know if those kinds of movies really engage me as much as other stuff. But for what it sets out to do, it is fantastic film. Incredible performances, absolutely incredible performances, and the ending. My goodness, the ending was broke my heart, but was so good. Next up, we've got Rocky, quintessential dad movie. I feel, maybe I'd rate it a bit higher if I actually gave a shit about boxing. But honestly, Rocky is just a great what do you describe it? Underdog story. That's it. Just a great underdog story. It's a classic film, really inspirational, really nice to watch. Yeah, it's just a great vibe of a movie. I can see why it's so iconic. Maybe I don't love it as much as other people, but for what it is, it's just really great film. Really great film. And that montage sequence is obviously iconic for a very good reason. Next up, we've got No Country for Old Men. In a similar vein to Portrait of a Lady on Fire, this is a very quiet movie without a dedicated soundtrack, so maybe that contributed to me not loving this movie as much as other people. With that being said, I still thought it was an excellent film, very, very intense, and Javier Bardem, what was his name? Anton. Oh my God, he is so scary in this movie, but so damn good. Fantastic direction, fantastic performances. And honestly, I think I need to rewatch this film because, like a lot of other Coen Brothers movies, it's one which I think gets better on a rewatch because you watch it first time round and you come away thinking, is that it? And then you realize that, oh, the point is that there isn't really a point. Like, the whole point of No Country for Old Men is that shit happens. There's nothing you can do about it. And I think with that mindset, I need to rewatch this. I think I'd appreciate it more. But I can still say it's a great film. Then we've got Steve Jobs. I was surprised by this movie. I went in kind of cynical because I do not like Steve Jobs at all. I think he's a massive prick. So I was worried this was going to be a movie which glazed him, but no, it's actually very critical of Jobs and highlights all of his bad actions. And yeah, I thought it was a surprisingly really good biopic. I think its kind of structure was interesting, like focusing on the tech conventions was a interesting way to do it. And you can definitely tell that this was written by Sorkin, your guy who wrote Social Network, because it's very intelligently written, very compelling. Fassbender is fantastic as Jobs himself. And I think some of the stuff were like, he's not a great person, but there's like little glimmers of hope that he and humanity within him. I think that made it compelling. And yeah, it definitely feels more like what's it called? Definitely feels more like an Aaron Sorkin movie than a Danny Boyle movie, as it's very low key compared to a lot of his more extravagant directorial efforts. But it's a great watch nonetheless. Then we've got Ever After. It's basically Cinderella, but with Drew Barrymore as, well, someone a lot more capable than Cinderella, actually. But it's a really fun little fairy tale kind of film. I was not expecting to enjoy it as much as I did, but it was just a really nice vibe, really fun. And I think the main reason why I enjoyed it was Leonardo da Vinci is in this movie as just a kooky little side character, and he is so fun. And like, Leonardo da Vinci essentially plays the role of the fairy godmother in this movie, and if that doesn't if that doesn't convince you to watch it, I don't know what will. All right. Let's see, we got story of a wolf who adopts a sheep after he kills his mother. Story Night doesn't sound anywhere near as like, oh yeah, Story Night is not nowhere near as dark as a wholesome film. We don't Portrait of Lady of Fire. We don't see enough female artists in the movies. Celine Sciamma is a fantastic director. I need to watch more of her stuff. Portrait of Lady of Fire has fires instead of stars on Letterboxd. Yep, it does. It's one of those unique films. It's got fires because fire and all that. Indiana Jones is more of a dad movie than Rocky, but Rocky definitely is up there. Yeah. Yari Barnum said he was a trooper for dealing with the crappy Dora the Explorer haircut. That is a great way to describe that crappy haircut. It is all Dora the Explorer. What did Steve Jobs do? I didn't hear about him other than he was involved with Pixar. He's just a massive prick. I mean, the movie kind of goes over a lot of his stuff. Like, he has a daughter, but he tried to like convince the media that it wasn't his. He basically, Steve Wozniak was the real inventor of all the Apple products, but Jobs took the credit because he was the spokesperson. So basically, all of the inventions that people say was Steve Jobs' inventions weren't his own. He basically just nicked it from other people. But yeah, I hate Steve Jobs and respect innovations. I mean, Pixar wouldn't exist without him, but yeah, he's a prick. Seeing Steve Jobs where Jeff Daniel finds out he hired neo-Nazis from 1984 commercial was the funniest thing ever. I forgot that scene, but I vaguely remember, actually. Ever After was one of my guilty pleasure. There's nothing guilty about my pleasure of Ever After. I love that movie, unironically. It's great. Wait, Leonardo da Vinci is what? Yeah, Leonardo da Vinci plays the role of the fairy godmother, basically. Like, not literally. He's just the one who gives the Drew Barrymore, like, what's the character? Danielle. He's the one who gives Danielle the ball gown and the slippers and everything to get her to go to the ball. So he plays the role of the fairy godmother, whilst not literally being the fairy godmother. Davy Jones has one of the best villain themes of all time. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Speaking of which, well, actually, Davy Jones isn't in this one, but either way, Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl. It's Barbossa instead, but Barbossa is an excellent character. Love him. But yeah, this is a great start to the franchise. I feel like in the modern blockbuster sphere where they're so like overly CGI'd and poorly directed, I look back to the Pirates of the Caribbean movies and realize how good we used to have it in the 2000s, because these movies, so well directed, while still remaining fun and engaging and just great characters and whatnot. I really enjoy the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. I think this is a great film. Maybe a bit long at points, but still really, really enjoyable. And on that topic, we got Dead Man's Chest. It's better than Curse of the Black Pearl because it's got Davy Jones in it, and it also has that scene where they're fighting on the wheel. That scene's really fun. But yeah, I think I just it's just a nice Pirates of the Caribbean, just a nice vibe, and I like Jack Sparrow. I like what's the name Will and Elizabeth. I think they got a good romance going ahead. And as I said, Davy Jones, such a good villain. Like that's the CGI on Davy Jones refuses to age. This movie came out in 2006 and it looks better than most of the stuff we have nowadays. It is insane, but it's so good. And Bill Nighy is awesome. Next up, we got Starship Troopers. So Starship Troopers is interesting because, like, on the surface, it seems like a very generic, like action sci-fi film and whatnot. Nothing not that special. Then you actually watch it and you realize it's one of the most brilliant satires of like military culture you'll ever see. It's so I can't fathom how genius this film actually is. Like it parades itself as like a pro-military movie, but you watch it and you notice that it's so critical of every part of it, and it's brilliant. You can tell it's from the same director as RoboCop, not just for the aesthetic, but also through its themes. It's such a intelligently well-made movie and just fantastic. And Neil Patrick Harris is in it, which is awesome. Next up, we got the second film from the Millennium Trilogy, The Girl Who Played with Fire. It's not as good as Dragon Tattoo, but I do think it's got a really compelling story of Elizabeth being framed and having to sort of go into hiding as she sorts it out. It's great hearing more of her backstory and how fucked it is. It really makes me sympathize with her as a character. And yeah, I just think it's a really solid film. Just not as good as Dragon Tattoo, but we'll get to that later. But I enjoy the vibe of the whole Millennium Trilogy. I think it's great. Next up, we've got Carrie, the other Brian De Palma film. Putting aside how questionable the opening titles are, Carrie is fantastic. Great classic horror film. That prom scene is one of the best scenes in horror cinema. It's so good in every conceivable way. Brian De Palma just lets loose of his direction. It's so good. You watch this movie and you really do grow to sympathize with Carrie. But like the film is also like it's compelling as well with like the moral side of it as well. And I think there's a lot going on here. It's a lot thematically, and it's just really well presented. Just fantastic film. All right, so last 10 films were Portrait of a Lady on Fire, Rocky, No Country for Old Men, Steve Jobs, Ever After, Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl, and Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, Starship Troopers, The Girl Who Played with Fire, and Carrie. So, let's see what we got. I love Barbossa, but yeah, I miss when blockbusters were more like Pirates rather than MCU slop. Absolutely. Like, the Pirates movies and Gore Verbinski movies work because they blend the practical with the CGI. Nowadays, it's all just green screens everywhere, and it's ugh. And it's like they're action movies where I can actually follow along with the action. God, I miss when that was the case. Yeah, Bill Nighy is so good as David Jones. I love Bill Nighy as an actor. He's one of my favorites, actually. Starship Troopers is so funny. It's even better when you look at it as an imperfect in-universe propaganda film, which could explain the off-screen actions of the climax and the generic love triangle. That's a good point, actually. That is probably my biggest problem with the Starship Troopers. I think the, love triangle is a bit there, but I think the film, just the satire works well. Dang, Elizabeth Loki got the Avatar 5 people look for Fire movie. She does a bit, yeah. Yeah, because she's like in disguise because she's like torturing a like she's like torturing a lawyer who helped an abuser get away with it. So she was cool in that moment. Dragon Tattoo is a trilogy of films. It didn't the original of the girl trying to die before the book was released. No, it's a trilogy of films. It's by who's the author? Stieg Larsson. Which were published posthumously and adapted into motion pictures. So I guess he wrote the trilogy and they were published afterwards. But no, he did write all three of them. He wrote all three as like one, basically. It's because it is basically one glorified story. And I am upset that David Fincher didn't do his own adaptations of Played with Fire and Hornet's Nest. I think he wanted to, but like there were issues with the adaptation and like studios wanted to change the story and he didn't want to do that. So he's only done 1/3 of the trilogy, which is annoying. But yeah, in Sweden they covered the whole trilogy. So I figured I'd watch them first so I can understand the full story. Then I'll get around to Fincher's film, which is a bit more popular. But yeah. unpopular opinion, but I really didn't like Carrie. I understand this is the point, but I found every character other than Carrie to be unbearable, and I just found it annoying and boring. What was that? What was that other guy? Was it Tommy? Was it Tommy? Yeah, Tommy, the one who danced with her. He wasn't unlikable. He was like a genuine guy. He was great. I love Tommy. All right, back to Gore Verbinski. Probably a controversial opinion to say that I prefer the Lone Ranger to the Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy. I mean, look at that rating. But I am telling you, the Lone Ranger has been the subject of the biggest smear campaign in cinematic history. This movie is awesome. Okay, Lone Ranger is one of the most like visually like it's got more visual source in one frame than modern MCU movies have for their entire runtime. This movie is so good in every way. Okay. Negatives: Johnny Depp playing a Native American shouldn't have been the case. I think they should have got an actual native actor to it. I will concede, not great, but the rest of the movie is actually quite how it portrays Native Americans is actually really good. So it's a shame that there's this one thing because compared to a lot of American westerns, it's actually a lot more better handled and progressive, and actually comments on like the oppression that natives felt. But that's not the reason why I watched the movie. The reason I watched the movie is the action is insane. The final train chase is legitimately one of the top 10 best action scenes from 21st century live action cinema. It is, I can't even put into words how amazing it is. Like, it's all, like, the trains are real damn trains that chasing each other. That's already impressive. The CGI is only used to enhance what's already there. You got them like running on two trains. They travel across. They're shooting through the windows. The movie absolutely inspired the train scene in Paddington 2. I think that was confirmed by Paul King. The whole scene is paired with the William Tell overture with like Hans Zimmer's amazing remix of it. It is so peak. And I'm not saying I enjoy the movie just for that ending scene, but it does definitely elevate the whole film. But I think the whole film has great action throughout. I like the camaraderie between what's his name Lone Ranger himself, John Reed, and Tonto. I think they're great duo, really fun, and it's just a great vibe of a movie, great modern western, and is Gore Verbinski just letting loose as a director, and it's great to watch. So I will defend the Lone Ranger till the end of my days. Next up, we got Weapons. I had to watch this movie twice because the first time I watched it, I left after 20 minutes because people in the cinema would not shut the fuck up. But rewatching it was worth the double dip into the cinema because it's a fantastic modern horror film, really compelling with its like Pulp Fiction-esque like multiple perspectives on the same event as I mean I don't know how to describe it. You get what I mean? Like each segment focused on a different character. I thought that was excellent. It made the film really engaging. Gladys will go down as one of the great horror villains out there. She is already iconic. Yeah, I just really enjoyed this film. Just it's surprisingly funny as well. It's scary, but also very surprisingly funny, and just a compelling watch throughout. Next up, we got a pretty fucked up movie here. It's a movie where I felt bad that I liked it so much. The House That Jack Built. I understand if someone told me that they hated this movie. It's pretty horrible. You're just watching a serial killer be a serial killer. But I found it weirdly entertaining. I thought the moral philosophy which is included in the movie was quite interesting. The whole Dante's Inferno stuff was pretty cool. I thought Matt Dillon was really great. I mean, it's the Lars von Trier movie, so you kind of know what you're going to get if you're watching one of his films. Next up, Zootopia 2. You can probably guess this was one of my most hyped movies of the year, and it absolutely delivered. The first good Disney sequel ever. Like, there's been some good Pixar sequels, but never a good Disney sequel. This is the first good one. I loved it. It's not as good as the original film, but it is still excellent. Nick and Judy, I love them. I love them so much. I think its themes were really interesting. I think it was really fun. But it's mostly Nick and Judy's dynamic. I think they were just so good together. I love them. And funny thing about this movie, I actually I drew Judy whilst in the cinema waiting for it to start. It was great. This movie is inevitably going to be nominated for Best Animated Feature. I can guarantee that. But and because of that, I am very excited to rewatch it like at home because I think I'm gonna enjoy it. I just really love Zootopia 2. Nick Wilde, my beloved. Speaking of sequels, we got Neja 2, the highest grossing animated movie of all time. and a lot of people absolutely adored this movie. I thought it was excellent. I thought it was a really, really good film. My big problem with it is I thought it was tonally a bit off. Like at points it's really dark and serious, and then not too long afterwards it becomes really childish and immature, and that tonal clash really didn't work for me and kind of let down parts of the film. But the overall package is still really, really, really strong. I think its themes are really great. Its scale is off the charts. So this is one of the largest scale animated films I've ever seen. I have no idea how on earth they were able to render it. It's insane. It's like some of these action scenes are like Lord of the Rings levels. It's insane, but so well done. It's a really great movie. I think it absolutely deserves to be the highest grossing animated movie of all time, even if I don't personally think it's like a flawless masterpiece, but it is still excellent. And it should have been included on the shortlist of best animated feature. The fact it wasn't even submitted is a crime. Yeah. All right, time to watch these. God, there's a lot of stuff here. Iron Man 3 is the better underappreciated blockbuster of 2013. Nah, Lone Ranger's better. So I'm guessing you think Rango is the best Gore Verbinski film? Yes, I do. I think Rango is my favorite. Weapons is one of the only films that made me genuinely scared. I think The Exorcist is the scariest horror film I've ever seen. Actually, Weapons was inspired by PTA's Magnolia, not Pulp Fiction. Zach Cregg himself. Okay, I haven't seen Magnolia yet, but that makes sense. That one shot of the boat in the climax on House of Jack was so perfect. Yeah, the Dante's Inferno stuff, that was fantastic. Zach Cregg is now doing a Resident Evil movie. I don't know anything about Resident Evil, but I am going to be seated for that because that sounds awesome. Lion King 2 is pretty... I meant like theatrical Disney sequels, not things like Lion King 2. What about Rescuers Down Under and Fantasia 2000? Haven't seen Fantasia 2000. Don't like Rescuers Down Under. I don't even like the first Rescuers Before You Get Mad. So, yeah. Zootopia 2, True Delight. My expectations were rock bottom, and the movie poll voted over them. My expectations were a bit higher than other Disney sequels, as I thought the trailer was decent, but I still was expecting to be disappointed, and I'm glad I wasn't, because, yeah. Zootopia only gets nominated. Resident Evil: The Final Chapter has the worst editing and shaky cam I've ever seen. I know for a fact Zach Cregg will do much better. Jeez, that's bad. I had way too much fun with Zootopia 2. You can't have too much fun with a movie. Giacchino score, so groovy. Had no idea Andy Samberg was poor, but I didn't know he was in the movie. And then I heard his voice. I was like, oh, that's Andy Samberg. That's fun. Jake Peralta from Brooklyn Nine-Nine in this cop movie. That's fun. And then the movie. Yeah. I remind you that me and my mum clapped when Patrick Warburton Horse made it and performed the 6 fighting moves towards the end. Valid. I was wondering why Neja 2 was in the best animated features discussion. Yeah, for some reason it wasn't submitted. I can't remember whether it was decided that it was the Academy's fault or China's fault, but either way, I'm mad at someone for not submitting it. In a perfect world, Wallace and Gromit would be the highest grossing animated movie. You know what? I agree with that. Wallace and Gromit, Avengers Must Foul, highest grossing movie. Give me that now. The Shining and Silence of the Lambs reference in Zootopia 2, they were really peak. They were absolutely peak. I loved them. I laughed out loud with the Shining reference. Oh my goodness. Speaking of movies where I laughed out loud in the cinema, Final Destination Bloodlines. I watched this movie after I finished my semester at uni, because I needed to wait until the semester was over so I wouldn't get too stressed. But because I waited a while, I was in the cinema alone, and I'm glad I was, because it meant I got to react to the film audibly without worrying about disturbing anyone else. So I am not kidding when I say that when that stupid kid got crushed by the piano, I burst out laughing. I have never laughed so hard at the cinema in my life. And not only did I laugh, I started cheering as well. I was laughing. I was like, woo, yeah, kill that stupid kid. I've never laughed at child murder so much, but my goodness, this movie made you hate that kid, and he deserved that piano. But either way, I'm a big fan of the Final Destination movies. I was excited for this one, and this absolutely lived up to my expectations to the point that it's my favorite Final Destination movie by far, because it's the only one where I actually cared about the characters. I want them to survive. The kills are excellent. They look good. They're not filled with that shitty CGI that 4 and 5 had. It's great. Seeing Tony Todd one last time was beautiful. His whole scene was just fantastic. Yeah, it's just a fantastic movie through and through. Brought back the anxiety I haven't felt from these movies since seeing them, and watching it in cinemas was just amazing. Absolutely. I know this is like giving it 4.5 stars seems high, but I cannot describe how much fun I had watching this movie. It was amazing. Also, I just realized I was meant to be reading the chat. Oh wait, no, I already read the chat, didn't I? Sorry, Solaris. Andrei Tarkovsky. art housey Soviet film, nearly 3 hours long. There's a whole scene where he spends like 5 minutes in the car not doing anything. But I really like the film. I watched this because one of my lecturers told me to watch it because when I pitched Reconnaissance, my short film, one of them said it was a lot like it reminded them of Solaris, and they recommended that I watched it. So I did watch it, and yeah, it ended up being quite a useful point of reference. There's even one shot in Reconnaissance, which is a bit of an homage to a shot in Solaris of like the lake. So there's a little bit of inside trivia there. But yeah, Solaris I thought was really interesting. I'm too dumb to get every part of it, but I did still think it was a very well directed movie, very interesting, and there were parts I really did love. Probably need to rewatch when I'm a bit older and less stupid, but yeah, I quite liked it. Next up, we got classic British comedy here, The Full Monty, all about these five guys, five blokes. They do a striptease concert to earn a bit of money because it's a funny idea just seeing like five men become strippers. But I think the reason why it works is not only is it hysterical, but I think it has a lot of heart to it. It's commenting on the issues of like unemployment, which is around in the 80s and 90s, especially up north in UK, because it's a bit of a north-south divide, if you didn't know. And up north, there's a lot of like unemployment, especially around this time with like Thatcher and everything. But I think the film comments on that in like a way that's simultaneously funny, but also quite heartfelt in a lot of ways. And I think that's the reason why I ranked it a bit higher, because it balances emotion with comedy really well. But it's mostly because it's really funny. That's why I like it. Speaking of funny movies, we got the Lego Batman movie. Unironically, one of the best Batman movies out there, because it really, like, the way it focuses in on Batman as a character is really compelling. His dynamic with Michael Cera's Robin is really sweet, and yeah, it's really nice. But above all, the film is just hilarious throughout. I love the fact that this film can just throw in other random IPs like Sauron and Voldemort and Godzilla, and the Daleks are make a cameo. Yet it still works really well. Still feels very distinct to Batman. It's just fun. It's just a great film. Great film to vibe with, and yeah, I love it. Another comedy which I think has a lot of deeper meaning to it is The Odd Couple. It's a classic comedy with Walter Matthau and how do you pronounce his name? Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon. And on the one hand, it's a very funny film of like these two men. They become housemates. Like they share a flat together after Jack Lemmon was like after that both their wives leave them, and it's sort of the joke of it is that they start acting like an old married couple despite being two straight men in the 60s. And there's a funny concept. But I think the reason for why it works is because like Jack Lemmon's character is very a surprisingly really good portrayal of masculinity, because obviously like in the 60s there's that whole thing of like you need to be strong and everything, strong man and whatnot. Jack Lemmon, he's emotional, he cries, and there's like these two women who comfort him and say like they appreciate it when a man is open about his emotions and is willing to express his feelings. I just thought that was really nice to see, like a classic film showing that it's okay for men to show weakness and whatnot. And I think Jack Lemmon as a whole is a great like classic actor in general who's not as traditionally masculine as many of the other rugged heroes, but feels very down to earth, like a very general everyman. And I think he was really good in this movie. And like I said, he is also just really funny. Like, the screenshot here that I used for the backdrop, it's a great scene where it's like, listen, you ignoramus, it is a ladle. You do not know what a ladle is. It's great. All right, time to read the comments. Oh yeah, last 10 films: The Lone Ranger, Weapons, The House That Jack Built, Zootopia 2, Neja 2, Final Destination Bloodlines, Solaris, The Full Monty, Lego Batman Movie, and The Odd Couple. Okay, so what we got? The Penny in Final Destination is the most evil villain in film history. Absolutely. Bloodlines has to be the only movie where everyone was so hyped when they killed a child. Yep. My theatre cheered when the stupid brat died. I part of me does wish I was in the full audience though. I think that would have been fun. They filmed all the Tony Todd stuff first, and he chose most of the dialogue because he knew he was going to die soon. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Like, a lot of it was his own choice. It makes it a lot more emotionally impactful. Tony Todd got me out there as one of the best posthumous performances. Absolutely. Solaris. Oh man, one of the most boring good movies I've seen. If it wasn't boring, I could easily bump up a star. It just did not work for me. Stalker's way better being slow cinema. Stalker will be later. You'll see that. R.I.P. Tom Wilkinson. You play my favorite character in Full Monty. Yes. Oh yeah, I know who you mean. Yeah. Rest in peace. Yeah. Took me a sec to remind myself, but yes, he absolutely. Another film better than The Dark Knight. Wait, oh, Lego Batman movie. I thought we were talking about the full Monty for a minute. Watched Lego Batman recently again, and it's still awesome. Do you take offense to the line from Lego Batman about British robots? Sony nerd people know. I don't. So the thing is, I don't think they could get the rights to call the Daleks because it's like Terry Nation saying complicated rights. The thing which annoys me though is the Daleks are not robots. They are mutants. They are mutated Khalids who are placed into an armored shell designed to kill. They are not robots. That's what pissed me off. Okay, like I don't care that they said only nerds would get it. The problem I had was the fact they called the Daleks robots when they're not. Anyway. Lego Batman is my favorite Batman movie, the only one that does right by Batgirl. I haven't seen any other stuff with Batgirl, and I'll admit, but Batgirl is really good in it. I love Barbara Gordon. Also, city destruction scenes are better executed than any Roland Emmerich film. Don't know what that film. Don't know who did that. Do you think Lego Batman would be better without the Warner Brother IP flooding the screen? Nah, I think it still works. Lego Batman is peak, third best Warner Brothers movie. Watch the Looney Tunes back in action. It has Daleks in the scene. Ooh. I mean, I don't know anything about Looney Tunes, but I'll watch it if it has Daleks. All right, next up, we got another classic war film, a bit of a lesser-known one, Ice Cold and Alex. So basically, the plot of this is these guys, they were caught in an ambush by the Germans because it's set in the Sahara campaign in World War II, and they were caught by the Nazis, and they're sort of left on their own with this ambulance truck, and they have to drive it to Alexandria in Egypt, like deep in the Sahara. They have to get to the next nearest city. And obviously, you're in the desert with a truck. It's a bit hard to navigate. And the film is basically just them navigating the truck through the desert. And it's such a compelling watch. Like, so watching them go through all the trials and tribulations with the sand and whatnot. There's this picture here for the backdrop. There's a bit where you have to haul it up a hill. And it's very tense, very engaging. And I think some of the... but the reason why it works is this is just a backdrop to the character drama. Because one of them is actually a spy. But the film is like surprisingly sympathetic towards it, and it really humanizes them and makes them you sympathize with them as a character. I think it made the film very like a more nuanced war story than what you normally get. But the main reason why I loved it is when they get to Alexandria, the only reason they're going there, like the main character, he just wants a drink when he gets there, like a nice cold glass of beer. They all get to Alexandria. They have beers poured out for all of them, and my goodness, alcohol has never looked so good. I do not like alcohol personally, so I just don't like the taste. But my goodness, this movie will drive someone to drink because the way they portray the alcohol there is just so good. Like you're going through the whole desert venture with them, and you see those nice ice cold beers, and you're like, you just want to drink it. It's just so good. Apparently this film was even used in beer commercials because it makes it look so good, and I absolutely understand why. Great. Next up, we got The Shop Around the Corner, a classic Jimmy Stewart romance movie. I watched this for Christmas. It's a Jimmy Stewart Christmas movie that isn't It's a Wonderful Life, go figure. But no, this is a great little film. Really, really, really funny. I was surprised by how funny this movie was, but I laughed throughout. The romance is an interesting one. Like these two people, you know, they don't really get on at first, but eventually realize they're just like each other, and that's why they argue. Jimmy Stewart is obviously one of my favorite actors for sure. Love him here. It's just a really nice, fun movie. Just great one to vibe with. Great classic Ernst Lubitsch. Love this film. Speaking of actors who I love, we're in the other Vincent Price movie, Theatre of Blood. So you remember how I said The Abominable Dr. Fives was him killing a bunch of doctors in unique ways? In this film, Vincent Price plays a Shakespearean actor who gets so mad at his critics that he kills all of them in various ways, which reflects the Shakespeare plays he performs in. For example, the first guy he pays a bunch of homeless people to stab him, so he ends up dead like Julius Caesar, like 40 people stab him like Julius Caesar. In another, he's like well in this scene here, it's in King Lear, the guy gets his eyes gouged out. This one he's got like a ramp to try and gouge out the guy's eyes. It is so creative. It's the thing about these Vincent Price killer movies, they are so damn creative and fun. Like if you like the kind of appeal of Final Destination or just creative kills, you are gonna love these Vincent Price movies. But Theatre of Blood, just the whole Shakespearean angle of it, just made it so damn creative and fun. And I fucking loved watching this movie. I think it says something that I watched this film the same day that I rewatched Shaun of the Dead. It was on Halloween night. this film didn't feel overshadowed by the fact that I was watching Shaun of the Dead afterwards. Like, yes, I do prefer Shaun of the Dead, but this film still stood out as its own thing, as just a great piece of campy, horror stuff. It's such a good film. There is a damn good reason for why I put Vincent Price on the thumbnail, because he's awesome. I fucking love this movie. So much fun. Next up, for as much as I love the Zootopia 2, I think The Bad Guys 2 was the better furry sequel from last year. It took everything good about the original Bad Guys movie. Great characters, great animation, great action scenes and everything, and all the heist elements, and just great dynamics and all that, and just expanded upon it and made it better. It got rid of all the stuff which didn't work about the first one, like some of the cliche plot lines, and just made a really, really damn fun movie, which I had such a great time watching. It's brilliant. Mr. Fox and Diane Foxington are peak furry couple, just saying. And yeah, it's brilliant. It is funny though, this one has the exact same climax as Hit Pig though. It literally does. All right, now we got K-pop Demon Hunters. Fucking love this movie. I watched it twice, once on my own with my parents. My dad wanted to watch it, which is funny because he likes French art house cinema. Yeah, he wanted to watch K-pop Demon Hunters, so fair play. And I rewatched it in cinemas because they're doing a sing-along event. That sing-along event was so good. Thing is, K-pop Demon Hunters, I don't think it's the greatest film in the world, but the songs are some of my favorite songs ever. Like, I've been listening to them on repeat over and over again. I love the characters, especially Zoe. I love Zoe so much. She's just like me, for real. So it's like K-pop Demon Hunters. It's a movie where I don't think it's the greatest movie of all time, but there's parts of it which I love wholeheartedly, like the songs, like Zoe, like the animation and the action. It's just really fun, and I think my love for this movie can be summed up through the fact that I was wearing a t-shirt the whole time. That's why that's why I kept the jumper on the whole time, because I wanted to keep the shirt a surprise that I was wearing it for this video. But my goodness, I was roasting in that. I'm glad to finally get it off. Oh man. But yeah, love Keyboard Demon Hunters. I love Zoe. I love Golden. But I'm not going to sing Golden though, because I will break the Hon Moon if I do that. So, yeah, comment time. Roland is in 24. All right. Yeah, I remember back in Action Galaxy and got them in a bit of trouble, which I think is why the Nation of State was so fussy about bringing them back. Yeah, Terry Nation of State is a bit weird. Yeah. If you want a film that really promotes alcohol, Night is Short, Walk on Girls spends the first third making alcohol look like the most delicious substance ever created. All right, fair enough. I do need to watch that film. It's been on my watch list for a while. I need to watch Ice Cold and Alex. Harry Andrews is awesome. Yes, absolutely. Great season, glad to see it. Thank my dad. My dad has like crazy film taste. He's always recommending these niche films. It's great. Shit, I have to watch Theatre of Blood now. Yes, watch Theatre of Blood. It is the peakest peak ever. Talking of Vincent Price, have you seen Bloodbath at the House of Death? Not yet, no. Price is one of those actors who can make a bad movie watchable just by showing up in it. Thankfully, Theatre of Blood is not a bad movie. Those poor dogs. Yeah, those dogs. Oh, more like Midgard. Shut up. Midgard. Shut up. Bad Guys 2 is great. I enjoyed but didn't love Bad Guys and didn't really get the hype, but I loved Bad Guys 2 so much, and it should be nominated over Elio. Agreed. Still need to watch the first one, but I will be interested to see if Bad Guys 2 shows up in the best animated feature lineup. I doubt it. Unfortunately, I doubt it. But if it doesn't turn up, doesn't matter. I'm going to be doing a Bad Guys retrospective anyway. Yay, K-pop Demon Hunters, great film. Hell yeah, K-pop Demon Hunters is peak. K-pop Demon Hunters was air. Different perspectives right there. Bad Guys 2, Zootopia 2, and Ellie are my favorite movies last year that I've seen. I have to catch up on some other movies though. Also, is Diane your favorite furry crush? Tied with Nick Wilde, I'd say. Tied with Nick Wilde. I mean, wait, where is it? I mean, it said something that I got both of them. I got like I probably didn't turn up on the screen because of brightness, but I had pictures of both of them on my phone. So yeah, I've drawn both of them. Diane was one of the first characters I drew actually. I need to do a color version. But yes, she is. I'm so excited to rewatch K-pop. Didn't love the film when I first watched it, but I've been getting really into songs, so need to give it a rewatch. Yeah, that's the thing. When I first watched the film, I thought it was like a solid 8 out of 10 movie, but it just didn't leave my mind, and the songs especially, I just kept going back to it over and over, and on a rewatch, I just bumped up a bit because I just realized, yeah, I do enjoy this movie. It's got story flaws, I think, but it is just a great vibe. I'm really mad that the Demon Hunters didn't give a subplot to Zoe and Mira, and perhaps police they actually have something to do. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Zoe literally doesn't have to do anything in the movie, and I still love her. K-pop was good, but the ending was a bit lackluster. Nah. This is what it sounds like was peak. Like K-pop Demon Hunters, considering that people were comparing it to Elio for no good reason, I'll just say Elio resonate with me more. I haven't seen Elio, so. Seen a graphic tease. I don't know if I told you about the Spice Girls shirt I bought a month after seeing it. My mom thinks it's. You got a Spice Girls shirt? Peak. Got the flag, got that free the demons, but he locked the demons, even though the first half proved the demons were forced to do so. The parental figure and Kim even bigger. Oh yeah. What's her name? The parental figure. What was her name? There's a lot. I don't even remember her name. Was it? No, not Green Man. That was the Celine. Was it Celine? Celine. Yeah. That's my biggest problem with the movie. She does nothing. She's built up as more important than she actually is. It's like what's going on? Your idol's best K-pop scene song, best song in my opinion. Which one is your favorite? Very cliche answer, but Golden, definitely Golden. Love that song. Zoe, my beloved. I was in the car driving home from uni the other day, because I got my license now finally, and Golden came on the radio, and I was belting out that song. It was amazing. Anyway, I've been here for a while after lunch, so I won't get to see you cover the rest of the films, especially the Peak Dick Hall movie. All right, that's fine, but glad that you were here nonetheless. God, I've got like 40. I got like about an hour to finish this off, so let's crack on. So, Deliverance, number 65, Deliverance. This is another film I watched up in Scotland. I was not expecting what this film was. I thought it was just going to be a nice little film of these guys having a little canoe holiday. And then that scene happened. If you've seen the movie, you know what I mean. And bloody hell, it took a turn in the disturbing. And then it became a really intense film. My goodness, this was tense, but really, really great thriller film. Absolutely fantastic. Brilliant film. Don't really want to spoil it, just watch it. 127 hours. Oh boy, anxiety. This movie is. Another Danny Boyle film. I was always interested to watch this movie because I knew about the real story for a while, and I was curious to see like how the film adapts it. I find the real story very inspirational, very interesting, and this film does it fantastically well. There's a few silly moments, like there's a Scooby-Doo jump scare, which is a bit weird, but the parts which work here really, really work. The bit everyone knows was very hard to watch, but very, very effective. And look, for as much as I hate James Franco as a person, his performance here was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Because he has to carry this movie on his own because he's, it's an hour and a half of him stuck in a hole. But yeah, really good. Then we got Your Name. Collector, you're not going to be happy with this, but no, I really like Your Name. Okay, it's weird. Okay, it goes in really crazy directions, which maybe don't make much sense. But I kind of like the crazy vibe of the movie. I don't know, I just find it kind of interesting. I think some parts are just I just like the premise. I think the premise is interesting. I think the story beats are wild, but I kind of like them. I don't know. I just like this. I just like this film for all of its flaws. I just thought it was an interesting film. It's been a while since I've seen it. It's been like a year since I've seen it, so it's not fresh on my mind at all. But I don't know. I just really enjoyed it. Next up, we've got The Killing. This is the first Stanley Kubrick film, which people can probably call good, because his first two films aren't the most well received, but The Killing actually has a decent rating to it, and it's brilliant. It's like classic non-linear. It's a classic crime film with a non-linear structure to it. Very definitely inspired the likes of Jackie Brown, for instance, and it's a great film. Like set a horse race, and they've got this group of criminals. And they've got their own role to play to make sure they steal the money and get it out. And it's great to watch the process unfold. It's great to watch the actual heist itself. And the ending, I refuse to spoil the ending, but my goodness, it is one hell of a way to end this movie. And it's brilliant. And yeah, it showed that even though it took a while for Kubrick to make a good film, the first good film he did make was fantastic. Then we've got The Deer Hunter. I hope to cover this in. I do really want to do a Michael Cimino retrospective. I think he's an interesting director. And The Deer Hunter was a fantastic film. Very, very like great little time capsule in this period of American history of like the Vietnam War and the impact that it had on the soldiers who fought in it, who like went in thinking they were doing a service to their country and then came out as different men entirely. That stuff is really compelling. It's definitely a long film, very slow paced. I mean, it's infamous having a 40-minute long wedding scene, but I think it all works really, really well, as you really do grow to care for these characters and their struggles within the film, and it's great. I especially think Robert De Niro is obviously great as usual, but Christopher Walken, my goodness, he's excellent here. This is definitely the best Christopher Walken role. It's so good here, and some of the scenes so damn tense, like the whole Russian roulette stuff. Oh, but yes, fantastic Vietnam film. It's not a traditional Vietnam film in like an apocalypse now kind of sense, but it is excellent nonetheless. So the last 10 films were Ice Cold and Alex, Shop Around the Corner, Theatre of Blood, The Bad Guys 2, K-Pop Demon Hunters, Deliverance, 127 Hours, Your Name, The Killing, and The Deer Hunter. So what we got? Film's world has so many questions. I feel like that's a kind of fucked up ending for the demon guy that you like. I'm convinced, Junior's going to come back. Rock Dog better haven't seen Your Name. Rock Dog is peak, to be fair. I don't normally like body swap stories, but this one was handled immensely with plenty of heart. Yeah, absolutely. I had a dream about Your Name recently, which is weird because I saw it back in January, but I had a dream about Your Name like a month ago. It was weird. It was weird. I don't know what's my brain trying to tell me. Yeah. Anyway, back to movies. Number 60, Bullet. I think this film is most famous because it has like one of the best car chases in cinema history. And to be fair, that car chase is phenomenal. It's so good. But alongside that, it's just Steve McQueen being cool for like, what was it, 90 minutes, 2 hours? For about 2 hours, it's great. Steve McQueen does the best parallel parking I've seen in any film. I don't know why that's my main takeaway, but honestly, this film was just a really engaging, like thriller kind of cop film, and it's such a like it's that particular vibe of classic action film, probably the kind of thing your dad loves, but I loved it too, and it's so good. Like I said, Steve McQueen is just awesome in this movie. It's just a really cool action film, really great, really great. But there is another film with a fantastic car chase later on. Next up, V for Vendetta. I watched this one not on 5th of November, but close enough. And yeah, I think this is a film which was worth watching at this current day and age because, yeah. But it's nice to see people stand up to the government for once. But this is a brilliant, really well-directed film. Really unique vibe to it. Performances were consistently fantastic. I loved Hugo Weaving as V. I love Natalie Portman as Keira Knightley. I only say that joke because I spent the whole movie convinced that Keira Knightley was in this movie, but then I realized it was Natalie Portman doing a British accent, and I'm like, oh, for God's sake. I'm always getting them two mixed up, which to be fair is a common thing, but I just don't understand. If you're doing a movie set in the UK and you want someone like Natalie Portman, why don't you just get Keira Knightley? Because they look virtually identical and she's actually British, but never mind. Either way, V for Vendetta, great movie, great themes, great action, great direction, fantastic film all around. John Hurt is great as the villain as well. And there's a lot of subtle emotional beats as well. Like there's a bit where Natalie Portman's in a cell and she reads like a story of like someone who came before, and that's like a really hard-hitting scene. Just fantastic film all around. Then we've got Sunshine, probably Danny Boyle's most underrated film. Like a lot of people weren't mad on it because the ending is admittedly very weird, but I kind of liked it. But more than anything, this is just a very atmospheric sci-fi story. Usually in like kind of horrors and stuff, the darkness is where you don't want to be. This one kind of subverts it. Where the lighter the film is, that's when the scary stuff comes, because the sun is like, the power of the sun is made as explicitly clear and dangerous, and it's a tense watch throughout, but very well done. Well acted throughout. It's probably Chris Evans's best role, not gonna lie. He's very good in this film. And yeah, it's just it's one of those films where like there's a group of people, they're competent, and the issues come not from stupidity, but just from the elements getting at them, and it's a really compelling film. One of Danny Boyle's best, in my opinion. Next up, we've got the first of the Three Colors trilogy, Three Colors White. This is often regarded as the worst one of the trilogy, but I still thought it was fantastic. I weirdly connected to the main character, Carol, because like in ways I don't really want to get into here, but I weirdly connected to him in a lot of ways, and that made me really like the film. I found the film really engaging, I think it is a bit stupid that people write off this film just because Julie Delpy's not in it very much. Because thematically speaking, she's not. It makes sense for her not to be in the movie very much, but whatever. But anyway, I think it's a fantastic film. The only problem is that white just isn't as interesting of a color as blue and red. So visuals was good, aren't as striking as some of the other films in the trilogy. And we got The Substance. Oh, this movie was was a real joy, wasn't it? It's fucked up, but it's great. Great. I love the fact that this movie was nominated for Best Picture. That's wild. But yeah, I think the ending was a bit ridiculous and teetered too far and just over. It was a bit too over the top. But the rest of the movie was fantastic, really creepy, really gross, but in a way that had a purpose, really compelling. Just yeah, it's just a really compelling watch of a film, and with a lot to say about like Hollywood and aging stars. And I'm glad the movie's caught on as it has. All right. Your Name is So Good. It's probably my favorite anime movie that isn't my era. Can use episodes for Smart and whatnot. Unrelated, but you should see the Taking of Pelham 123. I think you'd really like it. I'll look at that one later. I think I might be more obsessed with My Hero than you are back in it. Yeah, obviously your My Hero love is like genuine. The tagline for Sunshine is chilling. What is the tagline? If the sun dies, so do we. Oh yeah, that is a good tagline. Fucking hell. Someone send this film to Shay if he needs to review it. My God, that is a good tagline. It sums up the film perfectly because literally it's these signs they have to go to the sun to like repower it because it's getting weaker and the Earth is being thrust into an ice age. So they need to repower the sun, and it's like a basically life or death mission. But yeah, mix on the ending on The Substance. You should have ended with when she turned into mutant. Agreed. I think it just goes a bit too over the top, and the fact is like everyone's like, oh my gosh, she's a freak. It just felt like it's like okay, we're not in the 2000s anymore. Like, why are you doing that again? Guess you could say The Substance had substance. Yep, sums it up. All right, another Jimmy Stewart film. Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. I already knew Jimmy Stewart was one of my favorite actors, but I think this film further cemented that fact because a lot of the film is him just sort of monologuing to other politicians, and he is so good. He's so compelling, but remains so empathetic. He's fantastic character. There's a whole bit where he goes around punching politicians, which I was not expecting before going in, but that makes the movie great. It's really good. I think it's very ahead of its time. You're calling out corruption in the U.S. Senate in like 1939. And whilst it does have a very it does have a happy ending. It's Frank Capra. I think it still works really really well. And like I said, it's carried by the performances and the themes. It's just a really really fantastic classic film. Speaking of surprisingly progressive classic films, we've got All About Eve. First of all, Betty Davis. Diva. One hell of a diva. Love her. Betty Davis was amazing in this movie. But alongside that, I think All About Eve is just, for a film made in the 50s, it does a really good job at highlighting the struggle of like actresses in like theater and movies and whatnot, and how when they get to a certain age, they don't really get work anymore and the younger talent takes over. I think that's what All About Eve does, highlights really, really well in a really compelling way. And it's a surprising feminist film for a film made in 1950, but it's held up so well. But alongside that, like a lot of classic Hollywood movies, the wit is fantastic. It's such a fun film. Like I said, Betty Davis, such a diva. She's so funny. It's a great watch. Absolutely deserve Best Picture. Another Three Colors movie. We got Three Colors. We got Trois Colors Bleu. Three Colors Blue. This is probably the most emotional film of the Three Colors trilogy because it's about grief and what's her name, Julie, losing her husband and child in a car accident, having to deal with that. And I think the color fits the mood well. It's a very well directed movie, very tender, very sweet, but emotionally impactful with some great music here throughout. And yeah, it's just a really really lovely little movie, but very upsetting as well. But very very damn effective. Great film. Another Best Picture winner. Watch this one when Gene Hackman passed away. The French Connection. You know how I said Bullet had a fantastic car chase? French Connection also has one of the best car chases in the cinema. It's a very different kind of car chase. It's literally just William Friedkin strapping a camera on the front of a car and driving it recklessly through New York. But my goodness, it works so well. It's so tense, but highlights Popeye Doyle's obsession with the case, and it's so good. But the film is so much more than just that car chase. It's a deceptively simple police procedural, but it works so well because of its themes of obsession and failure. And quintessential new Hollywood this film is. It's such a good watch. And Gene Hackman's fantastic in it. Rest in peace. I mentioned Powell and Pressburger earlier in the video. We got The Red Shoes, another great film for that. For a film made in 1948, it is a crime that this is more colorful than most movies we get nowadays. I miss when movies look like this. This is a gorgeous looking movie. There's a whole bit around the middle, like a 17-minute sequence, the Ballad of the Red Shoes itself. One of the best scenes put to film. It's phenomenal. The problem with that scene is that it kind of overshadowed the rest of the movie for me. That when I think about this movie, I think of that one scene. But I do remember enjoying the rest of the film. Gorgeous film throughout, very compelling. Like the characters. I thought the manager was real. Oh, you really love to hate him. But yeah, it's definitely if you like Black Swan, you'll definitely like this film. Let's just say. All right, so the last 10 films were Bullet, V for Vendetta, Sunshine, Three Colors White, The Substance, Mrs. Smith Goes to Washington, All About Eve, Three Colors Blue, The French Connection, and The Red Shoes. Jimmy Stewart punches politicians, count me in. Yes, he absolutely does. There's a whole montage sequence where he goes around Washington just punching around the politicians. It's great. Love Gene Arthur's character in Mr. Yes, absolutely. How Margot's story ends, but All About Eve is a great film nonetheless. Juliette Binoche is a girl crush on mine. Fair enough. Jesus Lord, you're still doing the stream. Yes, it's a long stream. Red Shoes, a gorgeous and brilliant film that ends horribly for its heroine, but I guess they need to follow the fairy tale. Yeah, it ends horribly, but in a way which fits the aesthetic, like what the film's going for. It's brutal, but it works for what the film's going for. Right, top 50. I've got an hour to get through this. I'm going to need to pick up the pace. All right, Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. The original version, not the Fincher version. Really, really love this film. Thought it was great mystery, great story, great performances. Elizabeth's fantastic character. Great film all around. Loved it. Loved the whole Millennium Trilogy. This one was definitely the peak, though. All right, The Long Walk. This film surprised me. I went in expecting it to be decent. Was not expecting it to be one of my favorite films from 2025. Like, it's just dudes walking, but it's really compelling. Like, you just hearing them talk to each other. It's great. Great, and it packs a lot of emotional punch into its runtime as well. Really loved it. I was surprised at how emotional I got, but I think what it has to say was really good. And like I said, it's just a great film. Definitely the best Stephen King adaptation of the year. Next up, Three Colors Red. This was probably the weirdest film of the Three Colors trilogy because it had some thematic parts which I was not really expecting, but it was really good at the same time. And this is definitely the movie I've just thought about the most. And not only do I think visually it's the best because red is the best color of the three, but I just think what it has to say was just really compelling. The ending, oh my god. Let's just say watch this film if you're watching the trilogy, watch it blue, white, red. That is the order. If you watch red first, the ending will not hit as hard. But yeah, fantastic. I don't entirely get everything about it, but I can safely say I did really love this film. Next up, Bo Burnham Inside. You can debate whether this film should count for this list because it's technically classed as like a stand-up comedy special. But I don't know, it feels very cinematic in a lot of ways, and it's not like any other comedy stand-up thing. So I'm counting it as a film. So yeah, but yeah, either way, I thought this was fantastic. I was meaning to get around to this for a while, and I finally got around to it, and brilliant time capsule of the COVID period with plenty of great jokes, awesome songs. I mean, the Welcome to the Internet song is iconic for a damn good reason. But a lot of emotion and heart. It's like Bo Burnham really representing everyone's struggle in lockdown, and it's really compelling and really powerful, but still knows how to be funny and musically great. Speaking of, well, actually, there's no singing in Sing Sing, despite being called Sing Sing. But either way, Sing Sing was great. Nice to have a positive prison story, like one where just people being nice and whatnot. It's just a really nice vibe of a movie. Great showcase of how like theater means a lot to a lot of people and how you can find the humanity even in places like a prison. Coleman Domingo, fantastic. He deserved Best Actor. I'm just saying. Yeah, he's done that with the other people. And I think the reason for why the film works so well is because a lot of the actors were real inmates. And that gives the film so much like heart and like a real personal touch. And just, loved it. Loved Sing Sing. All right. Haven't seen the Finch remake, but the Swedish original Girl with the Dragon Tattoo is a classic of international cinema. Yep, haven't seen the Finch remake, but I did love that film. For Garen's watching Fincher's remake, it'll be for Daniel Craig, who I've come to love as I watched him as Benoit Blanc. We'll get to Benoit Blanc soon. Wait, so the producers didn't invent Sing Sing in prison? Wait, I don't know what you're talking about, but anyway, Lady Snowblood, number 45. This film is probably famous because Quentin Tarantino copied it. He copies all of his movies, okay? That's the truth of him. But this was, as you can see, Lady Snowblood herself. She inspired Oren Ishii in Kill Bill, and the visuals inspired a lot of stuff in Kill Bill. But my goodness, Lady Snowblood, the original, is such a good film. Like a low budget Japanese film in the 70s. It's so cool. Like, his action is so cool. It's bloody. It's epic. She's a badass. It's classic feminist cinema right here, and I bloody loved it. Bloody loved it. If you want like examples of like Eastern action films, I think Lady Snowblood is absolute must see. It's such a just a gorgeous film as well. Such a gorgeous film. Love it. Love it. Speaking of pretty movies, we've got Blue Velvet, directed by late David Lynch. I am so mad it took until his death for me to appreciate Lynch, but I've really gotten into him this year. I rewatched The Elephant Man, not The Elephant Man, Eraserhead. Love it now. Even got the Criterion for it. I've been watching through Twin Peaks. Trust me, that will come up later. Love Twin Peaks, one of my favorite shows now. And I watched Blue Velvet right around the time it passed, around last year. I did actually rewatch it as well, which is surprising because I didn't think this would be a film I would rewatch. But yeah, it is phenomenal. I will fully admit, it's not like kind of film I would normally tend to like, but something about Lynch's presentation of it is just phenomenal. Lynch is one of the few male directors who shows violence against women in a tasteful way because he knows how to be empathetic. But I like how this film is somewhat optimistic in a way. It looks gorgeous. Dennis Hopper as Frank Booth is one of the most terrifying villains ever, but he's so good. Isabella Rossellini brings so much heart to it's phenomenal film. Not entirely my kind of thing because of its subject matter, but I can recognize that it's a phenomenal film, one of Lynch's best. Anyway, on to something more fun. We got Wake Up Dead Man, because I love Benoit Blanc. This is one of the last films I watched of the year, and it's fantastic. I love the Knives Out movies. The more I think about it, part of me is wondering whether this may actually be my favorite one, because I first found it really thematically interesting, because it comments on the issues of like religion and like the fundamentalists ruining everything. Yet it still remains respectful to religion. That's surprising. Like usually, stories with criticized religion can come across a bit disrespectful. This was very even-handed, and I really liked that about it. I like the contrast between what was his name, Reverend and Benoit Blanc, and how they just they disagree on religion, but like still respect each other. I thought that was really good, and the mystery itself, fantastic, really compelling, really subversive. Just a fantastic movie all around. Just keep making Knives Out movies. I want more. Next up, Stalker. I already talked about a previous Tarkovsky film, but this one definitely clicks with me a lot more than Solaris. I won't pretend to understand everything about this film, as it's very complex and my brain is too small to get it all. But what did work about this film works really, really well. It looks excellent. The set piece is really unique. The color grading in like the main city is so grimy, but it works so well. And some of the discussions I really connected with. Like there's a bit where the writer talks about issues of being a writer, and I really connected to that scene. Like it's a near 3-hour film. Maybe the whole thing won't work for everyone, but there's bound to be at least something in this movie which you'll connect with. And I thought it was fantastic. We got Full Metal Jacket, another Kubrick film. People say the movie peaks in the first 40 minutes with all the stuff with Ali Ermey over here. It does. And I will admit that some parts of the middle feel a bit like generic war film, but I do think the final act is really good as well. Like the whole stuff with the sniper, that is really, really tense and really cool. Well, not cool, but like really engaging. But it is mostly that opening which elevates this film to be something truly special, because that stuff is haunting, tense, and it's horrible, but in the best way. So, the past 10 films were Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, The Long Walk, Three Colors Red, Bo Burnham Inside, Sing Sing, Lady Snowblood, Blue Velvet, Wake Up Dead Man, Stalker, and Full Metal Jacket. Sing Sing is the most underrated movie of 2024. Another great film with similar theme is Ghostlight. So yeah, if you haven't already, I'll be sure to put that on the list. He copies in all of his movies. Did you also copy Little Nicky and Muppets Wizard of Oz? Well, Muppets Wizard of Oz is just Wizard of Oz, isn't it? Sing Sing should have won Best Song 7 million pairs. Absolutely. Like a Bird is a great song. And what Robot Show won Best Score over Brutalist. I don't know. I haven't seen the Brutalist, but the Brutalist score's pretty good. I just remember that since you watched some Gene Hackman films in his honor, I recommend Crimson Tide, which is just him and Denzel Washington. That's on the list. Love Blue Velvet. It's just phenomenal. Found it funny that I watched it the same day as. I'm not even going to pronounce that. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. I do like Knives Out series. Hope there's more. Yep. Liked it when Benoit said Scooby Dooby Doo. Yes, that scene was awesome. He just goes like Scooby Dooby Doo. That's great. I've heard people complain about Wake Up Dead Man mocking the Catholic Church. Are they the most faithful film? That's stupid. It's very, very respectful of it. It criticizes religion being used incorrectly, whilst respecting when it's used correctly. When Father Judd talks with the woman on the phone, it upends her expectations beautifully. Yeah, I'm agnostic personally. Yeah, I'm not Christian or anything like that. But I still really connected with a lot of the religious themes and found that scene on the phone really, really nice. So yeah, I think it's just people being stupid that they realize that bloody Josh Brolin is them. Anyway, number 40, Midnight Cowboy. One of the most fascinating new Hollywood films I've seen because it's a film which on the surface appears like one thing. Like you could see it as like a homophobic story, but then you look at it under the surface and you realize that the deeper theme here is that it's about two closeted gay men navigating through late 60s New York and suppressing their own homosexuality through internalized homophobia. It's a really compelling film to watch when you give it a queer reading, which makes sense because the director is gay, and it's really compelling. But alongside that, it's just got that very classic new Hollywood, unique directorial style to it, very inspired by like French New Wave and everything. It's great to watch, and but Joe Buck and Rizzo are just a brilliant duo. You really do grow to care for, especially Rizzo, poor guy. And yeah, I was surprised by how much I love this film. It's fantastic. And we got this last year's best picture winner, Anora. Putting aside my issues with the fact that some of the Russian actors are a bit pro-Putin and shouldn't have been invited to the Oscars, I do really, really love this film. I think the fact that it won Best Picture is nice because it works as a great time capsule of the 2024 period. It just fits well, and it's a film which is like very. It's funny. It's a funny film, but knows when to be serious, knows when to have interesting themes, and it's a great film. Absolutely loved it. But I actually preferred Conclave. I know people thought Conclave was boring. I disagree. I thought this film was really engaging. I was hooked by its screenplay. I found it surprisingly entertaining. Performances all around were fantastic, and I just like the way it showed. I just like the way it portrayed the titular conclave. Yes, I did rewatch it when the actual conclave was happening. Why'd you ask? But I think the way once again, what I had to say about religion was really, really compelling, and just the whole message of like, don't vote for the least bad option. You got to actually make a change. Is something which I think is very important in this current day and age. But yeah, I love Conclave. Going from previous Best Picture nominees to a future Best Picture nominee, I suspect. One Battle After Another. This is one of only two Paul Thomas Anderson PTA films I've seen. Need to watch more of him, but this was a blast to watch. Like, obviously very prescient, but also very, very entertaining in a lot of ways. Leo trying to deal with the bureaucracy of the revolutionaries was one of the funniest things from the whole year. Loved it. Sean Penn, again, I know I criticized him earlier, but as an actor, fantastic, and he did such a good job as Stephen Lockjaw, such a great villain. Direction, obviously fantastic throughout. It's PTA, what do you expect? It's just a fantastic blockbuster film with a lot to say, and I hope it gets some awards buzz. Then we got a pretty niche animated film here. We got No Dogs or Italians Allowed. It's a French-Italian animated film, and it's a semi biographical film about like the director. It's about his grandfather and how he emigrated from Italy to France during the war and just all the struggles he had, and it's all told in stop motion. It's a really, really sweet movie. It's got emotional moments for sure, but the overall package is very sweet, very, very personal film, clearly. And it's just a wonderful film. Definitely a great example of like non-mainstream animation, which you should absolutely watch because it's just a wonderful film, like so personal to the director, and yeah, it's just great to see some more European animation. All right. No, I hate it when we call new certain periods of time as new when it's not new. It's like New Hollywood isn't really new. It's well, that's the name. That's the name everyone refers to it as. You could say you can give it a new name, but film scholars everywhere refer to it as New Hollywood, so that's what it's going to be as. New name for the late 60s, late 70s, No Woman's Land, the year where female protagonists all but disappeared. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Unfortunately, you're not wrong. Although Lady Snowblood was the 70s. I know it was Japanese cinema, but you know, but yeah, you're not wrong. I'm sure there is like a new Hollywood film with it though. I need to think. I know there was one. There was one I saw at some point. I'm trying to remember what it was. I'll get back to you on that. I haven't got time to go around. I personally don't care for Conclave. Well, you're wrong. I'm kidding, of course. But anyway, Sinners. Sinners was great. First time I watched it, I liked it, didn't love it. That's because I was tired and dealing with uni stuff. Rewatching it, phenomenal film. Absolutely love it in every way. Looks amazing, sounds amazing, music is awesome. It's the subtext, like historical and cultural subtext, is really compelling. Jack O'Connell is like my favorite person ever. um, Michael B. Jordan's performance, like playing two different roles, it's like they look the same, they are twins, but they feel so different, and that is incredibly impressive when it comes to his performance. It's love Sinners. The reason it's so popular. Next up, we got Mouchette. Robert Bresson is low-key becoming a new favorite director. I've only seen 2 films of him, but he's got a very unique style to it, like very low-key, but you employing a lot of like non-actors, but it's very subtly powerful. I think Mouchette is a great example of that. It's a heartbreaking film at point. There are some bits of humor and humanity throughout, but it is a very upsetting film, but very tender, very like very lovingly put together, and just very love this film. Find it funny though. I watched this the same weekend as K-pop Demon Hunters, and my dad bigged up both movies equally. But yeah, Mouchette, fantastic. Then we got Kess, another low-key film, this time a British film. If you like The 400 Blows, you'll really like Kess, because it's about this it's about like struggles of childhood and people being on it. But I will say, you probably will need subtitles for this film. I'm English, but I need the subtitles for this film because it's got very thick Yorkshire accents. It's very hard to understand, but I like that. It makes it feel very authentic. Something Ken Loach does really, really well. It feels very authentic, and his movie's got a nice vibe to it. It's very funny at many points, but very heartbreaking at others. It's beautiful, beautiful little film. Oh, Titanic movies! We're at the Titanic movies. Night to Remember. Oh boy. All right, Night to Remember. So I'll obviously cover this in more detail when I get around to the Titanic ranking. But Night to Remember is fantastic. I can see why people say this is the definitive Titanic movie because it is the most historically accurate by a long shot. I do love James Cameron's film. Don't get me wrong, but I do think this is equally as good. And it's just it highlights the tragedy with this seriousness that deserves. It highlights just every part of it, all the characters. And it's just so well done, and like I said, very realistic. And for the 50s, it's presented really, really well. I can't wait to talk about this film in more detail. Fantastic film. Under the Skin. I was surprised by how much I like this film. I went into it assuming this would be an art house film I would appreciate more than I actually liked. But no, I really got on with it. Like I watched another Jonathan Glazer film last year, Zone of Interest. That was one of those films which I respected more than I liked. But Under the Skin, I really got on with. I thought its themes about like some of his feminist themes were really compelling because basically Scarlett Johansson plays an alien who abducts men to like kill them and use their resources, and the men only get abducted because they trust her. When she rocks up in her van and says, "Oh, come on in," they trust her because there's that whole thing of like, oh, a woman can possibly do that, and it contrasts with how like when a man comes up to a woman, they're obviously hesitant to trust them, whereas if the genders are swapped, it's like the men let their guard down, and I thought that was interesting to highlight. And it's a very unique film. Great sound design. The ending especially was really, really compelling. And I know people don't seem to care much for Scarlett Johansson as an actress, but she is so good here. She's very like stoic, but in a way that just works, and it's brilliant, brilliant film. So the last 10 films were Midnight Cowboy, Anora, Conclave, One Battle After Another, No Dogs or Italians Allowed, Sinners, Mouchette, Kess, A Night to Remember, and Under the Skin. All right. Sinners was my favorite film of last year. It's just so good. I'm fully prepared for it to not win much at the Oscar. Yep. Speaking of female characters, I can't talk enough about my love for Annie in Sinners. Yes, absolutely. I suppose I should say female characters all but disappeared in the movies from 1968 through 676, but that gets talked about as classics. But Pam Grier was kicking butt at the time. Absolutely. 100%. But yeah, when you mentioned it, it's like, that is a good point. It was very much a boys' club at that time, and it's a bit unfortunate. I still love those movies, and I do think many of them do have great female characters, but they did kind of disappear for a good while. So yeah, at least nowadays we have. Hopefully, we have more and more women's stories made by women filmmakers. Not enough though. Not enough though. Anyway, speaking of new Hollywood films, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, number 30. This film is a little bit dated at that point, so I will fully admit. But it makes up for its dated elements because the stuff which works here is so damn good. So damn good, with like phenomenal performances all around, especially from Louise Fletcher. She is phenomenal here. So good. And it's just great atmosphere, great oppressive atmosphere. I think the way the characters like interact with each other is really compelling. It's kind of like a darker version of Sing Sing in a way. And yeah, I can see the love for this film. It's just phenomenally acted throughout. I can see why this won the big 5 Oscars. La Haine, one of the most famous French films out there. One which is held up really, really well with how it portrays obviously police brutality and everything. It's very, very impactful, very, very impactful film. And I think that whole running motif of like the so far so good. It's such a great way to build tension in this film. So slick with its direction. Excellent film. And I think I need to rewatch it because I think there's some bits I missed, but I need to. And the subtitles I had for this film, garbage. I will fully admit there was no drop shadows, so I couldn't read half the subtitles. But I do need to rewatch this film, but I can still recognize that was a fantastic film. Right, I haven't talked about an animated film in a while, but we got Look Back, the movie which should have been nominated last year, but I digress. Fantastic. Like, I was not expecting the directions this film would go in. No spoilers, obviously, but it went in direction in the second half. I was like, oh shit. But it was a great film about friendship and art. As I've been drawing recently, I've started to connect with the whole thing of like practicing manga drawing every day in hindsight, and I find that really great. But the main reason why was just that central relationship is just so strong and so winning, and the film is just fantastic film all around. Next up, we've got Dog Day Afternoon, another surprisingly progressive film, because Dog Day Afternoon features a trans woman, and it's like the way it ends is like surprisingly positive with that, like emphasizing how she's now living her best life, and it's like you watch that and like, oh, good for her. And the film doesn't like belittle her. Like, I mean, obviously some of the bigots belittle her, but it's not in a way that feels mean spirited. It's surprisingly very progressive in a way. But that's not the only good thing that Dog Day Afternoon has going for it. It's just it's a very low key film, very classic Sidney Lumet, where most of the film takes place in one location, and is carried by performances. Al Pacino is so good in this film, but I just think it's a really engaging film. The way it portrays like the whole like media circus which comes out of this failed heist is fantastic. It's Al Pacino, great performance all around. It's just very slick, unique movie within the new Hollywood sphere. Great. Another classic film, the best Powell and Pressburger film I've seen so far, A Matter of Life and Death. I mean, I love David Niven, so obviously I love this movie, but it's such a well presented movie. I love the contrast of like the black and white heaven scenes and the color real world scenes. That's a great way to present it. I think its whole idea of like life and death is really compelling, and the way it portrays heaven as a whole is great. Definitely inspired films like Beetlejuice with the whole bureaucracy angle, and also its secondary theme of like the whole UK versus US debate. I got on board with and found quite interesting, but at its heart, it's just a very genuine story about human connection. I just thought it was just a beautiful classic film, and I think it's the World War II elements really add a lot, because obviously this came out in 1946 and it's set within the Second World War, and the like shadow of war lingers over this film, but it's in a really powerful way, which I think is really effective. And yeah, just a fantastic film all around. Part one is one battle after another, super political because not interesting. One battle after another, super political because not interesting films to get overly political. Yeah, but one battle after another is good though, and it's funny. This year we have Hamnet and Sentimental Value among the highly regarded female-led stories. That's when absolutely. I have not seen either of them yet, but I am going to see Hamnet sometime next week because it got a lot of Golden Globe buzz, so I figured I gotta watch it. I think I missed Sentimental Value in cinemas, but I am going to try to get around to watching that one because yeah. Hell yeah, look back. I have to step away, but this has been great. I have to come back to find out what you have to say about Paths of Glory, my favorite Kubrick film. Oh yeah, we'll get to Paths of Glory soon, but Paths of Glory is fantastic. I think you know how I feel about it, but yeah, I know how Otto feels about Look Back. I respect other people's political opinion as long as they're not toxic or anything, but I'm worried that the film would be forcing a political message down my throat. That is not the case. One battle after another. It does obviously call out white supremacists and everything. It does equally show that it shows flawed people within the revolutionary side, and there's issues within that. Like I said, it has the whole thing of Leo dealing with their bullshit bureaucracy. It's critical of both sides, even if it obviously is more critical of the whole fascists in charge. But I think it is. I think it's more even-handed than you're giving it credit for. Still not looking forward to the live-action Look Back movie. Oh yeah, forgot about that. David Niven, you ever seen Murder by Death? Very un-PC, but has its moments. Haven't seen it. Wikipedia, what do you mean that Elizabeth Eden was played by Jack Skellington in Dog Day Afternoon? Was it? Okay, I'll give it a shot at some point. Yeah, it's unfair to judge the film when you haven't even seen it. All right, number 25, A Real Pain. I was surprised by how much I loved this film. I didn't hear much about it. I just heard it was a good little comedy with Jesse Eisenberg and Kieran Culkin, but I walked away from it just being blown away. Honestly, a film which blends a lot of good comedic moments with great emotional beats as well. Not just with the historical stuff that they're visiting, but just Kieran Culkin just I loved him in this movie. Genuinely, Benji is such a compelling character. I really saw myself in a lot of ways, and the subtle emotion with him was just loved it. I was really surprised by how much I just loved a lot of this movie. So it's just when a movie complains about having too much plot. I don't. Most of the time when people say a movie is too political, they're just right-wing grifters who are moaning about the fact that a movie has a brown person in it. So I never listen to that. Anyway, what am I on? Number 24, Il Postino. It's an Italian film about a guy who learns poetry from his idol. It's a film which kind of taps into that whole parasocial relationship thing, but not in a dramatic way, but more in a emotional way, which I found really compelling. Just the whole way it shows this man learning poetry so he can fall in love with a girl. It's really 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 sweet. The environment's brilliant. I love the Italian coastal setting. It's such a nice little film. Very tender, very earnest. The ending I found really emotionally powerful. Loved it. Paths of Glory, this was mentioned earlier. Phenomenal Stanley Kubrick film. This is everything Fear and Desire wishes it was. This is just one of the most clear-cut anti-war messages out there, showing how these soldiers really are just pawns for the bigwigs in their little chambers who don't even do any fighting. They just blame this. They just charge the soldiers into the meat grinder and then blame them when things go wrong. And Paths of Glory highlights that so well in a really impactful way. And I don't want to spoil the ending, but it's but it's also incredibly well directed. There's that one tracking shot of Kirk Douglas walking through the trenches, which is rightfully iconic. It's just a phenomenal film. Absolute banger from early Kubrick right there. Then we got Wolf Children. I mean, obviously I like this movie. But I think stories about children are often a bit hit and miss for me. But this one absolutely works. I think it's a story about parenting and whatnot. Was really, really sweet, really endearing. Best mom ever, I'm just saying. Yeah, I just love this movie. Just a nice movie to vibe with and just make you feel happy. It's a great watch, very emotionally powerful. Loved it. Then we've got The Martian. I was on a bit of a space kick a while back. Then they got then the space kick got replaced with the Titanic kick, which ended up being much stronger. So this ended up being an awkward time capsule of like November time where I was just into space for like a week. But I know I really liked The Martian. I liked how it was just people, smart scientists doing science for 2 hours to try and get Matt Damon home, and I just thought that was really cool. The direction is fantastic. The Martian atmosphere, I don't know how they recreated it, but it's fantastic and just a super engaging film. Matt Damon's fantastic. I'm just saying fantastic 100 times, but yeah, I really love Martian. Great film. Now we're getting close to the top 20. I can do this. But the last 10 films were One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, La Haine, Look Back, Dog Day Afternoon, A Matter of Life and Death, A Real Pain, Il Postino, Paths of Glory, Wolf Children, and The Martian. Well, is Wolf Children back from a 10 out of 10? Don't really know. Loved Wolf Children, one of my all-time favourite movies. The end credits really got me. Just mean I don't want to watch something that's all about politics, whether or not I agree with said messages, because I'm not a very political guy. I just want to have fun. I get what you're saying, but I think one battle after another is an entertaining enough blockbuster that it makes up for it. But I do get what you're saying. Ridley Scott actually cares about accuracy, unlike a certain other film. Yeah, if it's NASA scientists, he'll respect them. But if it's historians, he'll be a prick about it. Oh well, all of his movies are still more historically accurate than the Britannic movie, at least. I'm not gonna stop dissing that shitty ass movie. Anyway, all that jazz. Number 20. One of the most unique musicals ever is a musical deep within the new Hollywood era, and it's so good. Like, it's Bob Fosse kind of projecting his own insecurities into Roy Scheider's character, and it's so good, so excellent. The musical numbers are fantastic, well directed, as can be expected from the guy who directed Cabaret and made Chicago and everything. The songs are great, but just its deeper messages are like. It really stuck with me. I feel like this is a film where if I rewatch it, it could probably go up to 5 stars, because it is phenomenal in basically every way. Absolutely love it. If you're a fan of BoJack Horseman and you loved the episode The View from Halfway Down, watch this movie, because this was absolutely an inspiration for that episode. Next up, we've got Flow. So I think my love for this movie has increased since I finished the ranking. So much so that I'm going to do this. I bumped it up to 5 stars. Love this movie. I've seen it 3 times. The fact that I've seen it 3 times, I loved it all 3 times, should tell you how much I do adore this movie in every way. The cat is cute. Cat is fucking adorable. But the themes are really compelling. And I love how much the characters feel human and realistic, despite them being animals who don't talk. I've talked about this movie in enough detail in the ranking. Go watch that. The only difference is that I now bump the movie up to 5 stars. I love it. Oh, okay. Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me is the most disturbing movie I've seen in a while. If you've seen Twin Peaks, you'll know the whole mystery about it is who killed Laura Palmer. This movie shows what actually happened, and it is horrible to watch, but in that's a compliment. That's a compliment. Watch the OG show first before you watch this movie. But it fucks you up. Like, this movie, I had to take a solid hour after I watched it just to recover and get myself back into gear before I went to sleep. But fucks you up. But it's one of the best movies I've ever seen. The thing is, it's one of the best movies I've ever seen. It's nowhere near one of my favorites, if that makes sense. Like, it's absolutely 5-star film. Absolutely, probably David Lynch's best. But it's not my favorite, because I'm gonna move on. But phenomenal film. 2001: A Space Odyssey. Everyone loves to diss this movie as being super boring and everything. And to be fair, I used to feel the same way. I used to not like this movie. Rewatched it this year though. Fucking loved it. I just got so immersed in the atmosphere, and just the technical craft of this movie is insane. It's so good. All the stuff with HAL 9000 is amazing. The ambiguous ending is haunting. In fact, I'm going to say it, this movie is scarier than The Shining. I genuinely think this movie is scarier than The Shining. There are parts of the movie which freak me the fuck out. It's a phenomenal experience through and through. And then we got Taxi Driver. One of my new favorite Scorsese movies. Classic New Hollywood right here. De Niro, Travis Bickle, who you should not relate to, just saying. He's not a literally me character. He's intentionally an anti-hero who is not. He's a loser, and that's this character. He is intentionally a loser. You shouldn't be relating to him. But he's such a fascinating figure to watch. The visuals in this movie are insane. Martin Scorsese is one of my favorite directors for sure. I love the kind of avant-garde direction of it. It's such a compelling watch. I fucking love this film. Absolutely loved it. So, what have we got here? Respect to everyone in this chat. Flow was amazing. Glad it won the Oscar. Oh boy, Twin Peaks. I've done this before, but it's hard for me to get into the show. But I definitely respect it. I have a kind of love-hate relationship with 2001. It's great fun, but I kind of hate how high it's gotten. Which I highly rated. I suppose I get what you're saying, but because thing is, 2001 is often regarded as like one of the best movies of all time, but it's really only for a certain kind of audience. It's not a movie for everyone. Yeah, despite that, it still ranks as like one of the best movies of all time. Where if you don't like it, you don't like movies. Like it's not a movie for everyone. I be be upfront about that. I still think it's funny how I kind of say between an artsy cat movie and Sonic the Hedgehog movie with 2 Jim Carreys in my favorite 2024. Fair enough. It's more I love shitting on, but also respect at the same time. Nah, don't shit on 2001 though. I haven't seen 2001, but I have seen The Shining. I would rather be in a haunted hotel than a spaceship run by an evil AI that wants to kill me. Yep. Directors you want to explore more. There's a few more Kubrick films to watch, so I guess him. Robert Bresson, I need to watch more of his films. We'll get to another one of his films later. So, who else? There was another director. There's still some David Lynch films I need to watch, so I guess him. Yeah, let's say Kubrick, Bresson, and Lynch. Oh, and Scorsese, obviously, because I still haven't seen Raging Bull. Oh, and here's another director, Paul Thomas Anderson. I almost forgot. Punch Drunk Love is the second of the 2 Paul Thomas Anderson movies I saw. Saw this one before, one Battle Though, and I fucking love this movie. Everything Schaefer Ellis said has been glazing this movie for. He's absolutely right. Unlike Mickey 17, he has the absolute correct opinion about this movie. It is phenomenal. It is the best Adam Sandler movie, even if I haven't seen Uncut Gems. I doubt it could be as anywhere near as powerful as this movie was for me. Barry Egan, I love that guy. I relate to him so much in so many ways I don't really want to get into on this stream, but just know I connect with him a lot, and I really inspirational film for me. Looks amazing. I feel like if I rewatch it, it can become even stronger. Honestly, love this film. Then we got 28 Days Later. It's not my favorite Danny Boyle film. That on the goes to Trainspotting, which I obviously I'd already seen before, so it wasn't included in this ranking. But 28 Days Later is a close second. One of my favorite horror films. The atmosphere here is amazing. I know people like to criticize the low pitch quality, but I think it adds a lot. It makes it feel like a haunted VHS you shouldn't be watching. And yeah, it's just amazing. I think the way it captured the post 9/11 zeitgeist was really, really good. Cillian Murphy, Brendan Gleeson, fantastic. Christopher Eccleston is so scary as the villain in this film. Oh, it's just a movie I just really just got on with in every caliber. I watched it and I was hooked from start to finish in every single way, and it's fucking love this movie. Then we got 1917, one of the most immersive war films I've ever seen. I'm not mad on war films, but 1917 is definitely one of the better ones. And I think that's because of the whole one-shot technique that was used to present it. You really got immersed into the film and all the struggles. And I like the fact that you go through hell in this film just for what is basically one minor side quest in the grand scheme of World War One. But it just works so well. George McKay is fantastic. That bit at the end that everyone knows where he runs over the top of the trench, that is one of the best. Oh, that is one of the best scenes out there. Amazing film. And just like I said, it's an immersive film in every way, and just amazing. I love the fact they got all like a bunch of famous like British actors like Colin Firth and Cumberbatch and whatnot, and Andrew Scott. They were only in for like one scene, but it's great. It's great. But yeah, I love 1917. Then we got Good Will Hunting, another film which I feel like on a rewatch can get even better for me. But it's a very and this film definitely made up for Elephant. Let's just say it does a Gus Van Sant, but very tender, very loving movie. Matt Damon and Robin Williams, phenomenal together. And just the way the things it has to say is just wonderful. I think every young person should watch this movie. Its themes are amazing. It's Good Will Hunting. Okay, you all know why it's amazing, and yeah. Barry Lyndon. Part of me was wondering whether to bump this up, but obviously I'm keeping this as an archive how it was before. But Barry Lyndon is the best looking live action movie I've ever seen. Yes, even better than Interstellar. This is truly one of those films where I can say every frame is a painting. Just gorgeous film through and through. And like, it's gorgeous when Kubrick literally had to build his own camera used from NASA spare parts to make this movie. But it's amazing. It's my favorite Kubrick film. I think, not only do I find it a really entertaining film, despite being like, it appears as like a stodgy costume drama. It's a surprisingly entertaining film, very gay at points as well. But it's very entertaining and doesn't get boring at all in its entire 3-hour runtime. We also just find Redmond Barry a really interesting protagonist because he's so uninteresting. It's weird, like he's an uninteresting protagonist, but that's what makes him interesting. He's a bit of a loser, but that's what makes him compelling. He's a poor guy who becomes rich, but he's never accepted as being rich, and I don't know, I just find that interesting. It's just love this movie. Gush about it all day. I want to rewatch it just because I appreciate the visuals again. That is a large reason why I love it, because it is a gorgeous movie. So last 10 movies were All That Jazz, Flow, Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me, 2001: A Space Odyssey, Taxi Driver, Punch Drunk Love, 28 Days Later, 1917, Good Will Hunting, and Barry Lyndon. All right, what else we got? To be fair, Hal doesn't try to kill you. I mean, he did. I would recommend Fellini. He is amazing. I haven't seen a Fellini film, but I need to watch 8.5. That's another film Tarantino copied. Twin Peaks maybe hold me back from doing a David Lynch marathon. Nothing against the show, but just personal preference because I don't like watching a lot of television. Yeah, but Twin Peaks is peak though. Also, Coen Brothers are cool. Yes, Coen Brothers are cool. I haven't seen any Paul Thomas Anderson movies, but I'm interested in Punch Drunk Love. I've seen movies by the other Paul Anderson though. He peaked with More Combat. Don't really know that one. Good Will Hunting is such an emotionally impactful film. Yep, Barry Lyndon is definitely the next Kubrick film I'll likely to watch. Yep, Kubrick NASA. I know that definitely doesn't help the conspiracy theory. Kubrick did the moon landing, but he's a perfectionist and wanted to do it on location. People who say Adam Sandler's only good roles were Uncut Gems and Punch Drunk Love obviously haven't seen 50 First Dates or Happy Gilmore, and they obviously haven't seen 8 Crazy Nights. Because and if they haven't seen 8 Crazy Nights, that's a technical foul. You need to watch Joe Dante's films, especially the Gremlins films. I've seen Gremlins. Gremlins is great. All right, I got 15 minutes. Let's pound through the top 10. Number 10, Memoir of a Snail. I am not going to cover this movie because I covered it in detail in the ranking, but you all know I loved it. I thought it was emotionally impactful, phenomenal. Yeah, just watch the ranking. All right, I'm going to do 3 and 1, the Before trilogy. I thought Midnight. I think they're all fantastic. Before trilogy, it's just a fantastic romance story in general, and I love the fact that each movie takes place 9 years after the other. You really feel the time jump amongst all of them, and that's what makes it so great. Like you go from the young lovers as Jesse and Celine meet each other in Vienna, and then you get the part where they reunite in Full Sense. This is probably my favorite because I thought some of its emotional conversations, like I really connected to it in a way, but it's great that. And then you see them get together, and 9 years later, when they're married, you get Before Midnight, and they have to deal with the struggles of domestic life. It's just great evolution of romance, just so compelling. And it's amazing that they are as compelling because it's literally 3 movies where 2 people talk for 90 minutes. It's literally most of the movies are just people talking to each other, but it's so utterly compelling. The screenplay on these movies is amazing. Love the Before trilogy. Some of the best romance movies out there. Then we've got A Man Escaped, the best out of the 2 Robert Bresson movies. This one was the better one. It is peak French prison escape. Keep in mind how much I love French prison escape movies. We'll get to that later. But Man Escaped is amazing. It's this guy. He's in prison. He's a resistance fighter, in a Nazi prison, and he has to get out. And how does he get out? He slowly chips away at the wooden door for like how long? For like an hour and 40 minutes. That's the movie, but it is utterly compelling. You just watch every bit of the whole process of him trying to escape from prison. It's so captivating to watch. The way he talks to other people and like how they don't want to escape, but he wants to. It's amazing. It's hard to put into words why this movie works so well. It's just something you watch it and you're just utterly entranced by the whole film from start to finish. It's so well shot, so well presented, so engaging, and it is. French prison escape movies are peak. What can I say? Gremlins 2 is better than Gremlins 1. Haven't seen Gremlins 2. All right. 7 Samurai, of the highest rated movie from this whole list. And yeah, it absolutely deserves its reputation. It's a movie which is technically impressive on all accounts. Kurosawa is a master director, and the action is fantastic. Obviously inspired by the likes of Star Wars and so many other stuff. It's a truly iconic film. But the thing is, you watch it, it's like, oh, it's a 3.5 hour long Japanese black and white film. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna like it. But then you actually watch it and you realize how entertaining it is. It's a spectacle blockbuster essentially with great action scenes and so many funny moments. Like Toshio Mifune's character, he's such a silly little guy who's giggling his way throughout the whole movie. It's great. There's parts of this movie which are like basically like you think you're watching a comedy. They're so funny, but they balance out the serious action of the film so well. It's a phenomenal watch from start to finish. It does not feel boring once in its entire 200-minute runtime. It's fantastic. Love it. Love it. Then we've got The King of Comedy, a film which actually isn't funny, unlike Seven Samurai. It's called The King of Comedy because that's what Rupert Pumpkin refers to himself as, but it is basically a psychological thriller all about parasocial relationships, and is held up so well in like this modern internet culture. Parasocial relationships have gotten worse. This movie has held up so well. There are so many Rupert Pumpkins out there. It's scary, but this film is phenomenal. It's Scorsese, so obviously it's well directed. De Niro's fantastic, but it's the themes that just find so compelling about it. It's amazing. I will not watch Joker because there is no way it's going to be anywhere near as good as this film, and I know it copied this movie. People have joked that Todd Phillips is basically Rupert Pumpkin. It's like, yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, King of Comedy, phenomenal film. Did not deserve to flop as much as it did. Little Emily or The Character of Rain, the best animated film I saw in 2025. Best best animated film released in 2025. Best film period that released in 2025. I'm so glad I got a chance to watch it. It's probably not going to win best animated feature, unfortunately, but if it does, I will be a very happy man because it is phenomenal. I can't wait to discuss it when it's inevitably nominated, at least. Number 2, Les Clous, the other French prison escape movie. It's 2 hours of men digging a hole, and it is one of the most compelling movies I have ever seen. It's like A Man Escapes, but with even more great character drama, because we've got 5 men escaping instead of just 1. And the whole scenes where they are digging the hole, again, it's just one shot of them bashing through the concrete, but it's so compelling. It's so hard to describe these movies and get people to watch them because like, they just think it sounds boring, but you watch it and it's so tense and edge of your seat, so well shot, so compelling, and just brilliant in every way. This movie has become a bit of a meme amongst my family because it was just like, no movie is better than that one where they bash through concrete for 2 hours, but it's so good. It's like the Shawshank Redemption if it was only focused on the bit where he was digging the hole, but it kept all the same great character moments. That's what Les Clous is. I think that's the best way to describe it. And it's phenomenal. Just, if you find a way to watch this, I demand you watch it. It's one of the best films I've seen ever. But not quite as good as number 1, Dead Poets Society. I knew this was a good film. I knew this was a good film before going in. It's Robin Williams, highly rated film. I knew I'd enjoy it. But I was not expecting to get as much out of it as I did, but some of its themes just I really connected with, and I'm not going to spoil it, but that fucking final act broke me in a way very few other movies this year did. But there's so much heart and humanity within this film at the same time, and it's a wonderful film. Mr. Keating is just the most lovely character ever. Truly inspirational. His whole carpe diem, its motto is just wonderful. It's a wonderful film. Wonderful film. Lovely, funny, hard hitting as fuck, but so good in every possible way. I was tossed up between this and Le Clou, I will admit. I love them both for different reasons. Le Clou I found more captivating and tense. Dead Poets Society was more emotional. But I think I prefer emotional impacts from a film, so I decided Dead Poets Society is number 1. But yeah. So, my top 10, as a reminder, is Memoir of a Snail, Before Midnight, Before Sunrise, Before Sunset, or they're pretty much just all one. A Man Escaped, Seven Samurai, The King of Comedy, Little Emily or The Character of Rain, Les Clous, and Dead Poets Society. Right, what have we got? Let's read through this. Should we watch Seven Samurai? Wasn't the best spot watching it as it's 3.5 hours. So yeah, but it is an excellent film. Okay, I wasn't bored once. I haven't seen Meryl now, but I do plan on going through all the best anime feature nominees. I might have to watch Mary Max first. Watch Mary and Max. Mary Max is a masterpiece. Want to see Little Emily? Looks gorgeous. It is. Does that mean you'll get to watch it? Yeah. What do you think will win Best Animated Feature? I'd like it to be Little Emily, but realistically, it's probably going to be K-pop Demon Hunters. But yeah, I mean, I love K-pop, but yeah. I love Dead Poet Society, so good, true masterpiece. Yeah, it absolutely is. Like, Good Will Hunting is phenomenal as well. It's like, I went in thinking Good Will Hunting was, having not seen any of the films, I thought the general consensus was Good Will Hunting was the better of the two movies, but I ended up preferring Dead Poet Society, but they're both phenomenal. I miss Robin Williams. Actually, fuck it. Oh, Captain, my Captain! Had to do it. Had to do it. So, that was my ranking. All 212 films, from Dead Poet Society to Sinners to Lone Ranger to Spice World to Mr. Burton to Sheep and Wolves to Alpha and Omega to fucking War of the Worlds 2025. It's a very unique, eclectic list. Took me a while to get through, but I'm glad I got to cover all these films, talk about all of them. Hopefully I've inspired some of you to check out some of them at some point. Like, I am telling you, those Vincent Price movies are amazing. Go watch Theatre of Blood. Go watch The Abominable Doctor Fives. Just Vincent Price is the go. Go watch Robert Bresson movies like Mouchette and A Man Escapes. Go watch Let's Go. Just watch French prison escape movies in general. Just watch French cinema. French cinema is peak. Watch David Lynch movies. Watch Titanic movies. Just watch A Night to Remember. It's free on YouTube. Watch new Hollywood movies. There's so many good ones there. Watch if you love The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. Watch the original Swedish version, the original Swedish trilogy, so you can see how it progresses. Give The Lone Ranger another chance, please God. Give The Lone Ranger another chance. Watch Spice World. It's peak. And Wolf's Call was really good. There's a lot of great LGBTQ plus stories here, like Breakfast on Pluto, My Own Private Idaho, whatnot. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And I am not sorry for ranking Sheep and Wolves above the Dune movies. So that was it. I really miss Robin Williams too. Yeah. So I think with that said, it's time to wrap up the series. I've got 5 minutes until I need to go down for dinner. So I'm gonna going through the final things. If there's anything else you guys want to say within the chat, say it now. Otherwise, I will be going in a few minutes. But thank you all for attending and for giving your feedback and everything. Trying to balance my own stuff with your stuff is obviously quite tricky, but I think I did it well. I think this was enjoyable. Hopefully, if you're watching this after the fact, I hope you enjoyed this ranking. And yeah, ranking Sheep and Wolves above Dune movies is based on spy. I know, I'm sticking with that opinion. But yeah, I'm gonna. Oh yeah, I've got the book for Like to Remember, so I'm gonna read that at some point. But yeah. Watch A Talking Cat. It's better than Love on a Leash. I want to watch that movie because it's got Eric Roberts in it, hasn't it? And I know that guy because he was in Doctor Who in the TV movie, and he said, "I always dress for the occasion." I mean, I talked about K-pop Demon Hunter, so I guess I did dress for the occasion. And I did roast in that jumper. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go now. Haven't seen Dead Poets Go Hunting, but again, I'm curious, especially since I love Robin Williams. Robin Williams is a great comedic personality, obviously, but I feel like people underestimate how good of a dramatic actor he is. He's so good, and Dead Poets and Goodwill are his two best films, but for sure. But I do recommend watching 1 Hour Photo as well if you want to see a very different role from him. Clue is great. People just want to watch. People want me to watch Clue. It's got Tim Curry. Actually, one of the Titanic movies has Tim Curry. The 1996 miniseries, so that's fun. Anyway, I should probably wrap up this series. Oh god, look at that! It's infinity. Ooh, wait, how do I? Oh god, this screen's frozen. I can't get rid of it. Get rid of the bloody thing. I'm sorry for the infinity thing. I can't seem to turn it off. I'm just gonna end the stream here. Technical issues are getting me. It's a technical foul. Right, end the stream. End the stream. The stream doesn't want to end. It's not letting me end the stream. Help me. The screen's frozen me too much on Letterboxd. It's not letting me end the screen. Maybe if I just quit out of Safari, that'll do something. I don't know. What's going on? Help me.